Chapter 28. Repairing to a noted coffee-house in Covent Garden when he left the locksmith's, Mr. Chester sat long over a late dinner, entertaining himself exceedingly with the whimsical recollection of his recent proceedings, and congratulating himself very much on his great cleverness. Influenced by these thoughts, his face wore an expression so benign and tranquil that the waiter in immediate attendance upon him felt he could almost have died in his defence, and settled in his own mind, until the receipt of the bill and a very small fee for very great trouble disabused it of the idea, that such an apostolic customer was worth half a dozen of the ordinary run of visitors at least. A visit to the gaming-table, not as a heated, anxious venturer, but one whom it was quite a treat to see staking his 2 or 3 pieces in deference to the follies of society, and smiling with equal benevolence on winners and losers, made it late before he reached home. It was his custom to bid his servant go to bed at his own time unless he had orders to the contrary, and to leave a candle on the common stair. There was a lamp on the landing, by which he could always light it when he came home late, and having a key of the door about him, he could enter and go to bed at his pleasure. He opened the glass of the dull lamp, whose wick, burnt up and swollen like a drunkard's nose, came flying off in little carbuncles at the candle's touch, and scattered hot sparks about, rendered it matter of some difficulty to kindle a lazy taper, when a noise, as of a man snoring deeply some steps higher up, caused him to pause and listen. It was the heavy breathing of a sleeper close at hand. Some fellow had lain down on the open staircase and was slumbering soundly. Having lighted the candle at length and opened his own door, he softly ascended, holding the taper high above his head and peering cautiously about, curious to see what kind of man had chosen so comfortless a shelter for his lodging. With his head upon the landing, and his great limbs flung over half a dozen stairs, as carelessly as though he were a dead man whom drunken bearers had thrown down by chance, there lay Hugh, face uppermost, his long hair drooping like some wild weed upon his wooden pillow, and his huge chest heaving with the sounds which so unwontedly disturbed the place and hour. He who came upon him so unexpectedly was about to break his rest by thrusting him with his foot, when, glancing at his upturned face, he arrested himself in the very action, and stooping down and shading the candle with his hand, examined his features closely. Close as his first inspection was, it did not suffice, for he passed the light, still carefully shaded as before, across and across his face, and yet observed him with a searching eye. While he was thus engaged, the sleeper, without any starting or turning round, woke. There was a kind of fascination in meeting his steady gaze so suddenly, which took from the other the presence of mind to withdraw his eyes, and forced him, as it were, to meet his look. So they remained staring at each other, until Mr. Chester at last broke silence, and asked him in a low voice why he lay sleeping there. "I thought," said Hugh, struggling into a sitting posture, and gazing at him intently still, "that you were part of my dream. It was a curious one. I hope it may never come true, master." "What makes you shiver?" The cold, I suppose," he growled as he shook himself and rose. "I hardly know where I am yet." "Do you know me?" said Mr. Chester. I know you," he answered. "I was dreaming of you. We're not where I thought we were, and that's a comfort." He looked round him as he spoke, and in particular looked above his head, as though he half expected to be standing under some object which had had existence in his dream. Then he rubbed his eyes, and shook himself again, and followed his conductor into his own rooms. Mr. Chester lighted the candles which stood upon his dressing-table, and wheeling an easy chair towards the fire, which was yet burning, stirred up a cheerful blaze, sat down before it, and bade his uncouth visitor come here and draw his boots off. "You have been drinking again, my fine fellow," he said, as Hugh went down on one knee and did as he was told. "As I'm alive, master,"
I've walked the 12 long miles, and waited here, I don't know how long, and had no drink between my lips since dinner time at noon.'
'And can you do nothing better, my pleasant friend, than fall asleep and shake the very building with your snores?' said Mr Chester. 'Can't you dream in your straw at home, dull dog as you are, that you need to come here to do it? Reach me those slippers and tread softly.' Hugh obeyed in silence. 'And harkee, my dear young gentleman,' said Mr Chester, as he put them on, 'the next time you dream, don't let it be of me, but of some dog or horse with whom you are better acquainted. Fill the glass once, you'll find it and the bottle in the same place, and empty it to keep yourself awake.' Hugh obeyed again, even more zealously, and having done so, presented himself before his patron. 'Now,' said Mr Chester, 'what do you want with me?'
'There was news to-day,' returned Hugh. 'Your son was at our house. Came down on horseback. He tried to see the young woman, but couldn't get sight of her. He left some letter or some message which our Joe had charge of, but he and the old one quarrelled about it when your son had gone, and the old one wouldn't let it be delivered. He says, that's the old one does, that none of his people shall interfere and get him into trouble. He's the landlord, he says, and lives on everybody's custom.'
'He's a jewel,' smiled Mr Chester, 'and the better for being a dull one. Well?'
'Varden's daughter, that's the girl I kissed.'
'And stole the bracelet from upon the King's highway?' said Mr Chester composedly. 'Yes. What of her?'
'She wrote a note at our house to the young woman, saying she lost the letter I brought to you, and you burnt. Our Joe was to carry it, but the old one kept him at home all next day, on purpose that he shouldn't. Next morning he gave it to me to take, and here it is.'
'You didn't deliver it, then, my good friend?' said Mr Chester, twirling Dolly's note between his finger and thumb, and feigning to be surprised.
'I supposed you want to have it,' retorted Hugh. 'Burn one, burn all, I thought.'
'My devil-may-care acquaintance,' said Mr Chester, 'really, if you do not draw some nicer distinctions, your career will be cut short with most surprising suddenness. Don't you know that the letter you brought to me was directed to my son, who resides in this very place? And can you descry no difference between his letters and those addressed to other people?'
'If you don't want it,'
said Hugh, disconcerted by this reproof, for he had expected high praise,
'give it me back, and I'll deliver it. I don't know how to please you, master.'
'I shall deliver it,' returned his patron, putting it away after a moment's consideration, "myself. Does the young lady walk out on fine mornings?'
'Mostly. About noon is her usual time.'
'Alone?'
'Yeah, alone.'
'Where?'
'In the grounds before the house. Them that the footpath crosses.'
'If the weather should be fine, I may throw myself in her way to-morrow, perhaps,' said Mr Chester, as coolly as if she were one of his ordinary acquaintance. 'Mr Hugh, if I should ride up to the Maypole door, you will do me the favour only to have seen me once. You must suppress your gratitude, and endeavour to forget my forbearance in the matter of the bracelet. It is natural it should break out, and it does you honour, but when other folks are by, you must, for your own sake and safety, be as like your usual self as though you owed me no obligation whatever, and had never stood within these walls. You comprehend me?' Hugh understood him perfectly. After a pause he muttered that he hoped his patron would involve him in no trouble about this last letter, for he had kept it back solely with the view of pleasing him. He was continuing in this strain when Mr Chester, with the most beneficent and patronizing air, cut him short by saying,
My good fellow, you have my promise, my word, my sealed bond, for a verbal pledge with me is quite as good, that I will always protect you, so long as you deserve it. Now, do set your mind at rest. Keep it at ease, I beg of you. When a man puts himself in my power so thoroughly as you have done, I really feel as though he had a kind of claim upon me. I am more disposed to mercy and forbearance under such circumstances that I can tell you, Hugh. Do look upon me as your protector, and rest assured, I entreat you, that on the subject of that indiscretion you may preserve, as long as you and I are friends, the lightest heart that ever beat within a human breast. Fill that glass once more to cheer you on your road homewards. I am really quite ashamed to think how far you have to go, and then God bless you for the night. I think, said Hugh, when he had tossed the liquor down, that I'm sleeping soundly in the stable. The stable door's shut, but the steed's gone, master. You are a most convivial fellow, returned his friend, and I love your humour of all things. Good night. Take the greatest possible care of yourself, for my sake. It was remarkable that during the whole interview each had endeavoured to catch stolen glances of the other's face, and had never looked full at it. They interchanged one brief and hasty glance as Hugh went out, averted their eyes directly, and so separated. Hugh closed the double doors behind him, carefully and without noise, and Mr. Chester remained in his easy chair with his gaze intently fixed upon the fire. "Well," he said, after meditating for a long time, and said with a deep sigh and an uneasy shifting of his attitude, as though he dismissed some other subject from his thoughts, and returned to that which had held possession of them all the day. "The plot thickens. I have thrown the shell. It will explode, I think, in 48 hours, and should scatter these good folks amazingly. We shall see." He went to bed and fell asleep, but had not slept long when he started up, and thought that Hugh was at the outer door, calling in a strange voice, very different from his own, to be admitted. The delusion was so strong upon him, and was so full of that vague terror of the night in which such visions have their being, that he rose, and taking his sheathed sword in his hand, opened the door, and looked out upon the staircase, and towards the spot where Hugh had lain asleep, and even spoke to him by name. But all was dark and quiet, and creeping back to bed again, he fell, after an hour's uneasy watching, into a second sleep, and woke no more till morning. Chapter 29. The thoughts of worldly men are for ever regulated by a moral law of gravitation, which, like the physical one, holds them down to earth. The bright glory of day and the silent wonders of a starlit night appeal to their minds in vain. There are no signs in the sun, or in the moon, or in the stars, for their reading. They are like some wise men who, learning to know each planet by its Latin name, have quite forgotten such small heavenly constellations as charity, forbearance, universal love, and mercy, although they shine by night and day so brightly that the blind may see them, and who, looking upward at the spangled sky, see nothing there but the reflection of their own great wisdom and book-learning. It is curious to imagine these people of the world, busy in thought, turning their eyes towards the countless spheres that shine above us, and making them reflect the only images their minds contain. The man who lives but in the breath of princes has nothing in his sight but stars for courtiers' breasts. The envious man beholds his neighbour's honours even in the sky. To the money-hoarder and the mass of worldly folk, the whole great universe above glitters with sterling coin, fresh from the mint, stamped with the sovereign's head, coming always between them and heaven, turn where they may. So do the shadows of our own desires stand between us and our better angels,
and thus their brightness is eclipsed. Everything was fresh and gay, as though the world were but that morning made, when Mr. Chester rode at a tranquil pace along the forest road. Though early in the season, it was warm and genial weather, the trees were budding into leaf, the hedges and the grass were green, the air was musical with songs of birds, and high above them all the lark poured out her richest melody. In shady spots the morning dew sparkled on each young leaf and blade of grass, and where the sun was shining, some diamond drops yet glistened brightly, as in unwillingness to leave so fair a world, and have such brief existence. Even the light wind, whose rustling was as gentle to the ear as softly falling water, had its hope and promise, and, leaving a pleasant fragrance in its track as it went fluttering by, whispered of its intercourse with summer, and of his happy coming. The solitary rider went glancing on among the trees, from sunlight into shade and back again, at the same even pace, looking about him certainly from time to time, but with no greater thought of the day or the scene through which he moved, than that he was fortunate, being choicely dressed, to have such favourable weather. He smiled very complacently at such times, but rather as if he were satisfied with himself than with anything else, and so went riding on upon his chestnut cob, as pleasant to look upon as his own horse, and probably far less sensitive to the many cheerful influences by which he was surrounded. In the course of time the Maypole's massive chimneys rose upon his view, but he quickened not his pace one jot, and with the same cool gravity rode up to the tavern porch. John Willet, who was toasting his red face before a great fire in the bar, and who, with surpassing foresight and quickness of apprehension, had been thinking, as he looked at the blue sky, that if that state of things lasted much longer, it might ultimately become necessary to leave off fires and throw the windows open, issued forth to hold his stirrup, calling lustily for Hugh.
"Oh, you're here, are you, sir?" said John, rather surprised by the quickness with which he appeared. "Take this here valuable animal into the stable, and have more than particular care of him if you want to keep your place. A mortal lazy fellow, sir. He needs a deal of looking after."
"But you have a son," returned Mr. Chester, giving his bridle to Hugh as he dismounted, and acknowledging his salute by a careless motion of his hand towards his hat. "Why don't you make him useful?"
"Why, the truth is, sir," replied John with great importance, "that my son— What, you're a-listening, are you, villain?"
"Who's listening?"
returned Hugh angrily. "A treat indeed to hear you speak. Would you have me take him till he's cool?" "Walk him up and down further off, then, sir," cried old John, "and when you see me and a noble gentleman entertaining ourselves with talk, keep your distance. If you don't know your distance, sir," added Mr. Willet, after an enormously long pause, during which he fixed his great dull eyes on Hugh, and waited with exemplary patience for any little property in the way of ideas that might come to him, "we'll find a way to teach you pretty soon."
Hugh shrugged his shoulders scornfully, and in his reckless swaggering way crossed to the other side of the little green, and there, with the bridle slung loosely over his shoulder, led the horse to and fro, glancing at his master every now and then from under his bushy eyebrows, with as sinister an aspect as one would desire to see. Mr. Chester, who, without appearing to do so, had eyed him attentively during this brief dispute, stepped into the porch, and turning abruptly to Mr. Willet, said, "You keep strange servants, John."
"Strange enough to look at, sir, certainly," answered the host, "but out of doors, for horses, dogs, and the likes of that, there ain't a better man in England than is that Maypole you yonder. He ain't fit for indoors," added Mr. Willet, with the confidential air of a man who felt his own superior nature. "I do that, But if that chap had only a little imagination, sir—"
"He's an active fellow now, I dare swear," said Mr. Chester in a musing tone, which seemed to suggest that he would have said the same had there been nobody to hear him.
"Active, sir?"
retorted John, with quite an expression in his face.
"That chap? Hello there! You, sir? Bring that horse here, and go and hand my wig on the weathercock, to show this gentleman whether you're one of the lively sort or not."
Hugh made no answer, but throwing the bridle to his master, and snatching his wig from his head in a manner so unceremonious and hasty that the action discomposed Mr. Willet not a little, though performed at his own special desire, climbed nimbly to the very summit of the maypole before the house, and hanging the wig upon the weathercock, sent it twirling round like a roasting-jack. Having achieved this performance, he cast it on the ground, and sliding down the pole with inconceivable rapidity, alighted on his feet almost as soon as it had touched the earth.
"There, sir,"
said John, relapsing into his usual stolid state.
"You won't see that at many houses besides the maypole, where there's good accommodation for man and beast, nor that neither, though that with him is nothing."
This last remark bore reference to his vaulting on horseback, as upon Mr. Chester's first visit, and quickly disappearing by the stable gate.
"That with him is nothing,"
repeated Mr. Willet, brushing his wig with his wrist, and inwardly resolving to distribute a small charge for dust and damage to that article of dress through the various items of his guest's bill.
"He'll get out of almost any window in the house. There never was such a chap for flinging himself about and never hurting his bones. It's my opinion, sir, that it's pretty nearly allowing to his not having any imagination, and that if imagination could be, which it can't, knocked into him, he'd never be able to do it any more. But we was a-talking, sir, about my son."
"True, Willet, true," said his visitor, turning again towards the landlord with his accustomed serenity of face. "My good friend, what about him?" It has been reported that Mr. Willet, previously to making answer, winked, but as he was never known to be guilty of such lightness of conduct, either before or afterwards, this may be looked upon as a malicious invention of his enemies, founded, perhaps, upon the undisputed circumstance of his taking his guest by the third breast-button of his coat, counting downwards from the chin, and pouring his reply into his ear.
"Sir," whispered John with dignity, "I know my duty. We want no love-making here, sir, unbeknown to parents. I respect a certain young gentleman, taking him in the light of a young gentleman. I respect a certain young lady, taking her in the light of a young lady. But of the two, as a couple, I have no knowledge, sir, none whatever. My son, sir, is upon his patrol."
"I thought I saw him looking through the corner window but this moment," said Mr. Chester, who naturally thought that being on patrol implied walking about somewhere.
"No doubt you did, sir," returned John. "He's upon his patrol of honour, sir, not to leave the premises. Me and some friends of mine that use the maypole of an evening, sir, considered what was best to be done with him, to prevent his doing anything unpleasant in opposing your desires, and we've put him on his patrol. And what's more, sir, he won't be off his patrol for a pretty long time to come, I can tell you that."
When he had communicated this bright idea, which had its origin in the perusal by the village cronies of a newspaper, containing, among other matters, an account of how some officer, pending the sentence of some court-martial, had been enlarged on parole, Mr. Willet drew back from his guest's ear, and without any visible alteration of feature, chuckled thrice audibly. This nearest approach to a laugh in which he ever indulged, and that but seldom and only on extreme occasions, never even curled his lip, or effected the smallest change in, no, not so much as a slight wagging of, his great fat double chin, which at these times, as at all others, remained a perfect desert in the broad map of his face, one changeless, dull, tremendous blank. Lest it should be matter of surprise to any that Mr. Willet adopted this bold course in opposition to one whom he had often entertained and who had always paid his way at the Maypole gallantly, it may be remarked that it was his very penetration and sagacity in this respect which occasioned him to indulge in those unusual demonstrations of jocularity just now recorded. For Mr. Willet, after carefully balancing father and son in his mental scales, had arrived at the distinct conclusion that the old gentleman was a better sort of a customer than the young one. Throwing his landlord into the same scale, which was already turned by this consideration, and heaping upon him again his strong desires to run counter to the unfortunate Joe, and his opposition as a general principle to all matters of love and matrimony, it went down to the very ground straightway, and sent the light cause of the younger gentleman flying upwards to the ceiling. Mr. Chester was not the kind of man to be by any means dim-sighted to Mr. Willet's motives, but he thanked him as graciously as if he had been one of the most disinterested martyrs that ever shone on earth, and leaving him with many complimentary reliances on his great taste and judgment to prepare whatever dinner he might deem most fitting the occasion, bent his steps towards the Warren. Dressed with more than his usual elegance, assuming a gracefulness of manner which, though it was the result of long study, sat easily upon him and became him well, composing his features into their most serene and prepossessing expression, and setting in short that guard upon himself at every point which denoted that he attached no slight importance to the impression he was about to make, he entered the bounds of Miss Haredale's usual walk. He had not gone far, or looked about him long, when he descried coming towards him a female figure. A glimpse of the form and dress as she crossed a little wooden bridge which lay between them satisfied him that he had found her whom he desired to see. He threw himself in her way, and a very few paces brought them close together. He raised his hat from his head, and yielding the path, suffered her to pass him. Then, as if the idea had but that moment occurred to him, he turned hastily back, and said in an agitated voice, "I beg pardon. Do I address Miss Haredale?" She stopped in some confusion at being so unexpectedly accosted by a stranger, and answered, "Yes." "Something told me," he said, looking a compliment to her beauty, "that it could be no other. Miss Haredale, I bear a name which is not unknown to you, which it is a pride and yet a pain to me to know sounds pleasantly in your ears. I am a man advanced in life, as you see. I am the father of him whom you honour and distinguish above all other men. May I, for weighty reasons which fill me with distress, beg but a minute's conversation with you here?" Who that was inexperienced in deceit, and had a frank and youthful heart, could doubt the speaker's truth? Could doubt it, too, when the voice that spoke was like the faint echo of one she knew so well, and so much loved to hear? She inclined her head, and stopping, cast her eyes upon the ground. "A little more apart, among these trees. It is an old man's hand, Miss Haredale, an honest one, believe me." She put hers in it as he said these words, and suffered him to lead her to a neighbouring seat. "You alarm me, sir," she said in a low voice. "You are not the bearer of any ill news, I hope?" "Of none that you anticipate," he answered, sitting down beside her. "Edward is well, quite well. It is of him I wish to speak, certainly, but I have no misfortune to communicate." She bowed her head again, and made as though she would have begged him to proceed, but said nothing. I am sensible that I speak to you at a disadvantage, dear Miss Haredale. Believe me that I am not so forgetful of the feelings of my younger days as not to know that you are little disposed to view me with favour. You have heard me described as cold-hearted, calculating, selfish.
I have never, sir, she interposed with an altered manner and a firmer voice. I have never heard you spoken of in harsh or disrespectful terms. You do a great wrong to Edward's nature if you believe him capable of any mean or base proceeding.
Pardon me, my sweet young lady, but your uncle—
Nor is it my uncle's nature either, she replied, with a heightened colour in her cheek. It is not his nature to stab in the dark, nor is it mine to love such deeds.
She rose as she spoke, and would have left him, but he detained her with a gentle hand, and besought her in such persuasive accents to hear him but another minute, that she was easily prevailed upon to comply, and so sat down again. "And it is," said Mr. Chester, looking upward and apostrophising the air, "it is this frank, ingenuous, noble nature, Ned, that you can wound so lightly. Shame! Shame upon you, boy!" She turned towards him quickly, and with a scornful look and flashing eyes. There were tears in Mr. Chester's eyes, but he dashed them hurriedly away, as though unwilling that his weakness should be known, and regarded her with mingled admiration and compassion. "I never, until now," he said, "believed that the frivolous actions of a young man could move me like these of my own son. I never knew till now the worth of a woman's heart, which boys so lightly win and lightly fling away. Trust me, dear young lady, that I never until now did know your worth, and though an abhorrence of deceit and falsehood has impelled me to seek you out, and would have done so had you been the poorest and least gifted of your sex, I should have lacked the fortitude to sustain this interview could I have pictured you to my imagination as you really are." Oh, if Mrs. Varden could have seen the virtuous gentleman as he said these words, with indignation sparkling from his eyes, if she could have heard his broken, quavering voice, if she could have beheld him as he stood bareheaded in the sunlight and with unwonted energy poured forth his eloquence. With a haughty face, but pale and trembling too, Emma regarded him in silence. She neither spoke nor moved, but gazed upon him as though she would look into his heart. "I throw off," said Mr. Chester, "the restraint which natural affection would impose on some men, and reject all bonds but those of truth and duty. Miss Haredale, you are deceived. You are deceived by your unworthy lover and my unworthy son." Still she looked at him steadily, and still said not one word. "I have ever opposed his professions of love for you. You will do me the justice, dear Miss Haredale, to remember that. Your uncle and myself were enemies in early life, and if I had sought retaliation, I might have found it here. But as we grow older, we grow wiser, bitter. I would fain hope, and from the first I have opposed him in this attempt. I foresaw the end, and would have spared you if I could."
"Speak plainly, sir," she faltered. "You deceive me, or are deceived yourself. I do not believe you. I cannot. I should not."
"First," said Mr. Chester soothingly, "for there may be in your mind some latent angry feeling to which I would not appeal, pray take this letter. It reached my hands by chance and by mistake, and should have accounted to you, as I am told, for my son's not answering some other note of yours. God forbid, Miss Haredale," said the good gentleman with great emotion, "that there should be in your gentle breast one causeless ground of quarrel with him. You should know, and you will see, that he was in no fault here." There appeared something so very candid, so scrupulously honourable, so very truthful and just in this course, something which rendered the upright person who resorted to it so worthy of belief, that Emma's heart, for the first time, sunk within her. She turned away and burst into tears. "I would," said Mr. Chester, leaning over her and speaking in mild and quite venerable accents, "I would, dear girl, it were my task to banish, not increase those tokens of your grief. My son, my erring son, I will not call him deliberately criminal in this, for men so young, who have been inconstant twice or thrice before, act without reflection, almost without a knowledge of the wrong they do, will break his plighted faith to you, has broken it even now. Shall I stop here, and having given you this warning, leave it to be fulfilled, or shall I go on?" "You will go on, sir," she answered, "and speak more plainly yet, in justice both to him and me. My dear girl," said Mr. Chester, bending over her more affectionately still, "whom I would call my daughter, but the fates forbid, Edward seeks to break with you, upon a false and most unwarrantable pretence. I have it on his own showing, in his own hand. Forgive me, if I have had a watch upon his conduct. I am his father. I had a regard for your peace and his honour, and no better resource was left to me. There lies on his desk at this present moment, ready for transmission to you, a letter in which he tells you that our poverty, his and mine, Miss Haredale, forbids him to pursue his claim upon your hand, in which he offers, voluntarily proposes, to free you from your pledge, and talks magnanimously, men do so very commonly in such cases, of being in time more worthy of your regard, and so forth. A letter, to be plain, in which he not only jilts you, pardon the word, I would summon to your aid your pride and dignity, not only jilts you, I fear, in favour of the object whose slighting treatment first inspired his brief passion for yourself, and gave it birth in wounded vanity, but affects to make a merit and a virtue of the act." She glanced proudly at him once more, as by an involuntary impulse, and with a swelling breast rejoined, "If what you say be true, he takes much needless trouble, sir, to compass his design. He's very tender of my peace of mind. I quite thank him." "The truth of what I tell you, dear young lady," he replied, "you will test by the receipt or non-receipt of the letter of which I speak. Haredale, my dear fellow, I am delighted to see you, although we meet under singular circumstances and upon a melancholy occasion. I hope you are very well." At these words the young lady raised her eyes, which were filled with tears, and seeing that her uncle indeed stood before them, and being quite unequal to the trial of hearing or of speaking one word more, hurriedly withdrew and left them. They stood looking at each other, and at her retreating figure, and for a long time neither of them spoke. "What does this mean? Explain it," said Mr. Haredale at length. "Why are you here?
And why with her?"
"My dear friend," rejoined the other, resuming his accustomed manner with infinite readiness, and throwing himself upon the bench with a weary air, "you told me not very long ago, at that delightful old tavern of which you are the esteemed proprietor, and a most charming establishment it is for persons of rural pursuits and in robust health, who are not liable to take cold, that I had the head and heart of an evil spirit in all matters of deception. I thought at the time, I really did think, you flattered me. But now I begin to wonder at your discernment, and, vanity apart, do honestly believe you spoke the truth. Did you ever counterfeit extreme ingenuousness and honest indignation? My dear fellow, you have no conception, if you never did, how faint the effort makes one." Mr. Haredale surveyed him with a look of cold contempt. "You may evade an explanation, I know," he said, folding his arms, "but I must have it. I can wait." "Not at all, not at all, my good fellow. You shall not wait a moment," returned his friend, as he lazily crossed his legs. "The simplest thing in the world. It lies in a nutshell. Ned has written her a letter, a boyish, honest, sentimental composition, which remains as yet in his desk, because he hasn't had the heart to send it. I have taken a liberty, for which my parental affection and anxiety are a sufficient excuse, and possessed myself of the contents. I have described them to your niece, a most enchanting person, Haredale, quite an angelic creature, with a little colouring and description adapted to our purpose. It's done. You may be quite easy. It's all over. Deprived of their adherents and mediators, her pride and jealousy roused to the utmost, with nobody to undeceive her and you to confirm me, you will find that their intercourse will close with her answer. If she receives Ned's letter by tomorrow noon, you may date their parting from tomorrow night. No thanks, I beg. You owe me none. I have acted for myself. And if I have forwarded our compact with all the ardour even you could have desired, I have done so selfishly indeed. I curse the compact, as you call it, with my whole heart and soul," returned the other. "It was made in an evil hour. I have bound myself to a lie. I have leagued myself with you, and though I did so with a righteous motive, and though it cost me such an effort as haply few men know, I hate and despise myself for the deed." "You are very warm," said Mr. Chester with a languid smile. "I am warm. I am maddened by your coldness. Death, Chester, if your blood ran warmer in your veins, and there were no restraints upon me, such as those that hold and drag me back. Well, it is done. You tell me so, and on such a point I may believe you. When I am most remorseful for this treachery, I will think of you and your marriage, and try to justify myself in such remembrances for having torn asunder Emma and your son at any cost. Our bond is cancelled now, and we may part." Mr. Chester kissed his hand gracefully, and with the same tranquil face he had preserved throughout, even when he had seen his companion so tortured and transported by his passion that his whole frame was shaken, lay in his lounging posture on the seat, and watched him as he walked away. "My scapegoat and my drudge at school," he said, raising his head to look after him. "My friend of later days, who could not keep his mistress when he had won her, and threw me in her way to carry off the prize. I triumph in the present and the past. Bark on, ill-favoured, ill-conditioned cur. Fortune has ever been with me. I like to hear you." The spot where they had met was in an avenue of trees. Mr. Haredale, not passing out on either hand, had walked straight on. He chanced to turn his head when at some considerable distance, and seeing that his late companion had by that time risen and was looking after him, stood still as though he half expected him to follow, and waited for his coming up. "It may come to that one day, but not yet," said Mr. Chester, waving his hand as though they were the best of friends, and turning away. "Not yet, Haredale. Life is pleasant enough to me, dull and full of heaviness to you. No, to cross swords with such a man, to indulge his humour, unless upon extremity, would be weak indeed." For all that, he drew his sword as he walked along, and in an absent humour ran his eye from hilt to point full 20 times. But thoughtfulness begets wrinkles. Remembering this, he soon put it up, smoothed his contracted brow, hummed a gay tune, with greater gaiety of manner, and was his unruffled self again. Chapter 30. A homely proverb recognizes the existence of a troublesome class of persons who, having an inch conceded them, will take an ell. Not to quote the illustrious examples of those heroic scourges of mankind, whose amiable path in life has been from birth to death through blood and fire and ruin, and who would seem to have existed for no better purpose than to teach mankind that as the absence of pain is pleasure, so the earth, purged of their presence, may be deemed a blessed place. Not to quote such mighty instances, it will be sufficient to refer to old John Willet. Old John, having long encroached a good standard inch, full measure, on the liberty of Joe, and having slipped off a Flemish ell in the matter of the parole, grew so despotic and so great that his thirst for conquest knew no bounds. The more young Joe submitted, the more absolute old John became. The ell soon faded into nothing. Yards, furlongs, miles arose, and on went old John in the pleasantest manner possible, trimming off an exuberance in this place, shearing away some liberty of speech or action in that, and conducting himself in his small way with as much high mightiness and majesty as the most glorious tyrant that ever had his statue reared in the public ways of ancient or of modern times. As great men are urged on to the abuse of power, when they need urging, which is not often, by their flatterers and dependents, so old John was impelled to these exercises of authority by the applause and admiration of his maypole cronies, who, in the intervals of their nightly pipes and pots, would shake their heads and say that Mr. Willet was a father of the good old English sort, that there were no new-fangled notions or modern ways in him, that he put them in mind of what their fathers were when they were boys, that there was no mistake about him, that it would be well for the country if they were more like him, and more was the pity that they were not, with many other original remarks of that nature. Then they would condescendingly give Joe to understand that it was all for his good, and he would be thankful for it one day. And in particular Mr. Cobb would acquaint him that when he was his age, his father thought no more of giving him a parental kick, or a box on the ears, or a cuff on the head, or some little admonition of that sort, than he did of any other ordinary duty of life. And he would further remark, with looks of great significance, that but for this judicious bringing up, he might have never been the man he was at that present speaking, which is probable enough, as he was, beyond all question, the dullest dog of the party. In short, between old John and old John's friends, there never was an unfortunate young fellow so bullied, badgered, worried, fretted, and browbeaten, so constantly beset, or made so tired of his life, as poor Joe Willet. This had come to be the recognized and established state of things, but as John was very anxious to flourish his supremacy before the eyes of Mr. Chester, he did that day exceed himself, and did so goad and chafe his son and heir, that but for Joe's having made a solemn vow to keep his hands in his pockets when they were not otherwise engaged, it is impossible to say what he might have done with them. But the longest day has an end, and at length Mr. Chester came downstairs to mount his horse, which was ready at the door. As old John was not in the way at the moment, Joe, who was sitting in the bar ruminating on his dismal fate and the manifold perfections of Dolly Varden, ran out to hold the guest's stirrup and assist him to mount. Mr. Chester was scarcely in the saddle, and Joe was in the very act of making him a graceful bow, when old John came diving out of the porch and collared him.
"None of that, sir," said John. "None of that, sir. No breaking of patrols. How dare you come out of the door, sir, without leave? You're trying to get away, sir, are you, and to make a traitor of yourself again? What do you mean, sir?"
"Let me go, father," said Joe imploringly, as he marked the smile upon their visitor's face, and observed the pleasure his disgrace afforded him. "This is too bad. Who wants to get away?"
"Who wants to get away?" cried John, shaking him. "Why, you do, sir. You do. You're the boy, sir," added John, collaring with one hand and aiding the effect of a farewell bow to the visitor with the other, "that wants to sneak into houses and stir up differences between noble gentlemen and their sons, are you, eh? Hold your tongue, sir."
Joe made no effort to reply. It was the crowning circumstance of his degradation. He extricated himself from his father's grasp, darted an angry look at the departing guest, and returned into the house. But for her, thought Joe, as he threw his arms upon a table in the common room and laid his head upon them, but for Dolly, who I couldn't bear should think me the rascal they would make me out to be if I ran away, this house and I should part tonight. It being evening by this time, Solomon Daisy, Tom Cobb, and Long Parkes were all in the common room too, and had from the window been witnesses of what had just occurred. Mr. Willet, joining them soon afterwards, received the compliments of the company with great composure, and lighting his pipe, sat down among them.
"We'll see, gentlemen,"
said John, after a long pause,
"who's the master of this house, and who isn't. We'll see whether boys are to govern men, or men are to govern boys." "Quite right, too," assented Solomon Daisy, with some approving nods. "Quite right, Johnny. Very good, Johnny. Well said, Mr. Willet. Bravo, sir."
John slowly brought his eyes to bear upon him, looked at him for a long time, and finally made answer to the unspeakable consternation of his hearers.
"When I want encouragement from you, sir, I'll ask you for it. You let me alone, sir. I can get on without you, I hope. Don't you tackle me, sir, if you please." "Don't take it ill, Johnny. I didn't mean any harm," pleaded the little man. "Very good, sir," said John, more than usually obstinate after his late success. "Never mind, sir. I can stand pretty firm of myself, sir, I believe, without being shored up by you."
And having given utterance to this retort, Mr. Willet fixed his eyes upon the boiler and fell into a kind of tobacco trance. The spirits of the company being somewhat damped by this embarrassing line of conduct on the part of their host, nothing more was said for a long time. But at length Mr. Cobb took upon himself to remark, as he rose to knock the ashes out of his pipe, that he hoped Joe would thenceforth learn to obey his father in all things, that he had found, that day, he was not one of the sort of men who were to be trifled with, and that he would recommend him, poetically speaking, to mind his eye for the future. "I'd recommend you, in return," said Joe, looking up with a flushed face, "not to talk to me."
"Hold your tongue, sir,"
cried Mr. Willet, suddenly rousing himself and turning round. "I won't, father," cried Joe, smiting the table with his fist, so that the jugs and glasses rung again. "These things are hard enough to bear from you. From anybody else I never will endure them any more. Therefore I say, Mr. Cobb, don't talk to me."
"Why, who are you?"
said Mr. Cobb sneeringly, "that you're not to be talked to, eh, Joe?" To which Joe returned no answer, but with a very ominous shake of the head resumed his old position, which he would have peacefully preserved until the house shut up at night, but that Mr. Cobb, stimulated by the wonder of the company at the young man's presumption, retorted with sundry taunts which proved too much for flesh and blood to bear. Crowding into one moment the vexation and the wrath of years, Joe started up, overturned the table, fell upon his long enemy, pummeled him with all his might and main, and finished by driving him with surprising swiftness against a heap of spittoons in one corner, plunging into which, head foremost, with a tremendous crash, he lay at full length among the ruins, stunned and motionless. Then, without waiting to receive the compliments of the bystanders on the victory he had won, he retreated to his own bedchamber, and, considering himself in a state of siege, piled all the portable furniture against the door by way of barricade. "I've done it now," said Joe, as he sat down upon his bedstead and wiped his heated face. "I knew it would come at last. The Maypole and I must part company. I'm a roving vagabond. She hates me for evermore. It's all over." Chapter 31. Pondering on his unhappy lot, Joe sat and listened for a long time, expecting every moment to hear their creaking footsteps on the stairs, or to be greeted by his worthy father with a summons to capitulate unconditionally and deliver himself up straightway. But neither voice nor footstep came, and though some distant echoes, as of closing doors and people hurrying in and out of rooms, resounding from time to time through the great passages and penetrating to his remote seclusion, gave note of unusual commotion downstairs, no nearer sound disturbed his place of retreat, which seemed the quieter for these far-off noises, and was as dull and full of gloom as any hermit's cell. It came on darker and darker. The old-fashioned furniture of the chamber, which was a kind of hospital for all the invalided movables in the house, grew indistinct and shadowy in its many shapes. Chairs and tables, which by day were as honest cripples as need be, assumed a doubtful and mysterious character, and one old leprous screen of faded India leather and gold binding, which had kept out many a cold breath of air in days of yore, and shut in many a jolly face, frowned on him with a spectral aspect, and stood at full height in its allotted corner, like some gaunt ghost who waited to be questioned. A portrait opposite the window, a queer old grey-eyed general in an oval frame, seemed to wink and doze as the light decayed, and at length, when the last faint glimmering speck of day went out, to shut its eyes in good earnest and fall sound asleep. There was such a hush and mystery about everything that Joe could not help following its example, and so went off into a slumber likewise, and dreamed of Dolly, till the clock of Chigwell church struck 2. Still nobody came. The distant noises in the house had ceased, and out of doors all was quiet, save for the occasional barking of some deep-mouthed dog, and the shaking of the branches by the night wind. He gazed mournfully out of window at each well-known object as it lay sleeping in the dim light of the moon, and creeping back to his former seat, thought about the late uproar until, with long thinking of, it seemed to have occurred a month ago. Thus, between dozing and thinking, and walking to the window and looking out, the night wore away. The grim old screen and the kindred chairs and tables began slowly to reveal themselves in their accustomed forms. The grey-eyed general seemed to wink and yawn and rouse himself, and at last he was broad awake again, and very uncomfortable and cold and haggard he looked in the dull grey light of morning. The sun had begun to peep above the forest trees, and already flung across the curling mist bright bars of gold, when Joe dropped from his window on the ground below, a little bundle and his trusty stick, and prepared to descend himself. It was not a very difficult task, for there were so many projections and gable ends in the way that they formed a series of clumsy steps, with no greater obstacle than a jump of some few feet at last. Joe, with his stick and bundle on his shoulder, quickly stood on the firm earth and looked up at the old Maypole, it might be for the last time. He didn't apostrophize it, for he was no great scholar, He didn't curse it, for he had little ill will to give to anything on earth. He felt more affectionate and kind to it than ever he had done in all his life before. So said with all his heart, "God bless you," as a parting wish, and turned away. He walked along at a brisk pace, big with great thoughts of going for a soldier and dying in some foreign country where it was very hot and sandy, and leaving God knows what unheard-of wealth in prize money to Dolly, who would be very much affected when she came to know of it, and full of such youthful visions, which were sometimes sanguine and sometimes melancholy, but always had her for their main point and centre, pushed on vigorously until the noise of London sounded in his ears and the Black Lion hove in sight. It was only 8 o'clock then, and very much astonished the Black Lion was to see him come walking in with dust upon his feet at that early hour, with no grey mare to bear him company. But as he ordered breakfast to be got ready with all speed, and on its being set before him gave indisputable tokens of a hearty appetite, the Lion received him, as usual, with a hospitable welcome, and treated him with those marks of distinction which, as a regular customer, and one within the freemasonry of the trade, he had a right to claim. This Lion, or landlord, for he was called both man and beast, by reason of his having instructed the artist who painted his sign to convey into the features of the lordly brute whose effigy it bore as near a counterpart of his own face as his skill could compass and devise, was a gentleman almost as quick of apprehension and of almost as subtle a wit as the mighty John himself. But the difference between them lay in this, that whereas Mr. Willet's extreme sagacity and acuteness were the efforts of unassisted nature, the Lion stood indebted in no small amount to beer, of which he swigged such copious draughts that most of his faculties were utterly drowned and washed away, except the one great faculty of sleep, which he retained in surprising perfection. The creaking Lion over the house door was, therefore, to say the truth, rather a drowsy, tame, and feeble Lion. And as these social representatives of a savage class are usually of a conventional character, being depicted for the most part in impossible attitudes and of unearthly colours, he was frequently supposed by the more ignorant and uninformed among the neighbours to be the veritable portrait of the host as he appeared on the occasion of some great funeral ceremony or public mourning. "What noisy fellow is that in the next room?" said Joe, when he had disposed of his breakfast and had washed and brushed himself. "A recruiting sergeant," replied the Lion. Joe started involuntarily. Here was the very thing he had been dreaming of all the way along. "And I wish," said the Lion, "he was anywhere else but here. The party make noise enough, but don't call for much. There's great cry there, Mr. Willet, but very little wool. Your father wouldn't like 'em, I know." Perhaps not much under any circumstances. Perhaps if he could have known what was passing at that moment in Joe's mind, he would have liked them still less. "Is he recruiting for a fine regiment?" said Joe, glancing at a little round mirror that hung in the bar. "I believe he is," replied the host. "It's much the same thing whatever regiment he's recruiting for. I'm told there ain't a deal of difference between a fine man and another one when they're shot through and through." "They're not all shot," said Joe. "No," the Lion answered, "not all. Those that are, supposing it's done easy, are the best off, in my opinion." "Ah," retorted Joe, "but you don't care for glory." "For what?" said the Lion. "Glory." "No," returned the Lion with supreme indifference, "I don't. You're right in that, Mr. Willet. When glory comes here and calls for anything to drink and changes a guinea to pay for it, I'll give it him for nothing. It's my belief, sir, that the Glory's arms wouldn't do a very strong business." These remarks were not at all comforting. Joe walked out, stopped at the door of the next room, and listened. The sergeant was describing a military life. It was all drinking, he said, except that there were frequent intervals of eating and love-making. A battle was the finest thing in the world, when your side won it. An Englishman always did that.
"Supposing you should be killed, sir?" said a timid voice in one corner.
"Well, sir, supposing you should be," said the sergeant, "what then? Your country loves you, sir. His Majesty King George III loves you. Your memory is honoured, revered, respected. Everybody's fond of you and grateful to you. Your name's wrote down at full length in a book in the War Office. Damn, gentlemen, we must all die some time or another, eh?"
The voice coughed and said no more. Joe walked into the room. A group of 6 fellows had gathered together in the tap-room and were listening with greedy ears. One of them, a carter in a smock frock, seemed wavering and disposed to enlist. The rest, who were by no means disposed, strongly urged him to do so, according to the custom of mankind, backed the sergeant's arguments and grinned amongst themselves.
"I say nothing, boys," said the sergeant, who sat a little apart, drinking his liquor. "For lads of spirit," here he cast an eye on Joe, "this is the time. I don't want to inveigle you. The king's not come to that, I hope. Brisk young blood is what we want, not milk and water. We won't take 5 men out of 6. We want top sawyers, we do. I'm not going to tell the tales out of school, but damn, if every gentleman's son that carries arms in our corps, through being under a cloud and having little differences with his relations, was counted up."
Here his eye fell on Joe again, and so good-naturedly that Joe beckoned him out. He came directly.
"You're a gentleman, by God," was his first remark, as he slapped him on the back. "You're a gentleman in disguise. So am I. Let's swear a friendship."
Joe didn't exactly do that, but he shook hands with him and thanked him for his good opinion.
"You want to serve," said his new friend. "You shall. You were made for it. You're one of us by nature. What'll you take to drink?"
"Nothing just now," replied Joe, smiling faintly. "I haven't quite made up my mind."
"A mettlesome fellow like you, not made up his mind?" cried the sergeant. "Here, let me give the bell a pull, and you'll make up your mind in half a minute, I know."
"You're right so far," answered Joe, "for if you pull the bell here, where I'm known, there'll be an end of my soldiering inclinations in no time. Look in my face. You see me, do you?"
"I do," replied the sergeant with an oath, "and a finer young feller, or one better qualified to serve his king and country, I never set my—"
He used an adjective in this place.
"eyes on."
"Thank you," said Joe. "I didn't ask you for want of a compliment, but thank you all the same. Do I look like a sneaking fellow or a liar?" The sergeant rejoined with many choice asseverations that he didn't, and that if his, the sergeant's, own father were to say he did, he would run the old gentleman through the body cheerfully, and consider it a meritorious action. Joe expressed his obligations and continued. "You can trust me, then, and credit what I say? I believe I shall enlist in your regiment tonight. The reason I don't do so now is because I don't want, until tonight, to do what I can't recall. Where shall I find you this evening?" His friend replied with some unwillingness, and after much ineffectual entreaty having for its object the immediate settlement of the business, that his quarters would be at the Crooked Billet in Tower Street, where he would be found waking until midnight and sleeping until breakfast time tomorrow. "And if I do come, which it's 1,000,000 to 1 I shall, when will you take me out of London?" demanded Joe.
"Tomorrow morning at 8:30 o'clock," replied the sergeant. "You go abroad, a country where it's all sunshine and plunder, the finest climate in the world."
"To go abroad," said Joe, shaking hands with him, "is the very thing I want. You may expect me."
"You're the kind of lad for us," cried the sergeant,
holding Joe's hand in his in the excess of his admiration.
"You're the boy to push your fortune. I don't say it because I bear you any envy, or would take away from the credit of the rise you'll make, but if I had been bred and taught like you, I'd have been a colonel by this time."
"Man," said Joe, "I'm not so young as that. Needs must when the devil drives, and the devil that drives me is an empty pocket and an unhappy home. For the present, good-bye."
"For king and country," cried the sergeant, flourishing his cap. For bread and meat, cried Joe, snapping his fingers, and so they parted. He had very little money in his pocket, so little indeed that after paying for his breakfast, which he was too honest and perhaps too proud to score up to his father's charge, he had but a penny left. He had courage, notwithstanding, to resist all the affectionate importunities of the sergeant, who waylaid him at the door with many protestations of eternal friendship, and did in particular request that he would do him the favour to accept of only 1 shilling as a temporary accommodation. Rejecting his offers both of cash and credit, Joe walked away with stick and bundle as before, bent upon getting through the day as best he could, and going down to the locksmith's in the dusk of the evening, for it should go hard, he had resolved, but he would have a parting word with charming Dolly Varden. He went out by Islington and so on to Highgate, and sat on many stones and gates, but there were no voices in the bells to bid him turn. Since the time of noble Whittington, fair flower of merchants, bells have come to have less sympathy with humankind. They only ring for money and on state occasions. Wanderers have increased in number. Ships leave the Thames for distant regions, carrying from stem to stern no other cargo. The bells are silent. They ring out no entreaties or regrets. They are used to it and have grown worldly. Joe bought a roll, and reduced his purse to the condition, with the difference, of that celebrated purse of Fortunatus, which, whatever were its favoured owner's necessities, had one unvarying amount in it. In these real times, when all the fairies are dead and buried, there are still a great many purses which possess that quality. The sum total they contain is expressed in arithmetic by a circle, and whether it be added to or multiplied by its own amount, the result of the problem is more easily stated than any known in figures. Evening drew on at last. With the desolate and solitary feeling of one who had no home or shelter, and was alone utterly in the world for the first time, he bent his steps towards the locksmith's house. He had delayed till now, knowing that Mrs. Varden sometimes went out alone, or with Miggs for her sole attendant, to lectures in the evening, and devoutly hoping that this might be one of her nights of moral culture. He had walked up and down before the house, on the opposite side of the way, 2 or 3 times, when, as he returned to it again, he caught a glimpse of a fluttering skirt at the door. It was Dolly's. To whom else could it belong? No dress but hers had such a flow as that. He plucked up his spirits and followed it into the workshop of the Golden Key. His darkening the door caused her to look around. Oh, that face! If it hadn't been for that, thought Joe, I should never have walked into poor Tom Cobb. She's 20 times handsomer than ever. She might marry a lord. He didn't say this. He only thought it, perhaps looked it also. Dolly was glad to see him, and was so sorry her father and mother were away from home. Joe begged she wouldn't mention it on any account. Dolly hesitated to lead the way into the parlour, for there it was nearly dark. At the same time she hesitated to stand talking in the workshop, which was yet light and open to the street. They had got by some means, too, before the little forge, and Joe, having her hand in his, which he had no right to have, for Dolly only gave it to him to shake, it was so like standing before some homely altar being married, that it was the most embarrassing state of things in the world. "I have come," said Joe, "to say good-bye. To say good-bye for I don't know how many years, perhaps forever. I am going abroad." Now this was exactly what he should not have said. Here he was, talking like a gentleman at large, who was free to come and go and roam about the world at pleasure, when that gallant coachmaker had vowed but the night before that Miss Varden held him bound in adamantine chains, and had positively stated in so many words that she was killing him by inches, and that in a fortnight more or thereabouts he expected to make a decent end and leave the business to his mother. Dolly released her hand and said, "Indeed." She remarked in the same breath that it was a fine night, and in short betrayed no more emotion than the forge itself. "I couldn't go," said Joe, "without coming to see you. I hadn't the heart to."
Dolly was more sorry than she could tell that he should have taken so much trouble. It was such a long way, and he must have such a deal to do. And how was Mr. Willett, that dear old gentleman? "Is this all you say?" cried Joe. All? Good gracious, what did the man expect? She was obliged to take her apron in her hand and run her eyes along the hem from corner to corner to keep herself from laughing in his face, not because his gaze confused her, not at all. Joe had small experience in love affairs, and had no notion how different young ladies are at different times. He had expected to take Dolly up again at the very point where he had left her after that delicious evening ride, and was no more prepared for such an alteration than to see the sun and moon change places. He had buoyed himself up all day with an indistinct idea that she would certainly say, "Don't go," or "Don't leave us," or "Why do you go?" or "Why do you leave us?" or would give him some little encouragement of that sort. He had even entertained the possibility of her bursting into tears, of her throwing herself into his arms, of her falling down in a fainting fit without previous word or sign. But any approach to such a line of conduct as this had been so far from his thoughts that he could only look at her in silent wonder. Dolly, in the meanwhile, turned to the corners of her apron and measured the sides and smoothed out the wrinkles, and was as silent as he. At last, after a long pause, Joe said "Good-bye." "Good-bye," said Dolly, with as pleasant a smile as if he were going to the next street and were coming back to supper. "Good-bye." "Come," said Joe, putting out both hands. "Dolly, dear Dolly, don't let us part like this. I love you dearly with all my heart and soul, with as much truth and earnestness as ever man loved woman in this world, I do believe. I am a poor fellow, as you know, poorer now than ever, for I have fled from home, not being able to bear it any longer, and must fight my own way without help. You are beautiful, admired, are loved by everybody, are well off and happy, and may you ever be so. Heaven forbid I should ever make you otherwise, but give me a word of comfort. Say something kind to me. I've no right to expect it of you, I know, but I ask it because I love you, and shall treasure the slightest word from you all through my life. Dolly, dearest, have you nothing to say to me?" No, nothing. Dolly was a coquette by nature and a spoilt child. She had no notion of being carried by storm in this way. The coachmaker would have been dissolved in tears, and would have knelt down and called himself names, and clasped his hands, and beat his breast, and tugged wildly at his cravat, and done all kinds of poetry. Joe had no business to be going abroad. He had no right to be able to do it. If he was in adamantine chains, he couldn't. "I have said good-bye," said Dolly, "twice. Take your arm away directly, Mr. Joseph, or I'll call Miggs." "I'll not reproach you," answered Joe. "It's my fault, no doubt. I have thought sometimes that you didn't quite despise me, but I was a fool to think so. Every one must, who has seen the life I have led. You most of all. God bless you." He was gone. Actually gone. Dolly waited a little while, thinking he would return, peeped out at the door, looked up the street and down as well as the increasing darkness would allow, came in again, waited a little longer, went upstairs humming a tune, bolted herself in, laid her head down on her bed, and cried as if her heart would break. And yet such natures are made up of so many contradictions that if Joe Willett had come back that night, next day, next week, next month, the odds are 100 to 1 she would have treated him in the very same manner, and have wept for it afterwards with the very same distress. She had no sooner left the workshop, and there cautiously peered out from behind the chimney of the forge a face which had already emerged from the same concealment twice or thrice, unseen, and which, after satisfying himself that it was now alone, was followed by a leg, a shoulder, and so on by degrees, until the form of Mr. Tappertit stood confessed, with a brown paper cup stuck negligently on one side of its head, and its arms very much akimbo.
Have my ears deceived me? Said the 'prentice. Or do I dream? Am I to thank thee, Fortune, or to cuss thee? Which?
He gravely descended from his elevation, took down his piece of looking-glass, planted it against the wall upon the usual bench, twisted his head round, and looked closely at his legs.
If they're a dream, said Sim, let sculptors have such visions and chisel 'em out when they wake. This is reality. Sleep has no such limbs as them. Tremble, will it, and despair. She's mine, she's mine.
With these triumphant expressions, he seized a hammer and dealt a heavy blow at a vice, which in his mind's eye represented the sconce or head of Joseph Willet. That done, he burst into a peal of laughter, which startled Miss Miggs even in her distant kitchen, and dipping his head into a bowl of water, had recourse to a jack-towel inside the closet door, which served the double purpose of smothering his feelings and drying his face. Joe, disconsolate and downhearted, but full of courage too, on leaving the locksmith's house, made the best of his way to the Crooked Billet, and there inquired for his friend the sergeant, who, expecting no man less, received him with open arms. In the course of 5 minutes after his arrival at that house of entertainment, he was enrolled among the gallant defenders of his native land, and within half an hour was regaled with a steaming supper of boiled tripe and onions, prepared, as his friend assured him, more than once, at the express command of his most sacred Majesty the King. To this meal, which tasted very savoury after his long fasting, he did ample justice, and when he had followed it up or down with a variety of loyal and patriotic toasts, he was conducted to a straw mattress in a loft over the stable, and locked in there for the night. The next morning he found that the obliging care of his martial friend had decorated his hat with sundry party-coloured streamers, which made a very lively appearance, and in company with that officer and 3 other military gentlemen newly enrolled, who were under a cloud so dense that it only left 3 shoes, a boot, and a coat and a half visible among them, repaired to the riverside. Here they were joined by a corporal and 4 more heroes, of whom 2 were drunk and daring, and 2 sober and penitent, but each of whom, like Joe, had his dusty stick and bundle. The party embarked in a passage boat bound for Gravesend, whence they were to proceed on foot to Chatham. The wind was in their favour, and they soon left London behind them, a mere dark mist, a giant phantom in the air. Chapter 32. Misfortunes, saith the adage, never come singly. There is little doubt that troubles are exceedingly gregarious in their nature, and flying in flocks are apt to perch capriciously, crowding on the heads of some poor wights until there is not an inch of room left on their unlucky crowns, and taking no more notice of others who offer as good resting-places for the soles at their feet than if they had no existence. It may have happened that a flight of troubles brooding over London, and looking out for Joseph Willet, whom they couldn't find, darted down haphazard on the first young man that caught their fancy, and settled on him instead. However this may be, certain it is that on the very day of Joe's departure they swarmed about the ears of Edward Chester, and did so buzz and flap their wings and persecute him that he was most profoundly wretched. It was evening, and just 8 o'clock, when he and his father, having wine and dessert set before them, were left to themselves for the first time that day. They had dined together, but a third person had been present during the meal, and until they met at table they had not seen each other since the previous night. Edward was reserved and silent. Mr. Chester was more than usually gay, but not caring, as it seemed, to open a conversation with one whose humour was so different, he vented the lightness of his spirit in smiles and sparkling looks, and made no effort to awaken his attention. So they remained for some time, the father lying on a sofa with his accustomed air of graceful negligence, the son seated opposite to him with downcast eyes, busied, it was plain, with painful and uneasy thoughts. "My dear Edward," said Mr. Chester at length, with a most engaging laugh, Do not extend your drowsy influence to the decanter. Suffer that to circulate. Let your spirits be never so stagnant.
Edward begged his pardon, passed it, and relapsed into his former state.
You do wrong not to fill your glass, said Mr. Chester, holding up his own before the light. Wine in moderation, not in excess, for that makes men ugly, has 1,000 pleasant influences. It brightens the eye, improves the voice, imparts a new vivacity to one's thoughts and conversation. You should try it, Ned.
"Ah, father," cried his son,
"If my good fellow," interposed the parent hastily, as he set down his glass and raised his eyebrows with a startled and horrified expression, "for heaven's sake, don't call me by that obsolete and ancient name. Have some regard for delicacy. Am I grey or wrinkled? Do I go on crutches? Have I lost my teeth, that you adopt such a mode of address? Good God, how very coarse!" "I was about to speak to you from my heart, sir," returned Edward, "in the confidence which should subsist between us, and you check me in the outset. Now, do, Ned, do not," said Mr. Chester, raising his delicate hand imploringly, "talk in that monstrous manner. About to speak from your heart. Don't you know that the heart is an ingenious part of our formation, the centre of the blood vessels and all that sort of thing, which has no more to do with what you say or think than your knees have? How can you be so very vulgar and absurd? These anatomical allusions should be left to gentlemen of the medical profession. They are really not agreeable in society. You quite surprise me, Ned." "Well, there are no such things to wound or heal or have regard for. I know your creed, sir, and will say no more," returned his son. "There again," said Mr. Chester, sipping his wine, "you are wrong. I distinctly say there are such things. We know there are. The hearts of animals, of bullocks, sheep, and so forth, are cooked and devoured, as I am told, by the lower classes, with a vast deal of relish. Men are sometimes stabbed to the heart, shot to the heart. But as to speaking from the heart, or to the heart, or being warm-hearted, or cold-hearted, or broken-hearted, or being all heart, or having no heart, pah! These things are nonsense, Ned." "No doubt, sir," returned his son, seeing that he paused for him to speak. "No doubt." "There's Haredale's niece, your late flame," said Mr. Chester, as a careless illustration of his meaning. "No doubt in your mind she was all heart once. Now she has none at all. Yet she is the same person, Ned, exactly." "She is a changed person, sir," cried Edward, reddening, "and changed by vile means, I believe." "You have had a cool dismissal, have you?" said his father. "Poor Ned! I told you last night what would happen. May I ask you for the nutcrackers?" "She has been tampered with, and most treacherously deceived," cried Edward, rising from his seat. "I never will believe that the knowledge of my real position, given her by myself, has worked this change. I know she is beset and tortured. But though our contract is at an end, and broken past all redemption, though I charge upon her want of firmness and want of truth, both to herself and me, I do not now and never will believe that any sordid motive, or her own unbiased will, has led her to this course. Never." "You make me blush," returned his father gaily, "for the folly of your nature, in which, but we never know ourselves. I devoutly hope there is no reflection of my own.
With regard to the young lady herself, she has done what is very natural and proper, my dear fellow, what you yourself proposed, as I learned from Haredale, and what I predicted with no great exercise of sagacity she would do. She supposed you to be rich, or at least quite rich enough, and found you poor. Marriage is a civil contract. People marry to better their worldly condition and improve appearances. It is an affair of house and furniture, of liveries, servants, equipage, and so forth. The lady being poor, and you poor also, there is an end of the matter. You cannot enter upon these considerations and have no manner of business with the ceremony. I drink her health in this glass, and respect and honour her for her extreme good sense. It is a lesson to you. Fill yours, Ned.
It is a lesson, returned his son, by which I hope I may never profit, and if years and experience impress it on—
Don't say on the heart, interposed his father.
On men whom the world and its hypocrisy have spoiled, said Edward warmly. Heaven keep me from its knowledge. Come, sir, returned his father, raising himself a little on the sofa and looking straight towards him. We have had enough of this. Remember, if you please, your interest, your duty, your moral obligations, your filial affections, and all of that sort of thing, which it is so very delightful and charming to reflect upon, or you will repent it. I shall never repent the preservation of my self-respect, sir, said Edward. Forgive me if I say that I will not sacrifice it at your bidding, and that I will not pursue the track which you would have me take, and to which the secret share you have had in this late separation tends. His father rose a little higher still, and looking at him as though curious to know if he were quite resolved and earnest, dropped gently down again, and said in the calmest voice, eating his nuts meanwhile, Edward, my father had a son, who, being a fool like you, and, like you, entertaining low and disobedient sentiments, he disinherited and cursed one morning after breakfast. The circumstance occurs to me with a singular clearness of recollection this evening. I remember eating muffins at the time, with marmalade. He led a miserable life, the son, I mean, and died early. It was a happy release on all accounts. He degraded the family very much. It is a sad circumstance, Edward, when a father finds it necessary to resort to such strong measures. It is, replied Edward, and it is sad when a son, proffering him his love and duty in their best and truest sense, finds himself repelled at every turn and forced to disobey, dear father. He added more earnestly, though in a gentler tone, I have reflected many times on what occurred between us when we first discussed this subject. Let there be a confidence between us, not in terms but truth. Hear what I have to say. As I anticipate what it is, and cannot fail to do so, Edward, returned his father coldly, I decline. I couldn't possibly. I am sure it would put me out of temper, which is a state of mind I can't endure. If you intend to mar my plans for your establishment in life, and the preservation of that gentility and becoming pride which our family have so long sustained, if, in short, you are resolved to take your own course, you must take it, and my curse with it. I am very sorry, but there's really no alternative. The curse may pass your lips, said Edward, but it will be but empty breath. I do not believe that any man on earth has greater power to call one down upon his fellow, least of all upon his own child, than he has to make one drop of rain or flake of snow fall from the clouds above us at his impious bidding. Beware, sir, what you do.
You are so very irreligious, so exceedingly undutiful, so horribly profane, rejoined his father, turning his face lazily towards him and cracking another nut, that I positively must interrupt you here. It is quite impossible we can continue to go on upon such terms as these. If you will do me the favour to ring the bell, the servant will show you to the door. Return to this roof no more, I beg you. Go, sir, since you have no moral sense remaining, and go to the devil at my express desire. Good day. Edward left the room without another word or look, and turned his back upon the house for ever. The father's face was slightly flushed and heated, but his manner was quite unchanged, as he rang the bell again and addressed the servant on his entrance. Peak, if that gentleman who has just gone out— I beg your pardon, sir, Mr. Edward? Were there more than one, dolt, that you ask the question? If that gentleman should send here for his wardrobe, let him have it. Do you hear? If he should call himself at any time, I'm not at home. You'll tell him so, and shut the door. So it soon got whispered about that Mr. Chester was very unfortunate in his son, who had occasioned him great grief and sorrow, and the good people who heard this and told it again marvelled the more at his equanimity and even temper, and said what an amiable nature that man must have, who, having undergone so much, could be so placid and so calm. And when Edward's name was spoken, society shook its head and laid its finger on its lip and sighed and looked very grave, and those who had sons about his age waxed wrathful and indignant, and hoped for virtue's sake that he was dead. And the world went on turning round, as usual, for 5 years, concerning which this narrative is silent. Chapter 33. One wintry evening, early in the year of our Lord 1780, a keen north wind arose as it grew dark, and night came on with black and dismal looks. A bitter storm of sleet, sharp, dense, and icy cold, swept the wet streets and rattled on the trembling windows. Signboards, shaken past endurance in their creaking frames, fell crashing on the pavement. Old tottering chimneys reeled and staggered in the blast, and many a steeple rocked again that night, as though the earth were troubled. It was not a time for those who could by any means get light and warmth to brave the fury of the weather. In coffee-houses of the better sort, guests crowded round the fire, forgot to be political, and told each other with a secret gladness that the blast grew fiercer every minute. Each humble tavern by the waterside had its group of uncouth figures round the hearth, who talked of vessels foundering at sea and all hands lost, related many a dismal tale of shipwreck and drowned men, and hoped that some they knew were safe, and shook their heads in doubt. In private dwellings children clustered near the blaze, listening with timid pleasure to tales of ghosts and goblins, and tall figures clad in white standing by bedsides, and people who had gone to sleep in old churches and, being overlooked, had found themselves alone there at the dead hour of the night, until they shuddered at the thought of the dark rooms upstairs, yet loved to hear the wind moan too, and hoped it would continue bravely. From time to time these happy indoor people stopped to listen, or one held up his finger and cried, "Hark!" And then, above the rumbling in the chimney, and the fast pattering on the glass, was heard a wailing, rushing sound, which shook the walls as though a giant's hand were on them. Then a hoarse roar as if the sea had risen, then such a whirl and tumult that the air seemed mad, and then, with a lengthened howl, the waves of wind swept on, and left a moment's interval of rest. Cheerily, though there were none abroad to see it, shone the maypole light that evening. Blessings on the red, deep, ruby, glowing red old curtain of the window, blending into one rich stream of brightness, fire and candle, meat, drink, and company, and gleaming like a jovial eye upon the bleak waste out of doors. Within, what carpet like its crunching sand? What music merry as its crackling logs? What perfume like its kitchen's dainty breath? What weather genial as its hearty warmth? Blessings on the old house, how sturdily it stood! How did the vexed wind chafe and roar about its stalwart roof? How did it pant and strive with its wide chimneys, which still poured forth from their hospitable throats great clouds of smoke, and puffed defiance in its face? How, above all, did it drive and rattle at the casement, emulous to extinguish that cheerful glow which would not be put down and seemed the brighter for the conflict? The profusion, too, the rich and lavish bounty of that goodly tavern. It was not enough that one fire roared and sparkled at its spacious hearth, in the tiles which paved and compassed it. 500 flickering fires burned brightly also. It was not enough that one red curtain shut the wild night out and shed its cheerful influence on the room. In every saucepan lid, and candlestick, and vessel of copper, brass, or tin that hung upon the walls, were countless ruddy hangings, flashing and gleaming with every motion of the blaze, and offering, let the eye wander where it might, interminable vistas of the same rich colour. The old oak wainscoting, the beams, the chairs, the seats reflected it in a deep, dull glimmer. There were fires and red curtains in the very eyes of the drinkers, in their buttons, in their liquor, in the pipes they smoked. Mr. Willett sat in what had been his accustomed place 5 years before, with his eyes on the eternal boiler, and had sat there since the clock struck 8, giving no other signs of life than breathing with a loud and constant snore, though he was wide awake, and from time to time putting his glass to his lips, or knocking the ashes out of his pipe and filling it anew. It was now 10:30. Mr. Cobb and long Phil Parkes were his companions as of old, and for 2 mortal hours and a half none of the company had pronounced one word. Whether people, by dint of sitting together in the same place and the same relative positions and doing exactly the same things for a great many years, acquire a sixth sense, or some unknown power of influencing each other which serves them in its stead, is a question for philosophy to settle. But certain it is that old John Willett, Mr. Parkes, and Mr. Cobb were one and all firmly of opinion that they were very jolly companions, rather choice spirits than otherwise, that they looked at each other every now and then as if there were a perpetual interchange of ideas going on among them, that no man considered himself or his neighbour by any means silent, and that each of them nodded occasionally when he caught the eye of another, as if he would say, "You have expressed yourself extremely well, sir, in relation to that sentiment, and I quite agree with you." The room was so very warm, the tobacco so very good, and the fire so very soothing, that Mr. Willett by degrees began to doze. But as he had perfectly acquired, by dint of long habit, the art of smoking in his sleep, and as his breathing was pretty much the same, awake or asleep, saving that in the latter case he sometimes experienced a slight difficulty in respiration, such as a carpenter meets with when he is planing and comes to a knot, neither of his companions was aware of the circumstance until he met with one of these impediments and was obliged to try again. "Johnny's dropped off," said Mr. Parkes in a whisper. "Fast as a top," said Mr. Cobb. Neither of them said any more until Mr. Willett came to another knot, one of surpassing obduracy, which bade fair to throw him into convulsions, but which he got over at last without waking by an effort quite superhuman. "He sleeps uncommon hard," said Mr. Cobb. Mr. Parkes, who was possibly a hard sleeper himself, replied with some disdain, "Not a bit on it," and directed his eyes towards a handbill pasted over the chimney-piece, which was decorated at the top with a woodcut representing a youth of tender years running away very fast, with a bundle over his shoulder at the end of a stick, and, to carry out the idea, a finger-post and a milestone beside him. Mr. Cobb likewise turned his eyes in the same direction, and surveyed the placard as if that were the first time he had ever beheld it. Now, this was a document which Mr. Willett had himself indited on the disappearance of his son Joseph, acquainting the nobility and gentry and the public in general with the circumstances of his having left his home, describing his dress and appearance, and offering a reward of £5 to any person or persons who would pack him up and return him safely to the Maypole at Chigwell, or lodge him in any of His Majesty's jails until such time as his father should come and claim him. In this advertisement, Mr. Willett had obstinately persisted, despite the advice and entreaties of his friends, in describing his son as a young boy, and furthermore as being from 18 inches to a couple of feet shorter than he really was. Two circumstances which perhaps accounted, in some degree, for its never having been productive of any other effect than the transmission to Chigwell at various times, and at a vast expense, of some 45 runaways, varying from 6 years old to 12. Mr. Cobb and Mr. Parkes looked mysteriously at this composition, at each other, and at old John. From the time he had pasted it up with his own hands, Mr. Willett had never by word or sign alluded to the subject, or encouraged anyone else to do so. Nobody had the least notion what his thoughts or opinions were connected with it, whether he remembered it or forgot it, whether he had any idea that such an event had ever taken place. Therefore, even while he slept, no one ventured to refer to it in his presence, and for such sufficient reasons, these his chosen friends were silent now. Mr. Willett had got by this time into such a complication of knots that it was perfectly clear he must wake or die. He chose the former alternative, and opened his eyes.
"If he don't come in 5 minutes," said John, "I shall have supper without him."
The antecedent of this pronoun had been mentioned for the last time at 8 o'clock. Messrs. Parkes and Cobb, being used to this style of conversation, replied without difficulty that to be sure Solomon was very late, and they wondered what had happened to detain him.
"He aren't blown away, I suppose," said Parkes. "It's enough to carry a man of his figure off his legs, and easy too. Do you hear it? It blows great guns indeed. There'll be many a crash in the forest tonight, I reckon, and many a broken branch upon the ground tomorrow."
"It won't break anything in the Maypole, I take it, sir," returned old John. "Let it try. I give it leave. What's that?"
"The wind," cried Parkes. "It's howling like a Christian, and has been all night long."
"Did you ever, sir," asked John, after a minute's contemplation, "hear the wind say Maypole?"
"Why, what man ever did?" said Parkes. "Nor ahoy, perhaps?" added John. "No, nor that neither." "Very good, sir," said Mr. Willett, perfectly unmoved. "Then, if that was the wind just now, and you'll wait a little time without speaking, you'll hear it say both words, very plain."
Mr. Willett was right. After listening for a few moments, they could clearly hear, above the roar and tumult out of doors, this shout repeated, and that with a shrillness and energy which denoted that it came from some person in great distress or terror. They looked at each other, turned pale, and held their breath. No man stirred. It was in this emergency that Mr. Willett displayed something of that strength of mind and plenitude of mental resource which rendered him the admiration of all his friends and neighbours. After looking at Messrs. Parkes and Cobb for some time in silence, he clapped his 2 hands to his cheeks and sent forth a roar which made the glasses dance and rafters ring, a long, sustained, discordant bellow that rolled onward with the wind, and startling every echo, made the night 100 times more boisterous. A deep, loud, dismal bray that sounded like a human gong. Then, with every vein in his head and face swollen with the great exertion, and his countenance suffused with a lively purple, he drew a little nearer to the fire, and turning his back upon it, said with dignity, "If that's any comfort to anybody, they're welcome to it. If it ain't, I'm sorry for 'em. If either of you 2 gentlemen likes to go out and see what's the matter, you can. I'm not curious myself." While he spoke, The cry drew nearer and nearer. Footsteps passed the window. The latch of the door was raised. It opened, was violently shut again, and Solomon Daisy, with a lighted lantern in his hand and the rain streaming from his disordered dress, dashed into the room. A more complete picture of terror than the little man presented it would be difficult to imagine. The perspiration stood in beads upon his face, his knees knocked together, his every limb trembled, the power of articulation was quite gone, and there he stood, panting for breath, gazing on them with such livid, ashy looks that they were infected with his fear, though ignorant of its occasion, and, reflecting his dismayed and horror-stricken visage, stared back again without venturing to question him, until old John Willet, in a fit of temporary insanity, made a dive at his cravat, and, seizing him by that portion of his dress, shook him to and fro until his very teeth appeared to rattle in his head. "Tell us what's the matter, sir," said John, "or I'll kill you. Tell us what's the matter, sir, or in another second I'll have your head under the biler. How dare you look like that? Is anybody a following of you? What do you mean? Say something, or I'll be the death of you, I will." Mr. Willet, in his frenzy, was so near keeping his word to the very letter, Solomon Daisy's eyes already beginning to roll in an alarming manner, and certain guttural sounds as of a choking man to issue from his throat, that the two bystanders, recovering in some degree, plucked him off his victim by main force, and placed the little clerk of Chigwell in a chair. Directing a fearful gaze all round the room, he implored them in a faint voice to give him some drink, and above all to lock the house door, and close and bar the shutters of the room without a moment's loss of time. The latter request did not tend to reassure his hearers or to fill them with the most comfortable sensations. They complied with it, however, with the greatest expedition, and having handed him a bumper of brandy and water, nearly boiling hot, waited to hear what he might have to tell them. "Oh, Johnny," said Solomon, shaking him by the hand. "Oh, Parks. Oh, Tommy Cobb. Why did I leave this house tonight, on the 19th of March, of all nights in the year, on the 19th of March? They all drew closer to the fire. Parks, who was nearest to the door, started and looked over his shoulder. Mr. Willet, with great indignation, inquired what the devil he meant by that, and then said, "God forgive me," and glanced over his own shoulder, and came a little nearer. "When I left here tonight," said Solomon Daisy, "I little thought what day of the month it was. I never gone alone into the church after dark on this day for 27 years. I've heard it said that as we keep our birthdays when we are alive, so the ghosts of dead people who are not easy in their graves keep the day they died upon. How the wind roars!" Nobody spoke. All eyes were fastened on Solomon. "I might have known," he said, "what night it was, by the foul weather. There's no such night in the whole year round as this is, always. I never sleep quietly in my bed on the 19th of March. "Go on," said Tom Cobb in a low voice. "Nor I neither." Solomon Daisy raised his glass to his lips, put it down upon the floor with such a trembling hand that the spoon tinkled in it like a little bell, and continued thus. "Have I ever said that we are always brought back to this subject in some strange way when the 19th of this month comes round? Do you suppose it was by accident I forgot to wind up the church clock? I never forgot it any other time, though it's such a clumsy thing that it has to be wound up every day. Why should it escape my memory on this day of all others? I made as much haste down there as I could when I went from here, but I had to go home first for the keys, and the wind and rain being dead against me all the way, it was pretty well as much as I could do at times to keep my legs. I got there at last, opened the church door, and went in. I ain't not met a soul all the way, and you may judge whether it was dull or not. Neither of you would bear me company. If you could have known what was to come, you'd have been in the right.
The wind was so strong that it was as much as I could do to shut the church door by putting my whole weight against it, and even as it was, it burst wide open twice, with such strength that any of you would have sworn, if you'd been leaning against it as I was, that somebody was pushing it on the other side. However, I got the key turned, went into the belfry, and wound up the clock, which was very near run down and would have stood stock still in half an hour. As I took up my lantern again to leave the church, it came upon me all at once. This was the 19th of March. It came upon me with a kind of shock, as if a hand had struck the thought upon my forehead. At the very same moment, I heard a voice outside the tower, rising from among the graves.
Here old John precipitately interrupted the speaker, and begged that if Mr. Parkes, who was seated opposite to him and was staring directly over his head, saw anything, he would have the goodness to mention it. Mr. Parkes apologized and remarked that he was only listening, to which Mr. Willett angrily retorted that his listening with that kind of expression in his face was not agreeable, and that if he couldn't look like other people, he had better put his pocket-handkerchief over his head. Mr. Parkes, with great submission, pledged himself to do so, if again required, and John Willett, turning to Solomon, desired him to proceed. After waiting until a violent gust of wind and rain, which seemed to shake even that sturdy house to its foundation, had passed away, the little man complied.
Never tell me that it was my fancy, or that it was any other sound which I mistook for that I tell you of. I heard the wind whistle through the arches of the church. I heard the steeple strain and creak. I heard the rain as it came driving against the walls. I felt the bells shake. I saw the rope sway to and fro. And I heard that voice.
What did it say?
asked Tom Cobb.
I don't know what. I don't know that it spoke. It gave a kind of cry, as any one of us might do if something dreadful followed us in a dream and came upon us unawares. And then it died off, seeming to pass quite round the church.
I don't see much in that, said John, drawing a long breath, and looking round him like a man who felt relieved.
Perhaps not, returned his friend, but that's not all.
What more do you mean to say, sir, is to come? Asked John, pausing in the act of wiping his face upon his apron. What are you going to tell us of next?
What I saw.
Saw? Echoed all three, bending forward.
When I opened the church door to come out,
said the little man, with an expression of face which bore ample testimony to the sincerity of his conviction.
When I opened the church door to come out, which I did suddenly, for I wanted to get it shut again before another gust of wind came up, there crossed me, so close, that by stretching out my finger I could have touched it, something in the likeness of a man. It was bareheaded to the storm. It turned its face without stopping, and fixed its eyes on mine. It was a ghost, a spirit.
Whose?
They all cried together. In the excess of his emotion, for he fell back trembling in his chair, and waved his hand as if entreating them to question him no further, his answer was lost on all but old John Willett, who happened to be seated close beside him.
Who?
cried Parkes and Tom Cobb, looking eagerly by turns at Solomon Daisy and Mr. Willett.
Who was it?
Gentlemen, said Mr. Willett, after a long pause,
you needn't ask. The likeness of a murdered man. This is the 19th of March.
A profound silence ensued.
If you'll take my advice, said John, we had better, one and all, keep this a secret. Such tales would not be liked at the Warren. Let us keep it to ourselves, for the present time at all events, or we may get into trouble, and Solomon
may lose his place. Whether it was really as he says, or whether it wasn't, is no matter. Right or wrong, nobody would believe him. As to the probabilities, I don't myself think," said Mr. Willet, eyeing the corners of the room in a manner which showed that, like some other philosophers, he was not quite easy in his theory, "that a ghost as had been a man of sense in his lifetime would be able to walk in such weather. I only know that I wouldn't, if I was one." But this heretical doctrine was strongly opposed by the other three, who quoted a great many precedents to show that bad weather was the very time for such appearances, and Mr. Parkes, who had had a ghost in his family by the mother's side, argued the matter with so much ingenuity and force of illustration that John was only saved from having to retract his opinion by the opportune appearance of supper, to which they applied themselves with a dreadful relish. Even Solomon Daisy himself, by dint of the elevating influences of fire, lights, brandy, and good company, so far recovered as to handle his knife and fork in a highly creditable manner, and to display a capacity both of eating and drinking such as banished all fear of his having sustained any lasting injury from his fright. Supper done, they crowded round the fire again, and, as is common on such occasions, propounded all manner of leading questions calculated to surround a story with new horrors and surprises. But Solomon Daisy, notwithstanding these temptations, adhered so steadily to his original account, and repeated it so often, with such slight variations, and with such solemn asseverations of its truth and reality, that his hearers were, with good reason, more astonished than at first. As he took John Willet's view of the matter in regard to the propriety of not bruiting the tale abroad, unless the spirit should appear to him again, in which case it would be necessary to take immediate counsel with the clergyman, it was solemnly resolved that it should be hushed up and kept quiet. And as most men like to have a secret to tell which may exalt their own importance, they arrived at this conclusion with perfect unanimity. As it was by this time growing late, and was long past their usual hour of separating, the cronies parted for the night. Solomon Daisy, with a fresh candle in his lantern, repaired homewards under the escort of Long Phil Parkes and Mr. Cobb, who were rather more nervous than himself. Mr. Willet, after seeing them to the door, returned to collect his thoughts with the assistance of the boiler, and to listen to the storm of wind and rain, which had not yet abated one jot of its fury. Chapter 34. Before old John had looked at the boiler quite 20 minutes, he got his ideas into a focus, and brought them to bear upon Solomon Daisy's story. The more he thought of it, the more impressed he became with a sense of his own wisdom, and a desire that Mr. Haredale should be impressed with it likewise. At length, to the end that he might sustain a principal and important character in the affair, and might have the start of Solomon and his two friends, through whose means he knew the adventure, with a variety of exaggerations, would be known to at least a score of people, and most likely to Mr. Haredale himself, by breakfast-time tomorrow, he determined to repair to the Warren before going to bed. "He's my landlord," thought John, as he took a candle in his hand, and setting it down in a corner out of the wind's way, opened a casement in the rear of the house, looking towards the stables. "We haven't met of late years so often as we used to do. Changes are taking place in the family. It's desirable that I should stand as well with them, in point of dignity, as possible. The whispering about of this here tale will anger him. It's good to have confidences with a gentleman of his nature, and set oneself right besides. Hello there! Hugh! Hugh! Hello!" When he had repeated this shout a dozen times, and startled every pigeon from its slumbers, a door in one of the ruinous old buildings opened, and a rough voice demanded what was amiss now that a man couldn't even have his sleep in quiet. "What? Haven't you sleep enough, growler, that you're not to be knocked up for once?" said John. "No," replied the voice, as the speaker yawned and shook himself. "Not half enough." "I don't know how you can sleep
with the wind a-bellowsing and roaring about you, making the tiles fly like a pack of cards,' said John. 'But no matter for that. Wrap yourself up in something or another and come here, for you must go as far as the Warren with me, and look sharp about it.'
Hugh, with much low growling and muttering, went back into his lair, and presently reappeared, carrying a lantern and a cudgel, and enveloped from head to foot in an old frowsy slouching horsecloth. Mr. Willet received this figure at the back door, and ushered him into the bar, while he wrapped himself in sundry greatcoats and capes, and so tied and knotted his face in shawls and handkerchiefs that how he breathed was a mystery.
"You don't take a man out of doors at near midnight in such weather without putting some heart into him, do you, master?" said Hugh. "Yes, I do, sir," returned Mr. Willet. "I put the heart, as you call it, into him when he has brought me safe home again, and is standing steady on his legs, and of so much consequence. So, hold that light up, if you please, and go on a step or two before, to show the way."
Hugh obeyed with a very indifferent grace, and a longing glance at the bottles. Old John, laying strict injunctions on his cook to keep the doors locked in his absence, and to open to nobody but himself on pain of dismissal, followed him into the blustering darkness out of doors. The way was wet and dismal, and the night so black, that if Mr. Willet had been his own pilot, he would have walked into a deep horse-pond within a few hundred yards of his own house, and would certainly have terminated his career in that ignoble sphere of action. But Hugh, who had a sight as keen as any hawk's, and, apart from that endowment, could have found his way blindfold to any place within a dozen miles, dragged old John along, quite deaf to his remonstrances, and took his own course without the slightest reference to or notice of his master. So they made head against the wind as they best could, Hugh crushing the wet grass beneath his heavy tread, and stalking on after his ordinary savage fashion, John Willet following at arm's length, picking his steps, and looking about him, now for bogs and ditches, and now for such stray ghosts as might be wandering abroad, with looks of as much dismay and uneasiness as his immovable face was capable of expressing. At length they stood upon the broad gravel walk before the Warren house. The building was profoundly dark, and none were moving near it save themselves. From one solitary turret chamber, however, there shone a ray of light, and towards this speck of comfort in the cold, cheerless, silent scene Mr. Willet bade his pilot lead him.
"The old room," said John, looking timidly upward. "Mr. Reuben's own apartment. God be with us. I wonder his brother likes to sit there so late at night, on this night too." "Why, where else should he sit?" asked Hugh, holding the lantern to his breast to keep the candle from the wind while he trimmed it with his fingers. "It's snug enough, ain't it?" "Snug?" said John indignantly. "You have a comfortable idea of snugness, you have, sir. Do you know what was done in that room, you ruffian?" "Why, what is it the worse for that?" cried Hugh, looking into John's fat face. "Does it keep out the rain, and snow, and wind the less for that? Is it less warm or dry because a man was killed there? Never believe it, master. One man's no such matter as that comes to."
Mr. Willet fixed his dull eyes on his follower, and began, by a species of inspiration, to think it just barely possible that he was something of a dangerous character, and that it might be advisable to get rid of him one of these days. He was too prudent to say anything with the journey home before him, and therefore turned to the iron gate before which this brief dialogue had passed, and pulled the handle of the bell that hung beside it. The turret in which the light appeared being at one corner of the building, and only divided from the path by one of the garden walks upon which this gate opened, Mr. Haredale threw up the window directly and demanded who was there.
Begging pardon, sir, said John. I knew you sat up late, and made bold to come round, having a word to say to you. Willet, is it not? Of the Maypole, at your service, sir.
Mr. Haredale closed the window and withdrew. He presently appeared at a door in the bottom of the turret, and coming across the garden walk, unlocked the gate and let them in.
"You're a late visitor, Willet. What is the matter?"
Nothing to speak of, sir, said John. An idle tale I thought you ought to know of. Nothing more.
"Let your man go forward with the lantern, and give me your hand. The stairs are crooked and narrow. Gently with your light, friend. You swing it like a censer."
Hugh, who had already reached the turret, held it more steadily, and ascended first, turning round from time to time to shed his light downward on the steps. Mr. Haredale, following next, eyed his lowering face with no great favour, and Hugh, looking down on him, returned his glances with interest as they climbed the winding stairs. It terminated in a little ante-room adjoining that from which they had seen the light. Mr. Haredale entered first, and led the way through it into the latter chamber, where he seated himself at a writing-table from which he had arisen when they had rung the bell.
"Come in,"
he said, beckoning to old John, who remained bowing at the door.
"Not you, friend,"
he added hastily to Hugh, who entered also. "Willet, why do you bring that fellow here?"
Why, sir?
returned John, elevating his eyebrows and lowering his voice to the tone in which the question had been asked him.
He's a good guard, you see.
"Don't be too sure of that," said Mr. Haredale, looking towards him as he spoke. "I doubt it. He has an evil eye."
"There's no imagination in his eye,"
returned Mr. Willet, glancing over his shoulder at the organ in question.
"Certainly."
"There is no good there, be assured," said Mr. Haredale. "Wait in that little room, friend, and close the door between us."
Hugh shrugged his shoulders, and with a disdainful look, which showed either that he had overheard or that he guessed the purport of their whispering, did as he was told. When he was shut out, Mr. Haredale turned to John and bade him go on with what he had to say, but not to speak too loud, for there were quick ears yonder. Thus cautioned, Mr. Willet, in an oily whisper, recited all that he had heard and said that night, laying particular stress upon his own sagacity, upon his great regard for the family, and upon his solicitude for their peace of mind and happiness. The story moved his auditor much more than he had expected. Mr. Haredale often changed his attitude, rose and paced the room, returned again, desired him to repeat as nearly as he could the very words that Solomon had used, and gave so many other signs of being disturbed and ill at ease that even Mr. Willet was surprised.
"You did quite right,"
he said at the end of a long conversation,
"to bid them keep this story secret. It is a foolish fancy on the part of this weak-brained man, bred in his fears and superstition. But Miss Haredale, though she would know it to be so, would be disturbed by it if it reached her ears. It is too nearly connected with a subject very painful to us all to be heard with indifference. You were most prudent, and have laid me under a great obligation. I thank you very much."
This was equal to John's most sanguine expectations, but he would have preferred Mr. Haredale's looking at him when he spoke, as if he really did thank him, to his walking up and down, speaking by fits and starts, often stopping with his eyes fixed on the ground, moving hurriedly on again like one distracted, and seeming almost unconscious of what he said or did. This, however, was his manner, and it was so embarrassing to John that he sat quite passive for a long time, not knowing what to do. At length he rose. Mr. Haredale stared at him for a moment as though he had quite forgotten his being present, then shook hands with him and opened the door. Hugh, who was, or feigned to be, fast asleep on the antechamber floor, sprang up on their entrance, and throwing his cloak about him, grasped his stick and lantern, and prepared to descend the stairs.
"Stay," said Mr. Haredale. "Will this man drink?"
"Drink? He'd drink the Thames up, if it was strong enough, sir," replied John Willet. "He'll have something when he gets home. He's better without it now, sir."
"Nay, half the distance is done," said Hugh. "What a hard master you are! I should go home the better for one glassful half-way. Come." As John made no reply, Mr. Haredale brought out a glass of liquor and gave it to Hugh, who, as he took it in his hand, threw part of it upon the floor.
"What do you mean by splashing your drink about a gentleman's house, sir?" said John.
"I'm drinking a toast," Hugh rejoined, holding the glass above his head and fixing his eyes on Mr. Haredale's face. "A toast to this house and its master." With that he muttered something to himself, and drank the rest, and setting down the glass, preceded them without another word. John was a good deal scandalized by this observance, but seeing that Mr. Haredale took little heed of what Hugh said or did, and that his thoughts were otherwise employed, he offered no apology, and went in silence down the stairs, across the walk, and through the garden gate. They stopped upon the outer side for Hugh to hold the light, while Mr. Haredale locked it on the inner. And then John saw with wonder, as he often afterwards related, that he was very pale, and that his face had changed so much and grown so haggard since their entrance that he almost seemed another man. They were in the open road again, and John Willet was walking on behind his escort, as he had come, thinking very steadily of what he had just now seen, when Hugh drew him suddenly aside, and almost at the same instant 3 horsemen swept past. The nearest brushed his shoulder even then, who, checking their steeds as suddenly as they could, stood still and waited for their coming up. Chapter 35. When John Willet saw that the horsemen wheeled smartly round, and drew up 3 abreast in the narrow road, waiting for him and his man to join them, it occurred to him with unusual precipitation that they must be highwaymen. And had Hugh been armed with a blunderbuss in place of his stout cudgel, he would certainly have ordered him to fire it off at a venture, and would, while the word of command was obeyed, have consulted his own personal safety in immediate flight. Under the circumstances of disadvantage, however, in which he and his guard were placed, he deemed it prudent to adopt a different style of generalship, and therefore whispered his attendant to address them in the most peaceable and courteous terms. By way of acting up to the spirit and letter of this instruction, Hugh stepped forward, and flourishing his staff before the very eyes of the rider nearest to him, demanded roughly what he and his fellows meant by so nearly galloping over them, and why they scoured the King's highway at that late hour of night. The man whom he addressed was beginning an angry reply in the same strain, when he was checked by the horseman in the centre, who, interposing with an air of authority, inquired in a somewhat loud but not harsh or unpleasant voice, "Pray, is this the London road?" "If you follow it right, it is," replied Hugh roughly. "Nay, brother," said the same person, "you're but a churlish Englishman, if Englishman you be, which I should much doubt but for your tongue. Your companion, I am sure, will answer me more civilly. How say you, friend?"
"I say it is the London road, sir," answered John. "And I wish," he added in a subdued voice as he turned to Hugh, "that you was in any other road, you vagabond. Are you tired of your life, sir, that you go a-trying to provoke 3 great neck-or-nothing chaps that could keep on running over us, backwards and forwards, till we was dead, and then take our bodies up behind 'em and drown us 10 miles off?"
"How far is it to London?" inquired the same speaker.
"Why, from here, sir," answered John persuasively, "it's 13 very easy mile."
The adjective was thrown in as an inducement to the travellers to ride away with all speed, but instead of having the desired effect, it elicited from the same person the remark, 13 miles, that's a long distance, which was followed by a short pause of indecision.
Pray, said the gentleman, are there any inns hereabouts? At the word inns, John plucked up his spirit in a surprising manner. His fears rolled off like smoke. All the landlord stirred within him. There are no inns, rejoined Mr. Willet, with a strong emphasis on the plural number. But there is a inn, one inn, the Maypole Inn. That's a inn indeed. You won't see the like of that inn often. You keep it, perhaps? Said the horseman, smiling. I do, sir, replied John, greatly wondering how he had found this out. And how far is the Maypole from here? About a mile. John was going to add that it was the easiest mile in all the world, when the third rider, who had hitherto kept a little in the rear, suddenly interposed. And have you one excellent bed, landlord? A bed that you can recommend? A bed that you are sure is well aired? A bed that has been slept in by some perfectly respectable and unexceptionable person? We don't take in no tag-rag and bobtail at our house, sir, answered John. And as to the bed itself— Say as to 3 beds, interposed the gentleman who had spoken before, for we shall want 3 if we stay, though my friend only speaks of 1. No, no, my lord, you are too good, you are too kind, but your life is of far too much importance to the nation in these portentous times to be placed upon a level with one so useless and so poor as mine. A great cause, my lord, a mighty cause depends on you. You are its leader and its champion, its advance guard and its van. It is the cause of our altars and our homes, our country and our faith. Let me sleep on a chair, the carpet, anywhere. No one will repine if I take cold or fever. Let John Gruby pass the night beneath the open sky. No one will repine for him. But 40,000 men of this our island in the wave, exclusive of women and children, rivet their eyes and thoughts on Lord George Gordon. And every day, from the rising up of the sun to the going down of the same, pray for his health and vigour, my lord, said the speaker, rising in his stirrups. It is a glorious cause and must not be forgotten. My lord, it is a mighty cause and must not be endangered. My lord, it is a holy cause and must not be deserted. It is a holy cause, exclaimed his lordship, lifting up his hat with great solemnity. Amen. John Gruby, said the long-winded gentleman in a tone of mild reproof. His lordship said Amen. I heard my lord, sir, said the man, sitting like a statue on his horse. And do not you say Amen likewise? To which John Gruby made no reply at all, but sat looking straight before him. You surprise me, Gruby, said the gentleman. At a crisis like the present, when Queen Elizabeth, that maiden monarch, weeps within her tomb, and Bloody Mary, with a brow of gloom and shadow, stalks triumphant. Oh, sir, cried the man gruffly, where's the use of talking of Bloody Mary under such circumstances at the present, when my lord's wet through and tired with hard riding? Let's either go on to London, sir, or put up at once, or that unfortunate Bloody Mary will have more to answer for, and she's done a deal more harm in her grave than she ever did in her lifetime, I believe. By this time Mr. Willet, who had never heard so many words spoken together at one time, or delivered with such volubility and emphasis as by the long-winded gentleman, and whose brain, being wholly unable to sustain or compass them, had quite given itself up for lost, recovered so far as to observe that there was ample accommodation at the Maypole for all the party. Good beds, neat wines, excellent entertainment for man and beast,
private rooms for large and small parties, dinners dressed upon the shortest notice, choice stabling, and a lock-up coach-house, and in short to run over such recommendatory scraps of language as were painted up on various portions of the building, and which in the course of some 40 years he had learned to repeat with tolerable correctness. He was considering whether it was at all possible to insert any novel sentences to the same purpose, when the gentleman who had spoken first, turning to him of the long wind, exclaimed, "What say you, Gashford? Shall we tarry at this house he speaks of, or press forward? You shall decide."
"I would submit, my lord, then," returned the person he appealed to in a sulky tone, "that your health and spirits, so important under Providence to our great cause, our pure and truthful cause," here his lordship pulled off his hat again, though it was raining hard, "require refreshment and repose."
"Go on before, landlord, and show the way," said Lord George Gordon. "We will follow at a foot-pace." "If you'll give me leave, my lord," said John Gruby in a low voice, "I'll change my proper place and ride before you. The looks of the landlord's friend are not over-honest, and it may be as well to be cautious with him."
"John Gruby's quite right," interposed Mr. Gashford, falling back hastily. "My lord, a life so precious as yours must not be put in peril. Go forward, John, by all means. If you have any reason to suspect the fellow, blow his brains out."
John made no answer, but looking straight before him, as his custom seemed to be when the secretary spoke, bade Hugh push on, and followed close behind him. Then came his lordship, with Mr. Willet at his bridle rein, and last of all his lordship's secretary, for that, it seemed, was Gashford's office. Hugh strode briskly on, often looking back at the servant, whose horse was close upon his heels, and glancing with a leer at his bolster case of pistols, by which he seemed to set great store. He was a square-built, strong-made, bull-necked fellow of the true English breed, and as Hugh measured him with his eye, he measured Hugh, regarding him meanwhile with a look of bluff disdain. He was much older than the Maypole man, being to all appearance 45, but was one of those self-possessed, hard-headed, imperturbable fellows who, if they are ever beaten at fisticuffs or other kind of warfare, never know it and go on coolly till they win.
"If I led you wrong now," said Hugh tauntingly, you'd shoot me through the head, I suppose."
John Gruby took no more notice of this remark than if he had been deaf and Hugh dumb, but kept riding on quite comfortably with his eyes fixed on the horizon.
"Did you ever try a fall with a man when you were young, master?" said Hugh. "Can you make any play at single stick?"
John Gruby looked at him sideways with the same contented air, but deigned not a word in answer.
"Like this,"
said Hugh, giving his cudgel one of those skilful flourishes in which the rustic of that time delighted. "Whoop!"
"Or that,"
returned John Gruby, beating down his guard with his whip, and striking him on the head with its butt end.
"Yes, I played a little once. You wear your hair too long. I should have cracked your crown if it had been a little shorter."
It was a pretty smart, loud-sounding rap as it was, and evidently astonished Hugh, who for the moment seemed disposed to drag his new acquaintance from his saddle. But his face betokening neither malice, triumph, rage, nor any lingering idea that he had given him offence, his eyes gazing steadily in the old direction, and his manner being as careless and composed as if he had merely brushed away a fly, Hugh was so puzzled, and so disposed to look upon him as a customer of almost supernatural toughness, that he merely laughed and cried, "Well done!" then, sheering off a little, led the way in silence. Before the lapse of many minutes, the party halted at the Maypole door. Lord George and his secretary, quickly dismounting, gave their horses to their servant, who, under the guidance of Hugh, repaired to the stables. Right glad to escape from the inclemency of the night, they followed Mr. Willet into the common room, and stood warming themselves and drying their clothes before the cheerful fire, while he busied himself with such orders and preparations as his guest's high quality required. As he bustled in and out of the room, intent on these arrangements, he had an opportunity of observing the two travellers, of whom as yet he knew nothing but the voice. The lord, the great personage who did the Maypole so much honour, was about the middle height, of a slender make and sallow complexion, with an aquiline nose, and long hair of a reddish brown, combed perfectly straight and smooth about his ears, and slightly powdered, but without the faintest vestige of a curl. He was attired under his greatcoat in a full suit of black, quite free from any ornament, and of the most precise and sober cut. The gravity of his dress, together with a certain lankness of cheek and stiffness of deportment, added nearly 10 years to his age, but his figure was that of one not yet past 30. As he stood musing in the red glow of the fire, it was striking to observe his very bright large eye, which betrayed a restlessness of thought and purpose, singularly at variance with the studied composure and sobriety of his mien, and with his quaint and sad apparel. It had nothing harsh or cruel in its expression, neither had his face, which was thin and mild, and wore an air of melancholy, but it was suggestive of an indefinable uneasiness, which infected those who looked upon him, and filled them with a kind of pity for the man, though why it did so they would have had some trouble to explain. Gashford, the secretary, was taller, angularly made, high-shouldered, bony, and ungraceful. His dress, in imitation of his superior, was demure and staid in the extreme, his manner formal and constrained. This gentleman had an overhanging brow, great hands and feet and ears, and a pair of eyes that seemed to have made an unnatural retreat into his head, and to have dug themselves a cave to hide in. His manner was smooth and humble, but very sly and slinking. He wore the aspect of a man who was always lying in wait for something that wouldn't come to pass. But he looked patient, very patient, and fawned like a spaniel dog. Even now, while he warmed and rubbed his hands before the blaze, he had the air of one who only presumed to enjoy it in his degree as a commoner, and though he knew his lord was not regarding him, he looked into his face from time to time, and with a meek and deferential manner smiled as if for practice. Such were the guests whom old John Willet, with a fixed and leaden eye, surveyed 100 times, and to whom he now advanced with the state candlestick in each hand, beseeching them to follow him into a worthier chamber. "For my lord," said John, "it is odd enough, but certain people seem to have as great a pleasure in pronouncing titles as their owners have in wearing them. This room, my lord, isn't at all the sort of place for your lordship, and I have to beg your lordship's pardon for keeping you here, my lord, 1 minute." With this address, John ushered them upstairs into the state apartment, which, like many other things of state, was cold and comfortless. Their own footsteps, reverberating through the spacious room, struck upon their hearing with a hollow sound, and its damp and chilly atmosphere was rendered doubly cheerless by contrast with the homely warmth they had deserted. It was of no use, however, to propose a return to the place they had quitted, for the preparations went on so briskly that there was no time to stop them. John, with the tall candlesticks in his hands, bowed them up to the fireplace. Hugh, striding in with a lighted brand and pile of firewood, cast it down upon the hearth and set it in a blaze. John Gruby, who had a great blue cockade in his hat, which he appeared to despise mightily, brought in the portmanteau he had carried on his horse, and placed it on the floor. And presently all three were busily engaged in drawing out the screen, laying the cloth, inspecting the beds, lighting fires in the bedrooms, expediting the supper, and making everything as cosy and as snug as might be on so short a notice. In less than an hour's time, supper had been served, and ate, and cleared away, and Lord George and his secretary, with slippered feet and legs stretched out before the fire, sat over some hot mulled wine together. "So ends, my lord," said Gashford, filling his glass with great complacency, "the blessed work of a most blessed day." "And of a blessed yesterday," said his lordship, raising his head. "Ah!" And here the secretary clasped his hands. "A blessed yesterday, indeed. The Protestants of Suffolk are godly men and true,
though others of our countrymen have lost their way in darkness, even as we, my lord, did lose our road tonight. Theirs is the light and glory.
Did I move them, Gashford? Said Lord George.
Move them, my lord, move them. They cried to be led on against the papists. They vowed a dreadful vengeance on their heads. They roared like men possessed.
But not by devils, said his lord.
By devils, my lord, by angels.
Yes, oh, surely, by angels, no doubt, said Lord George, thrusting his hands into his pockets, taking them out again to bite his nails, and looking uncomfortably at the fire. Of course, by angels, eh, Gashford?
You do not doubt it, my lord, said the secretary.
No, no, returned his lord. No, why should I? I suppose it would be decidedly irreligious to doubt it, wouldn't it, Gashford? Though there certainly were, he added without waiting for an answer, some plaguey, ill-looking characters among them.
When you warmed,
said the secretary, looking sharply at the other's downcast eyes, which brightened slowly as he spoke.
When you warmed into that noble outbreak, when you told them that you were never of the lukewarm or the timid tribe, and bade them take heed that they were prepared to follow one who would lead them on, though to the very death, when you spoke of 120,000 men across the Scottish border who would take their own redress at any time if it were not conceded, when you cried, "Perish the Pope and all his base adherents! The penal laws against them shall never be repealed while Englishmen have hearts and hands," and waved your own and touched your sword, and when they cried, "No Popery!" and you cried, "No, not even if we wade in blood," and they threw up their hats and cried, "Hurrah, not even if we wade in blood, no Popery, Lord George, down with the papists, vengeance on their heads." When this was said and done, and a word from you, my lord, could raise or still the tumult, then I felt what greatness was indeed, and thought, when was there ever power like this of Lord George Gordon's?
It's a great power. You're right. It is a great power, he cried with sparkling eyes. But, dear Gashford, did I really say all that?
And how much more? Cried the secretary, looking upwards. Ah! Oh, how much more?
And I told him what you say about the 140,000 men in Scotland, did I? He asked with evident delight. That was bold.
Our cause is boldness. Truth is always bold.
Certainly. So is religion. She's bold, Gashford.
The true religion is, my lord.
And that's ours, he rejoined, moving uneasily in his seat, and biting his nails as though he would pare them to the quick. There can be no doubt of ours being the true one. You feel as certain of that as I do, Gashford, don't you?
Does my lord ask me?
Whined Gashford, drawing his chair nearer with an injured air, and laying his broad flat hand upon the table.
Me?
He repeated, bending the dark hollows of his eyes upon him with an unwholesome smile.
Who, stricken by the magic of his eloquence in Scotland but a year ago, abjured the errors of the Romish Church and clung to him as one whose timely hand had plucked me from a pit?
True. No, I didn't mean it, replied the other, shaking him by the hand, rising from his seat and pacing restlessly about the room. It's a proud thing to lead the people, Gashford, he added, as he made a sudden halt.
By force of reason, too,
returned the pliant secretary.
Aye, to be sure. They may cough and jeer and groan in Parliament and call me fool and madman, but which of them can raise this human sea and make it swell and roar at pleasure? Not one. Not one, repeated Gashford. Which of them can say for his honesty what I can say for mine? Which of them has refused a minister's bribe of £1,000 a year to resign his seat in favour of another? Not one. Not one, repeated Gashford again, taking the lion's share of the mulled wine between whiles. And, as we are honest, true, and in a sacred cause, Gashford, said Lord George, with a heightened colour and in a louder voice as he laid his fevered hand upon his shoulder, and are the only men who regard the mass of people out of doors, or are regarded by them, we will uphold them to the last, and will raise a cry against these un-English papists, which shall re-echo through the country, and roll with a noise like thunder. I will be worthy of the motto on my coat of arms, called and chosen and faithful. Called, said the secretary, by heaven. I am chosen by the people. Yes, faithful to both, to the block. It would be difficult to convey an adequate idea of the excited manner in which he gave these answers to the secretary's promptings, of the rapidity of his utterance, or the violence of his tone and gesture, in which, struggling through his Puritan's demeanour, was something wild and ungovernable which broke through all restraint. For some minutes he walked rapidly up and down the room, then stopping suddenly, exclaimed, "Gashford, you moved them yesterday too." "Oh, yes, you did." "I shone with a reflected light, my lord," replied the humble secretary, laying his hand upon his heart. "I did my best." "You did well," said his master, "and are a great and worthy instrument. If you will ring for John Gruby to carry the portmanteau into my room, and will wait here while I undress, we will dispose of business as usual, if you're not too tired." "Too tired, my lord? But this is his consideration. Christian from head to foot." With which soliloquy the secretary tilted the jug and looked very hard into the mulled wine to see how much remained. John Willet and John Gruby appeared together, the one bearing the great candlesticks and the other the portmanteau, showed the deluded lord into his chamber, and left the secretary alone to yawn and shake himself, and finally to fall asleep before the fire. "Now, Mr. Gashford, sir," said John Gruby in his ear, after what appeared to him a moment of unconsciousness, "my lord's abed." "Oh, very good, John," was his mild reply. "Thank you, John. Nobody need sit up. I know my room." "I hope you're not a-going to trouble your head tonight, or my lord's head neither, with any more about Bloody Mary," said John. "I wish the blessed old creature had never been born." "I said you might go to bed, John," returned the secretary. "You didn't hear me, I think." "Between Bloody Marys and blue cockades and glorious Queen Besses and no poperies and Protestant associations and making of speeches," pursued John Gruby, looking as usual a long way off and taking no notice of this hint, "my lord's half off his head. When we go out of doors, such a set of ragamuffins comes a-shouting after us, 'Gordon for ever,' that I'm ashamed of myself and don't know where to look. When we're indoors, they come a-roaring and screaming about the house like so many devils, and my lord, instead of ordering them to be drove away, goes out into the balcony and demeans himself by making speeches to 'em and calls 'em men of England and fellow countrymen, as if he was fond of 'em and thanked 'em for coming. I can't make it out, but they're all mixed up somehow or another with that unfortunate Bloody Mary, and call her name out till they're hoarse. They're all Protestants too, every man and boy among 'em, and Protestants are very fond of spoons, I find, and silver plate in general, whenever area gates is left open accidentally. I wish that was the worst of it, and that no more harm might be to come. But if you don't stop these ugly customers in time, Mr. Gashford, and I know you. You're the man that blows the fire. You'll find 'em grow a little bit too strong for you. One of these evenings, when the weather gets warmer and Protestants are thirsty, they'll be pulling London down, and I never heard that Bloody Mary went as far as that."
Gashford had vanished long ago, and these remarks had been bestowed on empty air. Not at all discomposed by the discovery, John Gruby fixed his hat on, wrong side foremost, that he might be unconscious of the shadow of the obnoxious cockade, and withdrew to bed, shaking his head in a very gloomy and prophetic manner until he reached his chamber. Chapter 36. Gashford, with a smiling face, but still with looks of profound deference and humility, betook himself towards his master's room, smoothing his hair down as he went, and humming a psalm tune. As he approached Lord George's door, he cleared his throat and hummed more vigorously. There was a remarkable contrast between this man's occupation at the moment and the expression of his countenance, which was singularly repulsive and malicious. His beetling brow almost obscured his eyes. His lip was curled contemptuously. His very shoulders seemed to sneer in stealthy whisperings with his great flapped ears. "Hush!" he muttered softly as he peeped in at the chamber door. "He seems to be asleep. Pray heaven he is. Too much watching, too much care, too much thought. Ah! Lord preserve him for a martyr. He is a saint, if ever saint drew breath on this bad earth." Placing his light upon a table, he walked on tiptoe to the fire, and sitting in a chair before it with his back towards the bed, went on communing with himself like one who thought aloud. "The saviour of his country and his country's religion, the friend of his poor countrymen, the enemy of the proud and harsh, beloved of the rejected and oppressed, adored by 40,000 bold and loyal English hearts, what happy slumbers his should be!" And here he sighed, and warmed his hands, and shook his head as men do when their hearts are full, and heaved another sigh, and warmed his hands again. "Why, Gashford," said Lord George, who was lying broad awake upon his side, and had been staring at him from his entrance. My lord," said Gashford, starting and looking round as though in great surprise, "I have disturbed you." "I have not been sleeping." "Not sleeping?" he repeated with assumed confusion. "What can I say for having in your presence given utterance to thoughts? But they were sincere, exclaimed the secretary, drawing his sleeve in a hasty way across his eyes. "And why should I regret your having heard them?" "Gashford," said the poor lord, stretching out his hand with manifest emotion, "do not regret it. You love me well, I know, too well. I don't deserve such homage." Gashford made no reply, but grasped the hand and pressed it to his lips. Then rising and taking from the trunk a little desk, he placed it on a table near the fire, unlocked it with a key he carried in his pocket, sat down before it, took out a pen, and, before dipping it in the inkstand, sucked it, to compose the fashion of his mouth, perhaps, on which a smile was hovering yet. "How do our numbers stand since last enrolling night?" inquired Lord George. "Are we really 40,000 strong, or do we still speak in round numbers when we take the association at that amount?" "Our total now exceeds that number by 103, Gashford replied, casting his eyes upon his papers. "The funds?" "Not very improving, but there is some manna in the wilderness, my lord. On Friday night the widow's mites dropped in 40 scavengers, 3 and 4pence.
An aged pew-opener of St. Martin's Parish, 6d. A bell-ringer of the Established Church, 6d. A Protestant infant newly born, 1 halfpenny. The United Link Boys, 3 shillings, 1 bad. The anti-popish prisoners in Newgate, 5 and 4d. A friend in Bedlam, 1/2 crown. Dennis the hangman, 1 shilling.
That Dennis, said his lordship, is an earnest man. I marked him in the crowd in Welbeck Street last Friday.
A good man, rejoined the secretary, a staunch, sincere, and truly zealous man.
He should be encouraged, said Lord George. Make a note of Dennis. I'll talk with him. Gashford obeyed, and went on reading from his list.
The Friends of Reason, 1/2 guinea. The Friends of Liberty, 1/2 guinea. The Friends of Peace, 1/2 guinea. The Friends of Charity, 1/2 guinea. The Friends of Mercy, 1/2 guinea. The Associated Rememberers of Bloody Mary, 1/2 guinea. The United Bulldogs, 1/2 guinea.
The United Bulldogs, said Lord George, biting his nails most horribly, are a new society, are they not?
Formerly the Prentice Knights, my lord. The indentures of the old members expiring by degrees, they changed their name, it seems, though they still have prentices among them, as well as workmen.
What is their president's name? Inquired Lord George.
President, said Gashford, reading, Mr. Simon Tappertit.
I remember him. The little man who sometimes brings an elderly sister to our meetings, and sometimes another female too, who is conscientious, I have no doubt, but not well favoured.
The very same, my lord.
Tappertit is an earnest man, said Lord George thoughtfully. Eh, Gashford?
One of the foremost among them all, my lord. He snuffs the battle from afar like the war-horse. He throws his hat up in the street as if he were inspired, and makes most stirring speeches on the shoulders of his friends.
Make a note of Tappertit, said Lord George Gordon. We may advance him to a place of trust.
That, rejoined the secretary, doing as he was told, is all, except Mrs. Varden's box, 14th time of opening, 7 shillings and 6d in silver and copper, and 1/2 guinea in gold, and Miggs, being the saving of a quarter's wages, 1 3d.
Miggs, said Lord George, is that a man?
The name is entered on the list as a woman, replied the secretary. I think she is the tall, spare female of whom you spoke just now, my lord, as not being well favoured, who sometimes comes to hear the speeches, along with Tappertit and Mrs. Varden.
Mrs. Varden is the elderly lady, then, is she? The secretary nodded, and rubbed the bridge of his nose with the feather of his pen. She is a zealous sister, said Lord George. Her collection goes on prosperously, and is pursued with fervour. Has her husband joined?
A malignant, returned the secretary, folding up his papers. Unworthy such a wife. He remains in outer darkness and steadily refuses.
The consequences be upon his own head, Gashford.
My lord.
You don't think, he turned restlessly in his bed as he spoke, these people will desert me when the hour arrives? I've spoken boldly for them, ventured much, suppressed nothing. They'll not fall off, will they?
No fear of that, my lord, said Gashford with a meaning look, which was rather the involuntary expression of his own thoughts than intended as any confirmation of his words, for the other's face was turned away. Be sure there's no fear of that.
Nor, he said with a more restless motion than before, of their... But they can sustain no harm from leaguing for this purpose. Right is on our side, though might may be against us. You feel as sure of that as I, honestly, you do?
The secretary was beginning with, "You do not doubt,"
when the other interrupted him and impatiently rejoined. "Doubt? No. Who says I doubt? If I doubted, should I cast away relatives, friends, everything for this unhappy country's sake? This unhappy country?" he cried, springing up in bed, after repeating the phrase "unhappy country's sake" to himself at least a dozen times. "Forsaken of God and man, delivered over to a dangerous confederacy of popish powers, the prey of corruption, idolatry, and despotism. Who says I doubt? Am I cold and chosen and faithful? Tell me, am I, or am I not?" "To God, the country, and yourself," cried Gashford. "I am. I will be. I say again, I will be, to the block. Who says as much? Do you? Does any man alive?" The secretary drooped his head with an expression of perfect acquiescence in anything that had been said or might be, and Lord George, gradually sinking down upon his pillow, fell asleep. Although there was something very ludicrous in his vehement manner, taken in conjunction with his meagre aspect and ungraceful presence, it would scarcely have provoked a smile in any man of kindly feeling, or even if it had, he would have felt sorry and almost angry with himself next moment for yielding to the impulse. This lord was sincere in his violence and in his wavering. A nature prone to false enthusiasm and the vanity of being a leader were the worst qualities apparent in his composition. All the rest was weakness, sheer weakness, and it is the unhappy lot of thoroughly weak men that their very sympathies, affections, confidences, all the qualities which in better constituted minds are virtues, dwindle into foibles, or turn into downright vices. Gashford, with many a sly look towards the bed, sat chuckling at his master's folly, until his deep and heavy breathing warned him that he might retire. Locking his desk and replacing it within the trunk, but not before he had taken from a secret lining 2 printed handbills, he cautiously withdrew, looking back as he went at the pale face of the slumbering man, above whose head the dusty plumes that crowned a maypole couch waved drearily and sadly as though it were a bier. Stopping on the staircase to listen that all was quiet, and to take off his shoes lest his footsteps should alarm any light sleeper who might be near at hand, he descended to the ground floor, and thrust one of his bills beneath the great door of the house. That done, he crept softly back to his own chamber, and from the window let another fall, carefully wrapped round a stone to save it from the wind, into the yard below. They were addressed on the back, "To every Protestant into whose hands this shall come," and bore within what follows: "Men and brethren, whoever shall find this letter will take it as a warning to join, without delay, the friends of Lord George Gordon. There are great events at hand, and the times are dangerous and troubled. Read this carefully, keep it clean, and drop it somewhere else. For king and country, Union." "More seed, said Gashford as he closed the window. "When will the harvest come?" Chapter 37. To surround anything, however monstrous or ridiculous, with an air of mystery, is to invest it with a secret charm and power of attraction which to the crowd is irresistible. False priests, false prophets, false doctors, false patriots, false prodigies of every kind, veiling their proceedings in mystery, have always addressed themselves at an immense advantage to the popular credulity, and have been, perhaps, more indebted to that resource in gaining and keeping for a time the upper hand of truth and common sense than to any half-dozen items in the whole catalogue of imposture. Curiosity is, and has been from the creation of the world, a master passion. To awaken it, to gratify it by slight degrees, and yet leave something always in suspense, is to establish the surest hold that can be had in wrong on the unthinking portion of mankind. If a man had stood on London Bridge, calling till he was hoarse upon the passers-by to join with Lord George Gordon, although for an object which no man understood, and which in that very incident had a charm of its own, the probability is that he might have influenced a score of people in a month. If all zealous Protestants had been publicly urged to join an association for the avowed purpose of singing a hymn or two occasionally, and hearing some indifferent speeches made, and ultimately of petitioning Parliament not to pass an act for abolishing the penal laws against Roman Catholic priests, the penalty of perpetual imprisonment denounced against those who educated children in that persuasion, and the disqualification of all members of the Romish Church to inherit real property in the United Kingdom by right of purchase or descent, matters so far removed from the business and bosoms of the mass might perhaps call together 100 people. But when vague rumours got abroad that in this Protestant association a secret power was mustering against the government for undefined and mighty purposes, when the air was filled with whispers of a confederacy among the popish powers to degrade and enslave England, establish an inquisition in London, and turn the pens of Smithfield Market into stakes and cauldrons, when terrors and alarms which no man understood were perpetually broached, both in and out of Parliament, by one enthusiast who did not understand himself, and bygone bugbears which had lain quietly in their graves for centuries were raised again to haunt the ignorant and credulous, when all this was done, as it were, in the dark, and secret invitations to join the great Protestant association in defence of religion, life, and liberty were dropped in the public ways, thrust under the house doors, tossed in at windows, and pressed into the hands of those who trod the streets by night, when they glared from every wall, and shone on every post and pillar, so that stocks and stones appeared infected with the common fear, urging all men to join together blindfold in resistance of they knew not what, they knew not why. Then the mania spread indeed, and the body, still increasing every day, grew 40,000 strong. So said, at least, in this month of March, 1780, Lord George Gordon, the association's president. Whether it was the fact or otherwise, few men knew or cared to ascertain. It had never made any public demonstration, had scarcely ever been heard of, save through him, had never been seen, and was supposed by many to be the mere creature of his disordered brain. He was accustomed to talk largely about numbers of men, stimulated, as it was inferred, by certain successful disturbances arising out of the same subject which had occurred in Scotland in the previous year, was looked upon as a cracked-brained member of the lower house, who attacked all parties and sided with none, and was very little regarded. It was known that there was discontent abroad. There always is. He had been accustomed to address the people by placard, speech, and pamphlet upon other questions. Nothing had come in England of his past exertions, and nothing was apprehended from his present. Just as he has come upon the reader, he had come from time to time upon the public, and been forgotten in a day. As suddenly as he appears in these pages, after a blank of 5 long years, did he and his proceedings begin to force themselves, about this period, upon the notice of thousands of people who had mingled in active life during the whole interval, and who, without being deaf or blind to passing events, had scarcely ever thought of him before. "My lord," said Gashford in his ear, as he drew the curtains of his bed betimes. "My lord." "Yes, who's that? What is it?" "The clock has struck 9, returned the secretary, with meekly folded hands. "You have slept well. I hope you have slept well. If my prayers are heard, you are refreshed indeed." "To say the truth, I have slept so soundly," said Lord George, rubbing his eyes and looking round the room, "that I don't remember quite. What place is this?" "My lord," cried Gashford with a smile. "Oh," returned his superior. "Yes, you're not a Jew, then." "A Jew!" exclaimed the pious secretary, recoiling. "I dreamed that we were Jews, Gashford, you and I, both of us, Jews with long beards." "Heaven forbid, my lord. We might as well be papists." "I suppose we might," returned the other very quickly. "Eh, you really think so, Gashford?" "Surely I do. the secretary cried with looks of great surprise. He muttered. Yes, that seems reasonable. I hope, my lord, the secretary began. Hope? He echoed, interrupting him. Why do you say you hope? There's no harm in thinking of such things. Not in dreams, returned the secretary. In dreams, no, nor waking either. Called and chosen and faithful, said Gashford, taking up Lord George's watch, which lay upon a chair, and seeming to read the inscription on the seal abstractedly. It was the slightest action possible, not obtruded on his notice, and apparently the result of a moment's absence of mind, not worth remark. But as the words were uttered, Lord George, who had been going on impetuously, stopped short, reddened, and was silent. Apparently quite unconscious of this change in his demeanour, the wily secretary stepped a little apart, under pretence of pulling up the window blind, and returning when the other had had time to recover, said, The holy cause goes bravely on, my lord. I was not idle, even last night. I dropped 2 of the handbills before I went to bed, and both are gone this morning. Nobody in the house has mentioned the circumstance of finding them, though I have been downstairs full half an hour. 1 or 2 recruits will be their first fruit, I predict. And who shall say how many more, with heaven's blessing on your inspired exertions? It was a famous device in the beginning, replied Lord George. An excellent device, and did good service in Scotland. It was quite worthy of you. You remind me not to be a sluggard, Gashford. When the vineyard is menaced with destruction, and may be trodden down by papists' feet, let the horses be saddled in half an hour. We must be up and doing. He said this with a heightened colour, and in a tone of such enthusiasm that the secretary deemed all further prompting needless, and withdrew. Dreamed he was a Jew, he said thoughtfully as he closed the bedroom door. He may come to that before he dies. It's like enough. Well, after a time, and provided I lost nothing by it, I don't see why that religion shouldn't suit me as well as any other. There are rich men among the Jews. Shaving is very troublesome. Yes, it would suit me well enough. For the present, though, we must be Christian to the core. Our prophetic motto will suit all creeds in their turn. That's a comfort. Reflecting on this source of consolation, he reached the sitting-room and rang the bell for breakfast. Lord George was quickly dressed, for his plain toilet was easily made, and as he was no less frugal in his repasts than in his Puritan attire, his share of the meal was soon dispatched. The secretary, however, more devoted to the good things of this world, or more intent on sustaining his strength and spirits for the sake of the Protestant cause, ate and drank to the last minute, and required indeed some 3 or 4 reminders from John Gruby before he could resolve to tear himself away from Mr. Willet's plentiful providing. At length he came downstairs, wiping his greasy mouth, and having paid John Willet's bill, climbed into his saddle. Lord George, who had been walking up and down before the house, talking to himself with earnest gestures, mounted his horse, and returning old John Willet's stately bow, as well as the parting salutation of a dozen idlers, whom the rumour of a live lord being about to leave the Maypole had gathered round the porch, they rode away, with stout John Gruby in the rear. If Lord George Gordon had appeared in the eyes of Mr. Willet overnight a nobleman of somewhat quaint and odd exterior, the impression was confirmed this morning, and increased 100-fold. Sitting bolt upright upon his bony steed, with his long straight hair dangling about his face, and fluttering in the wind, his limbs all angular and rigid, his elbows stuck out on either side ungracefully, and his whole frame jogged and shaken at every motion of his horse's feet, a more grotesque or more ungainly figure can hardly be conceived. In lieu of whip, he carried in his hand a great gold-headed cane, as large as any footman carries in these days, and his various modes of holding this unwieldy weapon, now upright before his face like the sabre of a horse-soldier, now over his shoulder like a musket, now between his finger and thumb, but always in some uncouth and awkward fashion, contributed in no small degree to the absurdity of his appearance. Stiff, lank, and solemn, dressed in an unusual manner, and ostentatiously exhibiting, whether by design or accident, all his peculiarities of carriage, gesture, and conduct, all the qualities natural and artificial, in which he differed from other men, he might have moved the sternest looker on to laughter, and fully provoked the smiles and whispered jests which greeted his departure from the Maypole Inn. Quite unconscious, however, of the effect he produced, he trotted on beside his secretary, talking to himself nearly all the way, until they came within a mile or two of London, when now and then some passenger went by who knew him by sight, and pointed him out to someone else, and perhaps stood looking after him, or cried in jest, or earnest, as it might be, "Hurrah, Geordie! No popery!" at which he would gravely pull off his hat and bow. When they reached the town and rode along the streets, these notices became more frequent. Some laughed, some hissed, some turned their heads and smiled, some wondered who he was, some ran along the pavement by his side and cheered. When this happened in a crush of carts and chairs and coaches, he would make a dead stop, and pulling off his hat, cry, "Gentlemen, no popery," to which the gentlemen would respond with lusty voices, and with 3 times 3, and then on he would go again with a score or so of the raggedest, following at his horse's heels, and shouting till their throats were parched. The old ladies, too. There were a great many old ladies in the streets, and these all knew him. Some of them, not those of the highest rank, but such as sold fruit from baskets and carried burdens, clapped their shrivelled hands and raised a wheezen, piping, shrill, "Hurrah, my lord!" Others waved their hands or handkerchiefs, or shook their fans or parasols, or threw up windows and called in haste to those within to come and see. All these marks of popular esteem he received with profound gravity and respect, bowing very low, and so frequently that his hat was more off his head than on, and looking up at the houses as he passed along with the air of one who was making a public entry, and yet was not puffed up or proud. So they rode, to the deep and unspeakable disgust of John Gruby, the whole length of Whitechapel, Leadenhall Street, and Cheapside, and into St. Paul's Churchyard. Arriving close to the cathedral, he halted, spoke to Gashford, and looking upward at its lofty dome, shook his head as though he said, "The church in danger." Then, to be sure, the bystanders stretched their throats indeed, and he went on again with mighty acclamations from the mob, and lower bows than ever. So along the Strand, up Swallow Street, into the Oxford Road, and thence to his house in Welbeck Street, near Cavendish Square, whither he was attended by a few dozen idlers, of whom he took leave on the steps with this brief parting: "Gentlemen, no popery. Good day. God bless you." This being rather a shorter address than they expected, was received with some displeasure, and cries of "a speech, a speech," which might have been complied with, but that John Gruby, making a mad charge upon them with all 3 horses on his way to the stables, caused them to disperse into the adjoining fields, where they presently fell to pitch and toss, chuck-farthing, odd or even, dog-fighting, and other Protestant recreations. In the afternoon Lord George came forth again, dressed in a black velvet coat, and trousers and waistcoat of the Gordon plaid, all of the same Quaker cut. And in this costume, which made him look a dozen times more strange and singular than before, went down on foot to Westminster. Gashford meanwhile bestirred himself in business matters, with which he was still engaged, when shortly after dusk John Gruby entered and announced a visitor. "Let him come in," said Gashford. "Here, come in," growled John to somebody without. "You're a Protestant, aren't you?" "I should think so," replied a deep gruff voice. "You've the looks of it," said John Gruby. "I'd have known you for one anywhere." With which remark he gave the visitor admission, retired, and shut the door. The man who now confronted Gashford was a squat, thick-set personage, with a low, retreating forehead, a coarse shock head of hair, and eyes so small and near together that his broken nose alone seemed to prevent their meeting and fusing into one of the usual size. A dingy handkerchief twisted like a cord about his neck left its great veins exposed to view, and they were swollen and starting as though with gulping down strong passions, malice and ill will. His dress was of threadbare velveteen, a faded, rusty, whitened black, like the ashes of a pipe or a coal fire after a day's extinction, discoloured with the soils of many a stale debauch, and reeking yet with pothouse odours. In lieu of buckles at his knees, he wore unequal loops of pack-thread, and in his grimy hands he held a knotted stick, the knob of which was carved into a rough likeness of his own vile face. Such was the visitor who doffed his three-cornered hat in Gashford's presence, and waited, leering, for his notice. "Ah, Dennis," cried the secretary. "Sit down."
"I see my lord down yonder,"
cried the man, with a jerk of his thumb towards the quarter that he spoke of.
"And he says to me, says my lord, 'If you've nothing to do, Dennis, go up to my house and talk with Master Gashford.' Of course I'd nothing to do, you know. These aren't my working hours. I was a-taking the air when I see my lord. That's what I was doing. I takes the air by night, as the owls does, Master Gashford."
"And sometimes in the daytime, eh?" said the secretary. "When you go out in state, you know." roared the fellow, smiting his leg.
"For a gentleman as'll say a pleasant thing in a pleasant way, give me Master Gashford agin all London and Westminster. My lord ain't a bad un at that, but he's a fool to you. Ah, to be sure, when I go out in state."
"And have your carriage," said the secretary, "and your chaplain, eh? And all the rest of it?"
"You'll be the death of me," cried Dennis with another roar. "You will. But what's in the wind now, Master Gashford?" he asked hoarsely. "Eh? Are we to be under orders to pull down one of them Popish chapels, or what?"
"Hush!" said the secretary, suffering the faintest smile to play upon his face. "Hush! God bless me, Dennis! We associate, you know, for strictly peaceable and lawful purposes."
"I know, bless you,"
returned the man, thrusting his tongue into his cheek.
"I entered a purpose, didn't I?"
"No doubt," said Gashford, smiling as before. And when he said so, Dennis roared again, and smote his leg still harder, and falling into fits of laughter, wiped his eyes with the corner of his neckerchief, and cried,
"Master Gashford, agin all England hollow."
"Lord George and I were talking of you last night," said Gashford after a pause. "He says you're a very earnest fellow."
"So I am,"
returned the hangman. "And that you truly hate the Papists."
"So I do."
And he confirmed it with a good round oath.
"Look'ee here, Master Gashford,"
said the fellow, laying his hat and stick upon the floor, and slowly beating the palm of one hand with the fingers of the other.
"Observe. I'm a constitutional officer that works for my living and does my work creditable. Do I, or do I not?"
"Unquestionably."
"Very good. Stop a minute. My work is sound, Protestant, constitutional English work. Is it, or is it not?"
"No man alive can doubt it."
"Nor dead neither. Parliament says this here, says Parliament, if any man, woman, or child does anything which goes again a certain number of our acts, how many hanging laws may there be at this present time, Master Gashford?" 50? I don't exactly know how many, replied Gashford, leaning back in his chair and yawning. Oh, a great number, though. Well, say 50. Parliament says, if any man, woman, or child does anything again any one of them 50 acts, that man, woman, or child shall be worked off by Dennis. George the Third steps in when they number very strong at the end of a session and says, these are too many for Dennis. I'll have half for myself, and Dennis shall have half for himself. And sometimes he throws me in one over that I don't expect, as he did 3 years ago when I got Mary Jones, a young woman of 19 who come up to Tyburn with an infant at her breast and was worked off for taking a piece of cloth off the counter of her shop in Ladgate Hill and putting it down again when the shopman see her, and who had never done any harm before. They only try to do that in consequence of her husband having been pressed 3 weeks previous, and she being left to beg with 2 young children, as was proved upon the trial. Well, that being the law and the practice of England is the glory of England, ain't it, Master Gashford? Certainly, said the secretary. And in times to come, pursued the hangman, if our grandsons should think of their grandfathers' times and find these things altered, they'll say, those were days indeed, and we've been going downhill ever since. Won't they, Master Gashford? I have no doubt they will, said the secretary. Well then, look here, said the hangman. If these papists gets into power and begins to boil and roast instead of hang, what becomes of my work? If they touch my work that's a part of so many laws, what becomes of the laws in general? What becomes of the religion? What becomes of the country? Did you ever go to church, Master Gashford? Ever? Repeated the secretary with some indignation. Of course. Well, said the ruffian, I've been once, twice, counting the time I was christened, and when I heard the Parliament prayed for, and thought how many new hanging laws they made every sessions, I considered that I was prayed for. Now mind, Master Gashford, said the fellow, taking up his stick and shaking it with a ferocious air, I mustn't have my Protestant work touched, nor this here Protestant state of things altered in no degree, if I can help it. I mustn't have no papists interfering with me unless they come to be worked off in course of law. I mustn't have no biling, no roasting, no frying, nothing but hanging. My lord may well call me an earnest fellow in support of the great Protestant principle of having plenty of that I'll, and here he beat his club upon the ground, burn, fight, kill, do anything you bid me, so that it's bold and devilish, though the end of it was that I got hung myself. There, Master Gashford. He appropriately followed up this frequent prostitution of a noble word to the vilest purposes by pouring out in a kind of ecstasy at least a score of most tremendous oaths, then wiped his heated face upon his neckerchief and cried, No popery! I'm a religious man, by God! Gashford had leant back in his chair, regarding him with eyes so sunken and so shadowed by his heavy brows that for aught the hangman saw of them he might have been stone blind. He remained smiling in silence for a short time longer, and then said, slowly and distinctly, You are indeed an earnest fellow, Dennis, a most valuable fellow, the staunchest man I know of in our ranks. But you must calm yourself. You must be peaceful, lawful, mild as any lamb. I am sure you will be, though. Aye, aye, we shall see, Master Gashford, we shall see. You won't have to complain of me.
returned the other, shaking his head. I'm sure I shall not, said the secretary in the same mild tone and with the same emphasis. We shall have, we think, about next month or May, when this Papist Relief Bill comes before the House, to convene our whole body for the first time. My lord has thoughts of our walking in procession through the streets, just as an innocent display of strength, and accompanying our petition down to the door of the House of Commons. The sooner the better, said Dennis with another oath. We shall have to draw up in divisions, our numbers being so large, and I believe I may venture to say, resumed Gashford, affecting not to hear the interruption, though I have no direct instructions to that effect, that Lord George has thought of you as an excellent leader for one of these parties. I no doubt you would be an admirable one. Try me, said the fellow with an ugly wink. You would be cool, I know, pursued the secretary, still smiling and still managing his eyes so that he could watch him closely and really not be seen in turn. Obedient to orders and perfectly temperate. You would lead your party into no danger, I am certain. I'd lead them, Master Gashford. The hangman was beginning in a reckless way when Gashford started forward, laid his finger on his lips, and feigned to write, just as the door was opened by John Gruby. Oh, said John, looking in. Here's another Protestant. Some other room, John, cried Gashford in his blandest voice. I am engaged just now. But John had brought this new visitor to the door, and he walked in unbidden as the words were uttered, giving to view the form and features, rough attire, and reckless air of Hugh. Chapter 38. The secretary put his hand before his eyes to shade them from the glare of the lamp, and for some moments looked at Hugh with a frowning brow, as if he remembered to have seen him lately, but could not call to mind where or on what occasion. His uncertainty was very brief, for before Hugh had spoken a word, he said, as his countenance cleared up, I recollect. It's quite right, John. You needn't wait. Don't go, Dennis. Your servant, master, said Hugh, as Gruby disappeared. Yours, friend, returned the secretary in his smoothest manner. What brings you here? We left nothing behind us, I hope? Hugh gave a short laugh, and thrusting his hand into his breast, produced one of the handbills, soiled and dirty from lying out of doors all night, which he laid upon the secretary's desk after flattening it upon his knee and smoothing out the wrinkles with his heavy palm. Nothing but that, master. He fell into good hands, you see. What is this? Said Gashford, turning it over with an air of perfectly natural surprise. Where did you get it from, my good fellow? What does it mean? I don't understand this at all. A little disconcerted by this reception, Hugh looked from the secretary to Dennis, who had risen and was standing at the table too, observing the stranger by stealth, and seeming to derive the utmost satisfaction from his manners and appearance. Considering himself silently appealed to by this action, Mr. Dennis shook his head thrice, as if to say of Gashford, No, he don't know anything at all about it. I know he don't. I'll take my oath he don't. And hiding his profile from Hugh with one long end of his frowsy neckerchief, nodded and chuckled behind this screen in extreme approval of the secretary's proceedings. It tells the man that finds it to come here, don't it? Asked Hugh. I'm no scholar myself, but I showed it to a friend and he said it did. It certainly does, said Gashford, opening his eyes to their utmost width. Really, this is the most remarkable circumstance I have ever known. How did you come by this piece of paper, my good friend? Master Gashford, wheezed the hangman under his breath.
agin all Newgate."
Whether Hugh heard him, or saw by his manner that he was being played upon, or perceived the secretary's drift of himself, he came in his blunt way to the point at once. "Here," he said, stretching out his hand and taking it back. "Never mind the bill, or what it says, or what it don't say. You don't know anything about it, master. No more do I. No more does he," glancing at Dennis. "None of us know what it means or where it comes from. There's an end of that. Now, I want to make one against the Catholics. I'm a no-popery man, and ready to be sworn in. That's what I come here for."
"Put him down on the roll, Muster Gashford," said Dennis approvingly. "That's the way to go to work. Right to the end at once, and no palaver."
"What's the use of shooting wide of the mark, old boy?" cried Hugh.
"My sentiments all over," rejoined the hangman. "This is the sort of chap for my division, Muster Gashford. Down with him, sir. Put him on the roll. I'd stand godfather to him if he was to be christened in a bonfire made of the ruins of the Bank of England."
With these and other expressions of confidence of the like flattering kind, Mr. Dennis gave him a hearty slap on the back, which Hugh was not slow to return.
"No popery, brother," cried the hangman.
"No popery, brother," responded Hugh. "Popery, popery," said the secretary, with his usual mildness.
"It's all the same," cried Dennis. "It's all right. Down with him, Muster Gashford. Down with everybody. Down with everything. Hurrah for the Protestant religion. That's the time of day, Muster Gashford."
The secretary regarded them both with a very favourable expression of countenance, while they gave loose to these and other demonstrations of their patriotic purpose, and was about to make some remark aloud, when Dennis, stepping up to him and shading his mouth with his hand, said in a hoarse whisper, as he nudged him with his elbow,
"Don't split upon a constitutional officer's profession, Muster Gashford. There are popular prejudices, you know, and he mightn't like it. Wait till he comes to be more intimate with me. He's a fine-built chap, ain't he?"
"A powerful fellow, indeed."
"Did you ever, Muster Gashford,"
whispered Dennis, with a horrible kind of admiration, such as that with which a cannibal might regard his intimate friend when hungry,
"did you ever,"
and here he drew still closer to his ear and fenced his mouth with both his open hands,
"see such a throat as his? Do but cast your eye upon it. There's a neck for stretching, Muster Gashford."
The secretary assented to this proposition with the best grace he could assume. It is difficult to feign a true professional relish, which is eccentric sometimes, and after asking the candidate a few unimportant questions, proceeded to enrol him a member of the Great Protestant Association of England. If anything could have exceeded Mr. Dennis's joy on the happy conclusion of this ceremony, it would have been the rapture with which he received the announcement that the new member could neither read nor write. These two arts being, as Mr. Dennis swore, the greatest possible curse a civilized community could know, and militating more against the professional emoluments and usefulness of the great constitutional office he had the honour to hold, than any adverse circumstances that could present themselves to his imagination. The enrolment being completed, and Hugh having been informed by Gashford, in his peculiar manner, of the peaceful and strictly lawful objects contemplated by the body to which he now belonged, during which recital Mr. Dennis nudged him very much with his elbow and made divers remarkable faces, the secretary gave them both to understand that he desired to be alone. Therefore they took their leaves without delay, and came out of the house together.
"Are you walking, brother?" said Dennis.
"Aye," returned Hugh, "where you will."
"That's social,"
said his new friend.
"Which way shall we take?" Shall we go and have a look at doors that we shall make a pretty good clattering at before long, eh, brother?"
Hugh answering in the affirmative, they went slowly down to Westminster, where both Houses of Parliament were then sitting. Mingling in the crowd of carriages, horses, servants, chairmen, link boys, porters, and idlers of all kinds, they lounged about, while Hugh's new friend pointed out to him significantly the weak parts of the building, how easy it was to get into the lobby, and so to the very door of the House of Commons, and how plainly, when they marched down there in grand array, their roars and shouts would be heard by the members inside, with a great deal more to the same purpose, all of which Hugh received with manifest delight. He told him, too, who some of the Lords and Commons were, by name, as they came in and out, whether they were friendly to the Papists or otherwise, and bade him take notice of their liveries and equipages, that he might be sure of them in case of need. Sometimes he drew him close to the windows of a passing carriage, that he might see its master's face by the light of the lamps, and, both in respect of people and localities, he showed so much acquaintance with everything around, that it was plain he had often studied there before, as indeed, when they grew a little more confidential, he confessed he had. Perhaps the most striking part of all this was the number of people, never in groups of more than 2 or 3 together, who seemed to be skulking about the crowd for the same purpose. To the greater part of these, a slight nod or a look from Hugh's companion was sufficient greeting, but now and then some man would come and stand beside him in the throng, and, without turning his head or appearing to communicate with him, would say a word or two in a low voice, which he would answer in the same cautious manner. Then they would part, like strangers. Some of these men often reappeared again unexpectedly in the crowd close to Hugh, and, as they passed by, pressed his hand, or looked him sternly in the face, but they never spoke to him, nor he to them. No, not a word. It was remarkable, too, that whenever they happened to stand where there was any press of people, and Hugh chanced to be looking downward, he was sure to see an arm stretched out, under his own perhaps, or perhaps across him, which thrust some paper into the hand or pocket of a bystander, and was so suddenly withdrawn that it was impossible to tell from whom it came, nor could he see in any face, on glancing quickly round, the least confusion or surprise. They often trod upon a paper like the one he carried in his breast, but his companion whispered him not to touch it or to take it up, not even to look towards it, so there they let them lie, and passed on. When they had paraded the street, and all the avenues of the building in this manner for near 2 hours, they turned away, and his friend asked him what he thought of what he had seen, and whether he was prepared for a good hot piece of work if it should come to that.
"The hotter the better," said Hugh. "I'm prepared for anything." "So am I," said his friend, "and so are many of us."
And they shook hands upon it with a great oath, and with many terrible imprecations on the Papists. As they were thirsty by this time, Dennis proposed that they should repair together to the Boot, where there was good company and strong liquor. Hugh yielding a ready assent, they bent their steps that way with no loss of time. This Boot was a lone house of public entertainment, situated in the fields at the back of the Foundling Hospital, a very solitary spot at that period, and quite deserted after dark. The tavern stood at some distance from any high road, and was approachable only by a dark and narrow lane, so that Hugh was much surprised to find several people drinking there, and great merriment going on. He was still more surprised to find among them almost every face that had caught his attention in the crowd, but his companion having whispered him outside the door that it was not considered good manners at the Boot to appear at all curious about the company, he kept his own counsel, and made no show of recognition. Before putting his lips to the liquor which was brought for them, Dennis drank in a loud voice to the health of Lord George Gordon, President of the Great Protestant Association, which toast Hugh pledged likewise with corresponding enthusiasm. A fiddler who was present, and who appeared to act as the appointed minstrel of the company, forthwith struck up a Scotch reel, and that in tones so invigorating that Hugh and his friend, who had both been drinking before, rose from their seats as by previous concert, and, to the great admiration of the assembled guests, performed an extemporaneous no-popery dance. Chapter 39. The applause which the performance of Hugh and his new friend elicited from the company at the Boot had not yet subsided, and the two dancers were still panting from their exertions, which had been of a rather extreme and violent character, when the party was reinforced by the arrival of some more guests, who, being a detachment of united bulldogs, were received with very flattering marks of distinction and respect. The leader of this small party, for, including himself, they were but 3 in number, was our old acquaintance Mr. Tappertit, who seemed, physically speaking, to have grown smaller with years, particularly as to his legs, which were stupendously little, but who, in a moral point of view, in personal dignity and self-esteem, had swelled into a giant. Nor was it by any means difficult for the most unobservant person to detect this state of feeling in the quondam prentice, for it not only proclaimed itself impressively and beyond mistake in his majestic walk and kindling eye, but found a striking means of revelation in his turned-up nose, which scouted all things of earth with deep disdain and sought communion with its kindred skies. Mr. Tappertit, as chief or captain of the bulldogs, was attended by his 2 lieutenants, one the tall comrade of his younger life, the other a prentice knight in days of yore, Mark Gilbert, bound in the olden time to Thomas Curzon of the Golden Fleece. These gentlemen, like himself, were now emancipated from their prentice thraldom and served as journeymen. But they were, in humble emulation of his great example, bold and daring spirits, and aspired to a distinguished state in great political events. Hence their connection with the Protestant Association of England, sanctioned by the name of Lord George Gordon, and hence their present visit to the Boot.
"Gentlemen," said Mr. Tappertit, taking off his hat as a great general might in addressing his troops, "well met. My lord does me and you the honour to send his compliments per self."
"You've seen my lord too, have you?" said Dennis. "I see him this afternoon."
"My duty called me to the lobby when our shop shut up, and I saw him there, sir," Mr. Tappertit replied, as he and his lieutenants took their seats. "How do you do?"
"Lively, master, lively," said the fellow. "Here's a new brother, regularly put down in black and white by Muster Gashford, a credit to the cause, one of the stick-at-nothing sort, one out of my own heart. Do you see him? Has he got the looks of a man that'll do you think?" he cried, as he slapped Hugh on the back.
"Looks or no looks," said Hugh, with a drunken flourish of his arm, "I'm the man you want. I hate the Papists, every one of them. They hate me, and I hate them. They do me all the harm they can, and I'll do them all the harm I can. Hurrah!"
"Was there ever," said Dennis, looking round the room when the echo of his boisterous voice had died away, "was there ever such a game, boy? Why, I mean to say, brothers, that if Muster Gashford had gone 100 mile and got together 50 men of the common run, they wouldn't have been worth this one." The greater part of the company implicitly subscribed to this opinion, and testified their faith in Hugh by nods and looks of great significance. Mr. Tappertit sat and contemplated him for a long time in silence, as if he suspended his judgment, then drew a little nearer to him and eyed him over more carefully, then went close up to him and took him apart into a dark corner.
"I say," he began, with a thoughtful brow, "haven't I seen you before?"
"It's like you may," said Hugh in his careless way. "I don't know. Shouldn't wonder."
"No, but it's very easily settled," returned Sim. "Look at me. Did you ever see me before? You wouldn't be likely to forget it, you know, if you ever did. Look at me. Don't be afraid. I won't do you any harm. Take a good look. Steady now."
The encouraging way in which Mr. Tappertit made this request, and coupled it with an assurance that he needn't be frightened, amused Hugh mightily, so much indeed that he saw nothing at all of the small man before him through closing his eyes in a fit of hearty laughter, which shook his great broad sides until they ached again.
"Come,"
said Mr. Tappertit, growing a little impatient under this disrespectful treatment.
"Do you know me, fella?"
"Not I," cried Hugh.
"Not I. But I should like to. And yet I'd have wagered a 7-shilling piece," said Mr. Tappertit,
folding his arms and confronting him with his legs wide apart and firmly planted on the ground,
"that you once were ostler at the Maypole."
Hugh opened his eyes on hearing this, and looked at him in great surprise.
"And so you were too,"
said Mr. Tappertit, pushing him away with a condescending playfulness.
"When did my eyes ever deceive, unless it was a young woman? Don't you know me now?"
"Why, it an't,"
Hugh faltered. "An't it?" said Mr. Tappertit. "Are you sure of that? You remember G. Varden, don't you?"
Certainly Hugh did, and he remembered D. Varden too, but that he didn't tell him.
"You remember coming down there, before I was out of my time, to ask after a vagabond that had bolted off, and left his disconsolate father a prey to the bitterest emotions, and all the rest of it, don't you?" said Mr. Tappertit.
"Of course I do," cried Hugh, "and I saw you there."
"Saw me there?" said Mr. Tappertit. "Yes, I should think you did see me there. The place would be trouble to go on without me. Don't you remember my thinking you liked the vagabond, and on that account going to quarrel with you, and then finding you detested him worse than poison, getting to drink with you? Don't you remember that?"
"To be sure," cried Hugh.
"Well, and are you in the same mind now?" said Mr. Tappertit.
"Yes," roared Hugh.
"You speak like a man," said Mr. Tappertit, "and I'll shake hands with you."
With these conciliatory expressions he suited the action to the word, and Hugh meeting his advances readily, they performed the ceremony with a show of great heartiness.
"I find," said Mr. Tappertit, looking round on the assembled guests, "that brother what's his name and I are old acquaintance. You never heard anything more of that rascal, I suppose, eh?"
"Not a syllable," replied Hugh.
"I never want to. I don't believe I ever shall. He's dead long ago, I hope." "It's to be hoped, for the sake of mankind in general, and the happiness of society, that he is,"
said Mr. Tappertit, rubbing his palm upon his legs, and looking at it between whiles.
"Is your other hand at all cleaner? Much the same. Well, I'll owe you another shake. I suppose it done, if you've no objection."
Hugh laughed again, and with such thorough abandonment to his mad humour that his limbs seemed dislocated and his whole frame in danger of tumbling to pieces. But Mr. Tappertit, so far from receiving this extreme merriment with any irritation, was pleased to regard it with the utmost favour, and even to join in it, so far as one of his gravity and station could, with any regard to that decency and decorum which men in high places are expected to maintain. Mr. Tappertit did not stop here, as many public characters might have done, but calling up his brace of lieutenants, introduced Hugh to them with high commendation, declaring him to be a man who, at such times as those in which they lived, could not be too much cherished. Further, he did him the honour to remark that he would be an acquisition of which even the United Bulldogs might be proud. And finding upon sounding him that he was quite ready and willing to enter the society, for he was not at all particular, and would have leagued himself that night with anything or anybody for any purpose whatsoever, caused the necessary preliminaries to be gone into upon the spot. This tribute to his great merit delighted no man more than Mr. Dennis, as he himself proclaimed with several rare and surprising oaths, and indeed it gave unmingled satisfaction to the whole assembly.
"Make anything you like of me," cried Hugh, flourishing the can he had emptied more than once. "Put me on any duty you please. I'm your man. I'll do it. Here's my captain. Here's my leader. Let him give me the word of command, and I'll fight the whole Parliament House single-handed, or set a lighted torch to the King's throne itself."
With that he smote Mr. Tappertit on the back with such violence that his little body seemed to shrink into a mere nothing, and roared again until the very foundlings near at hand were startled in their beds. In fact, a sense of something whimsical in their companionship seemed to have taken entire possession of his rude brain. The bare fact of being patronized by a great man whom he could have crushed with one hand appeared in his eyes so eccentric and humorous that a kind of ferocious merriment gained the mastery over him and quite subdued his brutal nature. He roared and roared again, toasted Mr. Tappertit 100 times, declared himself a bulldog to the core, and vowed to be faithful to him to the last drop of blood in his veins. All these compliments Mr. Tappertit received as matters of course, flattering enough in their way, but entirely attributable to his vast superiority. His dignified self-possession only delighted Hugh the more, and in a word, this giant and dwarf struck up a friendship which bade fair to be of long continuance, as the one held it to be his right to command, and the other considered it an exquisite pleasantry to obey. Nor was Hugh by any means a passive follower, who scrupled to act without precise and definite orders. For when Mr. Tappertit mounted on an empty cask, which stood by way of rostrum in the room, and volunteered a speech upon the alarming crisis then at hand, he placed himself beside the orator, and though he grinned from ear to ear at every word he said, threw out such expressive hints to scoffers in the management of his cudgel, that those who were at first the most disposed to interrupt became remarkably attentive, and were the loudest in their approbation. It was not all noise and jest, however, at the boot, nor were the whole party listeners to the speech. There were some men at the other end of the room, which was a long, low-roofed chamber, in earnest conversation all the time, and when any of this group went out, fresh people were sure to come in soon afterwards and sit down in their places, as though the others had relieved them on some watch or duty, which it was pretty clear they did, for these changes took place by the clock, at intervals of half an hour. These persons whispered very much among themselves, and kept aloof, and often looked round, as jealous of their speech being overheard, some 2 or 3 among them entered in books what seemed to be reports from the others. When they were not thus employed, one of them would turn to the newspapers which were strewn upon the table, and from the St. James's Chronicle, the Herald, Chronicle, or Public Advertiser, would read to the rest in a low voice some passage having reference to the topic in which they were all so deeply interested. But the great attraction was a pamphlet called The Thunderer, which espoused their own opinions, and was supposed at that time to emanate directly from the association. This was always in request, and whether read aloud to an eager knot of listeners, or by some solitary man, was certain to be followed by stormy talking and excited looks. In the midst of all his merriment and admiration of his captain, Hugh was made sensible by these and other tokens of the presence of an air of mystery akin to that which had so much impressed him out of doors. It was impossible to discard a sense that something serious was going on, and that under the noisy revel of the public house there lurked unseen and dangerous matter. Little affected by this, however, he was perfectly satisfied with his quarters, and would have remained there till morning, but that his conductor rose soon after midnight to go home. Mr. Tappertit, following his example, left him no excuse to stay, so they all 3 left the house together, roaring a no-popery song until the fields resounded with a dismal noise. "Cheer up, Captain," cried Hugh, when they had roared themselves out of breath. "Another stave." Mr. Tappertit, nothing loath, began again, and so the three went staggering on, arm in arm, shouting like madmen, and defying the watch with great valour. Indeed, this did not require any unusual bravery or boldness, as the watchmen of that time, being selected for the office on account of excessive age and extraordinary infirmity, had a custom of shutting themselves up tight in their boxes on the first symptoms of disturbance, and remaining there until they disappeared. In these proceedings, Mr. Dennis, who had a gruff voice and lungs of considerable power, distinguished himself very much, and acquired great credit with his two companions.
"What a queer fellow you are," said Mr. Tappertit. "You are so precious sly and close. Why don't you ever tell what trade you're of?"
"Answer the captain instantly," cried Hugh, beating his hat down on his head. "Why don't you ever tell what trade you're of?" "I'm of as genteel a calling, brother, as any man in England, as light a business as any gentleman could desire."
"Was you prenticed to it?" asked Mr. Tappertit.
"No, natural genius," said Mr. Dennis. "No prenticing. It come by nature. Master Gashford knows my calling. Look at that hand of mine. Many and many a job that hand has done with a neatness and dexterity never known afore. When I look at that hand," said Mr. Dennis, shaking it in the air, "and remember the elegant bits of work it has turned off, I feel quite melancholy to think it should ever grow old and feeble, but such is life."
He heaved a deep sigh as he indulged in these reflections, and putting his fingers with an absent air on Hugh's throat, and particularly under his left ear, as if he were studying the anatomical development of that part of his frame, shook his head in a despondent manner, and actually shed tears.
"You're a kind of artist, I suppose, eh?" said Mr. Tappertit.
"Yes," rejoined Dennis. "Yes, I may call myself an artist, a fancy workman. Art improves nature. That's my motto."
"And what do you call this?"
said Mr. Tappertit, taking his stick out of his hand.
"That's my portrait atop," Dennis replied. "Do you think it's like?"
"Why, it's a little too handsome," said Mr. Tappertit. "Who did it? You?"
"I," repeated Dennis, gazing fondly on his image. "I wish I had the talent. That was carved by a friend of mine as is now no more. The very day afore he died, he cut that with his pocket knife from memory. 'I'll die game,' says my friend, 'and my last moment shall be devoted to making Dennis's picture.' That's it."
"That was a queer fancy, wasn't it?" said Mr. Tappertit.
"It was a queer fancy,"
rejoined the other, breathing on his fictitious nose and polishing it with the cuff of his coat.
"But he was a queer subject altogether, a kind of gipsy, one of the finest stand-up men you ever see. Oh, he told me some things that will startle you a bit, did that friend of mine, on the morning when he died."
"You were with him at that time, were you?" said Mr. Tappertit.
"Yes,"
he answered, with a curious look.
"I was there. Oh, yes, certainly I was there. He wouldn't have gone off half as comfortable without me. I had been with 3 or 4 of his family under the same circumstances. They were all fine fellows."
"They must have been fond of you,"
remarked Mr. Tappertit, looking at him sideways.
"I don't know that they was exactly fond of me," said Dennis with a little hesitation, "but they all had me near 'em when they departed. I come in for their wardrobes too. This very handkercher that you see round my neck belonged to him that I've been speaking of. Him as did that likeness."
Mr. Tappertit glanced at the article referred to, and appeared to think that the deceased's ideas of dress were of a peculiar and by no means an expensive kind. He made no remark upon the point, however, and suffered his mysterious companion to proceed without interruption.
"These smalls," said Dennis, rubbing his legs, "these very smalls, they belong to a friend of mine that's left off sich encumbrances for ever. This coat, too. I've often walked behind his coat in the street and wondered whether it would ever come to me. This pair of shoes have danced a hornpipe for another man afore my eyes, full 6 times at least. And as to my hat," he said, taking it off and whirling it round upon his fist, "Lord, I've seen this hat go up Holborn on the box of a hackney coach. Ah, many and many a day." "You don't mean to say their old wearers are all dead, I hope?" said Mr. Tappertit, falling a little distance from him as he spoke. "Every one of 'em," replied Dennis. "Every man Jack."
There was something so very ghastly in this circumstance, and it appeared to account in such a very strange and dismal manner for his faded dress, which, in this new aspect, seemed discoloured by the earth from graves, that Mr. Tappertit abruptly found he was going another way, and, stopping short, bade him good night with the utmost heartiness. As they happened to be near the Old Bailey, and Mr. Dennis knew there were turnkeys in the lodge with whom he could pass the night, and discussed professional subjects of common interest among them before a rousing fire and over a social glass, he separated from his companions without any great regret, and warmly shaking hands with Hugh, and making an early appointment for their meeting at the Boot, left them to pursue their road.
"That's a strange sort of man,"
said Mr. Tappertit, watching the hackney coachman's hat as it went bobbing down the street.
"I don't know what to make of him. Why can't he have his smalls made to order, or wear live clothes at any rate?" "He's a lucky man, Captain," cried Hugh. "I should like to have such friends as his." "I hope he don't get 'em to make their wills, and then knock 'em on the head," said Mr. Tappertit, musing. "But come, the United Bees expect me on... What's the matter?" "I quite forgot," said Hugh, who had started at the striking of a neighbouring clock. "I have somebody to see to-night. I must turn back directly. The drinking and singing put it out of me head. It's well I remembered it."
Mr. Tappertit looked at him as though he were about to give utterance to some very majestic sentiments in reference to this act of desertion, but as it was clear from Hugh's hasty manner that the engagement was one of a pressing nature, he graciously forbore, and gave him his permission to depart immediately, which Hugh acknowledged with a roar of laughter. "Good night, Captain," he cried. "I'm yours to the death, remember." "Farewell," said Mr. Tappertit, waving his hand. "Be bold and vigilant." "No popery, Captain," roared Hugh. "England in blood first," cried his desperate leader, whereat Hugh cheered and laughed, and ran off like a greyhound. "That man will prove a credit to my corps," said Simon, turning thoughtfully upon his heel. "And let me see. In an altered state of society, which must ensue if we break out and are victorious, when the locksmith's child is mine, Miggs must be got rid of somehow, or she'll poison the tea kettle one evening when I'm out. He might marry Miggs if he was drunk enough. It shall be done. I'll make a note of it." Chapter 40. Little thinking of the plan for his happy settlement in life, which had suggested itself to the teeming brain of his provident commander, Hugh made no pause until St. Dunstan's giants struck the hour above him, when he worked the handle of a pump which stood hard by, with great vigour, and thrusting his head under the spout, let the water gush upon him until a little stream ran down from every uncombed hair, and he was wet to the waist. Considerably refreshed by this ablution, both in mind and body, and almost sobered for the time, He dried himself as he best could, then crossed the road and plied the knocker of the Middle Temple Gate. The night porter looked through a small grating in the portal with a surly eye, and cried, "Halloa!" which greeting Hugh returned in kind, and bade him open quickly.
"We don't sell beer here," cried the man. "What else do you want?" "To come in," Hugh replied with a kick at the door. "Where to go?" "Paper buildings." "Whose chambers?" "Sir John Chester's."
Each of which answers he emphasized with another kick. After a little growling on the other side, the gate was opened, and he passed in, undergoing a close inspection from the porter as he did so.
"You wanting Sir John at this time of night?"
said the man.
"Aye,"
said Hugh.
"Aye, what of that?" "Why, I must go with you and see it you do, for I don't believe it."
"Come along, then." Eyeing him with suspicious looks, the man with key and lantern walked on at his side, and attended him to Sir John Chester's door, at which Hugh gave one knock that echoed through the dark staircase like a ghostly summons, and made the dull light tremble in the drowsy lamp.
"You think he wants me now?"
said Hugh. Before the man had time to answer, a footstep was heard within. A light appeared, and Sir John, in his dressing-gown and slippers, opened the door.
"I ask your pardon, Sir John," said the porter, pulling off his hat. "Here's a young man says he wants to speak to you. It's late for strangers. I thought it best to see that all was right."
"Aha!" cried Sir John, raising his eyebrows. "It's you, messenger, is it? Go in." "Quite right, friend. I commend your prudence highly. Thank you. God bless you. Good night." To be commended, thanked, God blessed, and bade good night by one who carried Sir before his name, and wrote himself M.P. to boot, was something for a porter. He withdrew with much humility and reverence. Sir John followed his late visitor into the dressing-room, and sitting in his easy chair before the fire, and moving it so that he could see him as he stood, hat in hand, beside the door, looked at him from head to foot. The old face, calm and pleasant as ever, the complexion quite juvenile in its bloom and clearness, the same smile, the wonted precision and elegance of dress, the white, well-ordered teeth, the delicate hands, the composed and quiet manner, everything as it used to be, no mark of age or passion, envy, hate, or discontent, all unruffled and serene, and quite delightful to behold. He wrote himself M.P., but how? Why, thus. It was a proud family, more proud, indeed, than wealthy. He had stood in danger of arrest, of bailiffs and a jail, a vulgar jail, to which the common people with small incomes went. Gentlemen of ancient houses have no privilege of exemption from such cruel laws, unless they are of one great house, and then they have. A proud man of his stock and kindred had the means of sending him there. He offered, not indeed to pay his debts, but to let him sit for a close borough until his own son came of age, which, if he lived, would come to pass in 20 years. It was quite as good as an insolvent act, and infinitely more genteel. So Sir John Chester was a member of Parliament. But how Sir John? Nothing so simple or so easy. One touch with the sword of state, and the transformation was effected. John Chester, Esquire, M.P., attended court, went up with an address, headed a deputation. Such elegance of manner, so many graces of deportment, such powers of conversation could never pass unnoticed. Mr. was too common for such merit. A man so gentlemanly should have been, but fortune is capricious, born a duke, just as some dukes should have been born labourers. He caught the fancy of the king, knelt down a grub, and rose a butterfly. John Chester, Esquire, was knighted and became Sir John.
I thought, when you left me this evening, my esteemed acquaintance," said Sir John after a pretty long silence, "that you intended to return with all dispatch." "So I did, master." "And so you have?" he retorted, glancing at his watch. "Is that what you would say?" Instead of replying, Hugh changed the leg on which he leant, shuffled his cap from one hand to the other, looked at the ground, the wall, the ceiling, and finally at Sir John himself, before whose pleasant face he lowered his eyes again and fixed them on the floor. "And how have you been employing yourself in the meanwhile?" quoth Sir John, lazily crossing his legs. "Where have you been? What harm have you been doing?" "No harm at all, master," growled Hugh with humility. "I've only done as you ordered." "As I what?" returned Sir John. "Well, then," said Hugh uneasily, "as you advised, or said I ought, or said I might, or said that you would do if you was me. Don't be so hard upon me, master." Something like an expression of triumph in the perfect control he had established over this rough instrument appeared in the knight's face for an instant, but it vanished directly, as he said, paring his nails while speaking, "When you say I ordered you, my good fellow, you imply that I directed you to do something for me, something I wanted done, something for my own ends and purposes, you see. Now, I'm sure I needn't enlarge upon the extreme absurdity of such an idea, however unintentional. So please," and here he turned his eyes upon him, "to be more guarded, will you?" "I meant to give you no offence," said Hugh. "I don't know what to say. You catch me up so very short." "You'll be caught up much shorter, my good friend, infinitely shorter, one of these days, depend upon it," replied his patron calmly. "By the by, instead of wondering why you have been so long, my wonder should be why you came at all. Why did you?" "You know, master," said Hugh, "that I couldn't read the bill I found, and that supposing it to be something particular from the way it was wrapped up, I brought it here." "And could you ask no one else to read it, Bruin?" said Sir John.
No one I could trust with secrets, master, since Barnaby Rudge was lost sight of for good and all, and that's 5 years ago. I haven't talked with any one but you."
"You have done me honour, I am sure."
"I've come to and fro, master, all through that time, when there was anything to tell, because I knew that you'd be angry with me if I stayed away," said Hugh, blurting the words out after an embarrassed silence, "and because I wished to please you if I could, and not to have you go against me. There, that's the true reason why I came tonight. You know that, master, I'm sure."
"You are a specious fellow," returned Sir John, fixing his eyes upon him, "and carry 2 faces under your hood, as well as the best. Didn't you give me in this room this evening any other reason? No dislike of anybody who has slighted you lately, on all occasions, abused you, treated you with rudeness, acted towards you more as if you were a mongrel dog than a man like himself?"
"To be sure I did,"
cried Hugh, his passion rising, as the other meant it should.
"And I say it all over now again. I'd do anything to have some revenge on him, anything. And when you told me that he and all the Catholics would suffer from those who joined together under that handbill, I said I'd make one of them, if their master was the devil himself. I am one of them. See whether I am as good as my word and turn out to be among the foremost or no. I mayn't have much head, master, but I've head enough to remember those that use me ill. You shall see, and so shall he,
And so shall hundreds more. How my spirit backs me when the time comes. My bark is nothing to my bite. Some that I know had better have a wild lion among them than me. When I am fairly loose, they had.
The knight looked at him with a smile of far deeper meaning than ordinary, and pointing to the old cupboard, followed him with his eyes while he filled and drank a glass of liquor, and smiled when his back was turned, with deeper meaning yet. "You are in a blustering mood, my friend," he said, when Hugh confronted him again. "Not I, master," cried Hugh. "I don't say half I mean. I can't. I haven't got the gift. There are talkers enough among us. I'll be one of the doers." "Oh, you've joined those fellows, then?" said Sir John, with an air of most profound indifference. "Yes, I went up to the house you told me of, and got put down upon the muster. There was another man there named Dennis." "Dennis, eh?" cried Sir John, laughing. "Aye, aye. A pleasant fellow, I believe."
"A roaring dog, master. One after my own heart. Hot upon the matter, too. Red hot."
"So I have heard," replied Sir John carelessly. "You don't happen to know his trade, do you?"
"He wouldn't say," cried Hugh. "He keeps it secret."
laughed Sir John. "A strange fancy, a weakness with some persons. You'll know it one day, I dare swear."
"We're intimate already," said Hugh.
"Quite natural. And have been drinking together, eh?" pursued Sir John. "Did you say what place you went to in company when you left Lord George's?" Hugh had not said or thought of saying, but he told him, and this inquiry being followed by a long train of questions, he related all that had passed both in and out of doors, the kind of people he had seen, their numbers, state of feeling, mode of conversation, apparent expectations and intentions. His questioning was so artfully contrived that he seemed even in his own eyes to volunteer all this information rather than to have it wrested from him, and he was brought to this state of feeling so naturally that when Mr. Chester yawned at length and declared himself quite wearied out, he made a rough kind of excuse for having talked so much. "There, get you gone," said Sir John, holding the door open in his hand. "You have made a pretty evening's work. I told you not to do this. You may get into trouble. You'll have an opportunity of revenging yourself on your proud friend Haredale, though, and for that you'd hazard anything, I suppose."
"I would,"
retorted Hugh, stopping in his passage out and looking back.
"But what do I risk? What do I stand a chance of losing, master? Friends? Home? A fig for 'em all. I have none. They are nothing to me. Give me a good scuffle. Let me pay off old scores in a bold riot where there are men to stand by me, and then use me as you like. It don't matter much to me what the end is."
"What have you done with that paper?" said Sir John.
"I have it here, master."
"Drop it again as you go along. It's as well not to keep such things about you." Hugh nodded, and touching his cap with an air of as much respect as he could summon up, departed. Sir John, fastening the doors behind him, went back to his dressing-room and sat down once again before the fire, at which he gazed for a long time in earnest meditation. "This happens fortunately," he said, breaking into a smile, "and promises well. Let me see. My relative and I, who are the most Protestant fellows in the world, give our worst wishes to the Roman Catholic cause, and to Seville, who introduces their bill, I have a personal objection besides. But as each of us has himself for the first article in his creed, we cannot commit ourselves by joining with a very extravagant madman, such as this Gordon most undoubtedly is. Now really, to foment his disturbances in secret, through the medium of such a very apt instrument as my savage friend here, may further our real ends, and to express at all becoming seasons, in moderate and polite terms, a disapprobation of his proceedings, though we agree with him in principle, will certainly be to gain a character for honesty and uprightness of purpose, which cannot fail to do us infinite service and to raise us into some importance. Good. So much for public grounds. As to private considerations, I confess that if these vagabonds would make some riotous demonstration, which does not appear impossible, and would inflict some little chastisement on Haredale as a not inactive man among his sect, it would be extremely agreeable to my feelings, and would amuse me beyond measure. Good again, perhaps better. When he came to this point, he took a pinch of snuff, and beginning slowly to undress, he resumed his meditations by saying with a smile, I do fear exceedingly that my friend is following fast in the footsteps of his mother. His intimacy with Mr. Dennis is very ominous, but I have no doubt he must have come to that end anyway. If I lend him a helping hand, the only difference is that he may, upon the whole, possibly drink a few gallons or puncheons or hogsheads less in this life than he otherwise would. It's no business of mine. It's a matter of very small importance. So he took another pinch of snuff and went to bed. Chapter 41. From the workshop of the Golden Key there issued forth a tinkling sound, so merry and good-humoured that it suggested the idea of someone working blithely, and made quite pleasant music. No man who hammered on at a dull, monotonous duty could have brought such cheerful notes from steel and iron. None but a chirping, healthy, honest-hearted fellow, who made the best of everything, and felt kindly towards everybody, could have done it for an instant. He might have been a coppersmith, and still been musical. If he had sat in a jolting waggon full of rods of iron, it seemed as if he would have brought some harmony out of it. Tink, 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 clear as a silver bell, and audible at every pause of the street's harsher noises, as though it said, I don't care. Nothing puts me out. I'm resolved to be happy. Women scolded, children squalled, heavy carts went rumbling by. Horrible cries proceeded from the lungs of hawkers. Still it struck in again, no higher, no lower, no louder, no softer, not thrusting itself on people's notice a bit the more for having been outdone by louder sounds. Tink, 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 tink. It was a perfect embodiment of the still small voice, free from all cold, hoarseness, huskiness, or unhealthiness of any kind. Foot-passengers slackened their pace, and were disposed to linger near it. Neighbours who had got up splenetic that morning felt good humour stealing on them as they heard it, and by degrees became quite sprightly. Mothers danced their babies to its ringing, still the same magical tink, tink, tink came gaily from the workshop of the Golden Key. Who but the locksmith could have made such music? A gleam of sun shining through the unsashed window, and checkering the dark workshop with a broad patch of light, fell full upon him, as though attracted by his sunny heart. There he stood, working at his anvil, his face all radiant with exercise and gladness, his sleeves turned up, his wig pushed off his shining forehead, the easiest, freest, happiest man in all the world. Beside him sat a sleek cat, purring and winking in the light, and falling every now and then into an idle doze, as from excess of comfort. Toby looked on from a tall bench hard by, one beaming smile from his broad nut-brown face down to the slack-baked buckles in his shoes. The very locks that hung around had something jovial in their rust, and seemed like gouty gentlemen of hearty natures disposed to joke on their infirmities. There was nothing surly or severe in the whole scene. it seemed impossible that any one of the innumerable keys could fit a churlish strong-box or a prison door. Cellars of beer and wine, rooms where there were fires, books, gossip, and cheering laughter, these were their proper sphere of action. Places of distrust and cruelty and restraint they would have left quadruple locked forever. Tink, tink, tink. The locksmith paused at last and wiped his brow. The silence roused the cat, who, jumping softly down, crept to the door and watched with tiger eyes a bird-cage in an opposite window. Gabriel lifted Toby to his mouth and took a hearty draught. Then, as he stood upright, with his head flung back and his portly chest thrown out, you would have seen that Gabriel's lower man was clothed in military gear. Glancing at the wall beyond, they might have been espied, hanging on their several pegs, a cap and feather, broadsword, sash, and coat of scarlet, which any man, learned in such matters, would have known from their make and pattern to the uniform of a sergeant in the Royal East London Volunteers. As the locksmith put his mug down, empty, on the bench whence it had smiled on him before, he glanced at these articles with a laughing eye, and looking at them with his head a little on one side, as though he would get them all into a focus, said, leaning on his hammer, "Time was, now I remember, when I was like to run mad with the desire to wear a coat of that colour. If any one, except my father, had called me a fool for my pains, how I should have fired and fumed. But what a fool I must have been, surely."
"Ah," sighed Mrs. Varden, who had entered unobserved. "A fool indeed. A man at your time of life, Varden, should know better now."
"Why, what a ridiculous woman you are, Martha," said the locksmith, turning round with a smile.
"Certainly," replied Mrs. V. with great demureness. "Of course I am. I know that, Varden, thank you."
"I mean—" began the locksmith.
"Yes," said his wife, "I know what you mean. You speak quite plain enough to be understood, Varden. It's very kind of you to adapt yourself to my capacity, I am sure."
"Oh, Martha," rejoined the locksmith, "don't take offence at nothing. I mean, how strange it is of you to run down volunteering, when it's done to defend you and all the other women and our own fireside and everybody else's in case of need."
"It's unchristian," cried Mrs. Varden, shaking her head.
"Unchristian?" said the locksmith. "Why, what the devil—"
Mrs. Varden looked at the ceiling, as in expectation that the consequence of his profanity would be the immediate descent of the four-post bedstead on the second floor, together with the best sitting-room on the first. But no visible judgment occurring, she heaved a deep sigh, and begged her husband, in a tone of resignation, to go on, and by all means to blaspheme as much as possible, because he knew she liked it. The locksmith did for a moment seem disposed to gratify her, but he gave a great gulp, and mildly rejoined, "I was going to say, what on earth do you call it unchristian for? Which would be most unchristian, Martha, to sit quietly down and let our houses be sacked by a foreign army, or to turn out like men and drive 'em off? Shouldn't I be a nice sort of a Christian if I crept into a corner of my own chimney and looked on while a parcel of whiskered savages bore off Dolly, or you?" When he said, "or you," Mrs. Varden, despite herself, relaxed into a smile. There was something complimentary in the idea.
"In such a state of things as that, indeed," she simpered.
"As that?" repeated the locksmith. "Well, that would be the state of things directly. Even Miggs would go. Some black tambourine player with a great turban on would be bearing her off, and unless the tambourine player was proof against kicking and scratching, it's my belief he'd have the worst of it." "I'd forgive the tambourine player,"
I wouldn't have him interfered with on any account. Poor fellow!" And here the locksmith laughed again so heartily that tears came into his eyes, much to Mrs. Varden's indignation, who thought the capture of so sound a Protestant and estimable a private character as Miggs by a pagan negro a circumstance too shocking and awful for contemplation. The picture Gabriel had drawn indeed threatened serious consequences, and would indubitably have led to them, but luckily at that moment a light footstep crossed the threshold, and Dolly, running in, threw her arms round her old father's neck and hugged him tight. "Here she is at last," cried Gabriel. "And how well you look, doll, and how late you are, my darling." How well she looked? Well, why, if he had exhausted every laudatory adjective in the dictionary, it wouldn't have been praise enough. When and where was there ever such a plump, roguish, comely, bright-eyed, enticing, bewitching, captivating, maddening little puss in all this world as Dolly? What was the Dolly of 5 years ago to the Dolly of that day? How many coachmakers, saddlers, cabinet-makers, and professors of other useful arts had deserted their fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and most of all their cousins, for the love of her? How many unknown gentlemen, supposed to be of mighty fortunes, if not titles, had waited round the corner after dark, and tempted Miggs, the incorruptible, with golden guineas to deliver offers of marriage folded up in love letters? How many disconsolate fathers and substantial tradesmen had waited on the locksmith for the same purpose, with dismal tales of how their sons had lost their appetites and taken to shut themselves up in dark bedrooms and wandering in desolate suburbs with pale faces, and all because of Dolly Varden's loveliness and cruelty? How many young men in all previous times of unprecedented steadiness had turned suddenly wild and wicked for the same reason, and in an ecstasy of unrequited love taken to wrench off door-knockers and invert the boxes of rheumatic watchmen? How had she recruited the king's service, both by sea and land, through rendering desperate his loving subjects between the ages of 18 and 25? How many young ladies had publicly professed, with tears in their eyes, that for their tastes she was much too short, too tall, too bold, too cold, too stout, too thin, too fair, too dark, too everything but handsome? How many old ladies, taking counsel together, had thanked heaven their daughters were not like her, and had hoped she might come to no harm, and had thought she would come to no good, and had wondered what people saw in her, and had arrived at the conclusion that she was going off in her looks, or had never come on in them, and that she was a thorough imposition and a popular mistake? And yet here was this same Dolly Varden, so whimsical and hard to please that she was Dolly Varden still, all smiles and dimples and pleasant looks, and caring no more for the 50 or 60 young fellows who at the very moment were breaking their hearts to marry her, than if so many oysters had been crossed in love and opened afterwards. Dolly hugged her father, as has been already stated, and having hugged her mother also, accompanied both into the little parlour, where the cloth was already laid for dinner, and where Miss Miggs, a trifle more rigid and bony than of yore, received her with a sort of hysterical gasp, intended for a smile. Into the hands of that young virgin she delivered her bonnet and walking dress, all of a dreadful, artful, and designing kind, and then said with a laugh which rivalled the locksmith's music, "How glad I always am to be at home again."
"And how glad we always are, doll," said her father, putting back the dark hair from her sparkling eyes, "to have you at home. Give me a kiss."
If there had been anybody of the male kind there to see her do it, but there was not, it was a mercy.
"I don't like your being at the Warren," said the locksmith. "I can't bear to have you out of my sight. And what is the news over yonder, doll?"
"What news there is, I think you know already," replied his daughter. "I am sure you do, though."
"Aye?" cried the locksmith. "What's that?"
"Oh, come, come," said Dolly. "You know very well. I want you to tell me why Mr. Haredale— oh, how gruff he is again, to be sure, has been away from home for some days past, and why he is travelling about. We know he is travelling because of his letters, without telling his own niece why or wherefore."
"Miss Emma doesn't want to know, I'll swear," returned the locksmith.
"I don't know that," said Dolly, "but I do at any rate. Do tell me, why is he so secret, and what is this ghost story which nobody is to tell Miss Emma, and which seems to be mixed up with his going away? Now I see you know by your colouring so."
"What the story means, or is, or has to do with it, I know no more than you, my dear," returned the locksmith, "except that it's some foolish fear of little Solomon's, which has indeed no meaning in it, I suppose. As to Mr. Haredale's journey, he goes, as I believe—"
"Yes," said Dolly.
"As I believe," resumed the locksmith, pinching her cheek, "on business dull. What it may be is quite another matter. Read Bluebeard, and don't be too curious, pet. It's no business of yours or mine, depend upon that. And here's dinner, which is much more to the purpose." Dolly might have remonstrated against this summary dismissal of the subject, notwithstanding the appearance of dinner, but at the mention of Bluebeard, Mrs. Varden interposed, protesting she could not find it in her conscience to sit tamely by and hear her child recommended to peruse the adventures of a Turk and Mussulman, far less of a fabulous Turk, which she considered that potentate to be. She held that, in such stirring and tremendous times as those in which they lived, it would be much more to the purpose if Dolly became a regular subscriber to the Thunderer, where she would have an opportunity of reading Lord George Gordon's speeches word for word, which would be a greater comfort and solace to her than 150 Bluebeards ever could impart. She appealed in support of this proposition to Miss Miggs, then in waiting, who said that indeed the peace of mind she had derived from the perusal of that paper generally, but especially one article of the very last week as ever was, entitled Great Britain Drenched in Gore, exceeded all belief. The same composition, she added, had also wrought such a comforting effect on the mind of a married sister of hers, then resident at Golden Lion Court, No. 27, second bell handle on the right-hand door-post, that, being in a delicate state of health, and in fact expecting an addition to her family, she had been seized with fits directly after its perusal, and had raved of the Inquisition ever since, to the great improvement of her husband and friends. Miss Miggs went on to say that she would recommend all those whose hearts were hardened to hear Lord George themselves, whom she commended first in respect of his steady Protestantism, then of his oratory, then of his eyes, then of his nose, then of his legs, and lastly of his figure generally, which she looked upon as fit for any statue, prince, or angel, to which sentiment Mrs. Varden fully subscribed. Mrs. Varden, having cut in, looked at a box upon the mantel-shelf, painted in imitation of a very red brick dwelling-house with a yellow roof, having at top a real chimney, down which voluntary subscribers dropped their silver, gold, or pence into the parlour, and on the door the counterfeit presentment of a brass plate, whereon was legibly inscribed Protestant Association, and looking at it said that it was to her a source of poignant misery to think that Varden never had, of all his substance, dropped anything into that temple, save once in secret, as she afterwards discovered, 2 fragments of tobacco pipe, which she hoped would not be put down to his last account. That Dolly, she was grieved to say, was no less backward in her contributions, better loving, as it seemed, to purchase ribbons and such gauds than to encourage the great cause than in such heavy tribulation, and that she did entreat her father she much feared could not be moved, not to despise, but imitate the bright example of Miss Miggs, who flung her wages, as it were, into the very countenance of the Pope, and bruised his features with her quarter's money.
"Oh, Mim," said Miggs, "don't allude to that. I'd no intentions, Mim, that nobody should know. Such sacrifices as I can make are quite a widow's mite. It's all I have," cried Miggs, with a great burst of tears, for with her they never came on by degrees. But it's made up to be in other ways. It's well made up.
This was quite true, though not perhaps in the sense that Miggs intended, as she never failed to keep her self-denial full in Mrs. Varden's view. It drew forth so many gifts of caps and gowns and other articles of dress, that upon the whole the red brick house was perhaps the best investment for her small capital she could possibly have hit upon, returning her interest at the rate of 7 or 8% in money, and 50 at least in personal repute and credit.
"You needn't cry, Miggs," said Mrs. Varden, herself in tears. "You needn't be ashamed of it, though your poor mistress is on the same side."
Miggs howled at this remark in a peculiarly dismal way, and said she knowed that master hated her, that it was a dreadful thing to live in families and have dislikes and not give satisfactions, that to make divisions was a thing she could not bear to think of, neither could her feelings let her do it, that if it was master's wishes as she and him should part, it was best they should part, and she hoped he might be the happier for it, and always wished him well, and that he might find somebody as would meet his dispositions. It would be a hard trial, she said, to part from such a missus, but she could meet any suffering when her conscience told her she was in the rights, and therefore she was willing even to go that lengths. She did not think, she added, that she could long survive the separations, but, as she was hated and looked upon unpleasant, perhaps her dying as soon as possible would be the best endings for all parties. With this affecting conclusion, Miss Miggs shed more tears and sobbed abundantly.
"Can you bear this, Varden?"
said his wife in a solemn voice, laying down her knife and fork.
"Why, not very well, my dear," rejoined the locksmith, "but I try to keep my temper."
"Don't let there be words on my account, Mim," sobbed Miggs. "It's much the best that we should part. I wouldn't stay, oh gracious me, and make dissensions, not for an annual gold mine and found in tea and sugar."
Lest the reader should be at any loss to discover the cause of Miss Miggs's deep emotion, it may be whispered apart that, happening to be listening, as her custom sometimes was, when Gabriel and his wife conversed together, she had heard the locksmith's joke relative to the foreign black who played the tambourine, and bursting with the spiteful feelings which the taunt awoke in her fair breast, exploded in the manner we have witnessed. Matters having now arrived at a crisis, the locksmith, as usual, and for the sake of peace and quietness, gave in.
"What are you crying for, girl?" he said. "What's the matter with you? What are you talking about hatred for? I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody. Dry your eyes and make yourself agreeable in heaven's name, and let us all be happy while we can."
The allied powers, deeming it good generalship to consider this a sufficient apology on the part of the enemy, and confession of having been in the wrong, did dry their eyes and take it in good part. Miss Miggs observed that she bore no malice, no, not to her greatest foe, whom she rather loved the more indeed, the greater persecution she sustained. Mrs. Varden approved of this meek and forgiving spirit in high terms, and incidentally declared, as a closing article of agreement, that Dolly should accompany her to the Clerkenwell branch of the association that very night. This was an extraordinary instance of her great prudence and policy, having had this end in view from the first, and entertaining a secret misgiving that the locksmith, who was bold when Dolly was in question, would object. She had backed Miss Miggs up to this point in order that she might have him at a disadvantage. The manoeuvre succeeded so well that Gabriel only made a wry face, and with the warning he had just had fresh in his mind, did not dare to say one word. The difference ended, therefore, in Miggs being presented with a gown by Mrs. Varden and a half-a-crown by Dolly, as if she had eminently distinguished herself in the paths of morality and goodness. Mrs. V., according to custom, expressed her hope that Varden would take a lesson from what had passed, and learn more generous conduct for the time to come. And the dinner being now cold, and nobody's appetite very much improved by what had passed, they went on with it, as Mrs. Varden said, like Christians. As there was to be a grand parade of the Royal East London Volunteers that afternoon, the locksmith did no more work, but sat down comfortably with his pipe in his mouth and his arm round his pretty daughter's waist, looking lovingly on Mrs. V. from time to time, and exhibiting from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot one smiling surface of good humour. And to be sure, when it was time to dress him in his regimentals, and Dolly, hanging about him in all kinds of graceful winning ways, helped to button and buckle and brush him up and get him into one of the tightest coats that ever was made by mortal tailor, he was the proudest father in all England.
"What a handy jade it is," said the locksmith to Mrs. Varden, who stood by with folded hands, rather proud of her husband too, while Miggs held his cap and sword at arm's length, as if mistrusting that the latter might run someone through the body of its own accord. "But never marry a soldier, Doll, my dear."
Dolly didn't ask why not, or say a word, indeed, but stooped her head down very low to tie his sash.
"I never wear this dress," said honest Gabriel, "but I think of poor Joe Willet. I loved Joe. He was always a favourite of mine. Poor Joe. Dear heart, my girl, don't tie me in so tight."
Dolly laughed, not like herself at all, the strangest little laugh that could be, and held her head down lower still.
"Poor Joe," resumed the locksmith, muttering to himself. "I always wish he had come to me. I might have made it up between them if he had. Old John made a great mistake in his way of acting by that lad. A great mistake. Have you nearly tied that sash, my dear?"
What an ill-made sash it was! There it was, loose again and trailing on the ground. Dolly was obliged to kneel down and recommence at the beginning.
"Never mind young Willet, Varden," said his wife, frowning. "You might find someone more deserving to talk about, I think."
Miss Miggs gave a great sniff to the same effect.
"Nay, Martha," cried the locksmith, "don't let us bear too hard upon him. If the lad is dead indeed, we'll deal kindly by his memory."
"A runaway and a vagabond," said Mrs. Varden.
Miss Miggs expressed her concurrence as before. "A runaway, my dear, but not a vagabond," returned the locksmith in a gentle tone. "He behaved himself well, did Joe, always, and was a handsome, manly fellow. Don't call him a vagabond, Martha."
Mrs. Varden coughed, and so did Miggs.
"He tried hard to gain your good opinion, Martha, I can tell you," said the locksmith, smiling and stroking his chin. "Ah, that he did. It seems but yesterday that he followed me out to the Maypole door one night and begged me not to say how like a boy they used him. Say here at home, he meant, though at the time I recollect I didn't understand. 'And how's Miss Dolly, sir?' says Joe," pursued the locksmith, musing sorrowfully. "Ah, poor Joe."
"Well, I declare!"
cried Miggs.
"Oh, goodness gracious me!"
"What's the matter now?" said Gabriel, turning sharply to her.
"Why, if here aren't Miss Dolly," said the handmaid, stooping down to look into her face, "are giving way to floods of tears. Oh, Mim, oh, sir, Riley, it's give me such a turn,"
cried the susceptible damsel, pressing her hand upon her side to quell the palpitation of her heart,
"that you might knock me down with a feather."
The locksmith, after glancing at Miss Miggs, as if he could have wished to have a feather brought straightway, looked on with a broad stare while Dolly hurried away, followed by that sympathizing young woman, then turning to his wife, stammered out,
"Is Dolly ill? Have I done anything? Is it my fault?"
"Your fault," cried Mrs. V. reproachfully. "There, you had better make haste out."
"What have I done?" said poor Gabriel. "It was agreed that Mr. Edward's name was never to be mentioned, and I have not spoken of him, have I?"
Mrs. Varden merely replied that she had no patience with him, and bounced off after the other two. The unfortunate locksmith wound his sash about him, girded on his sword, put on his cap, and walked out.
"I am not much of a dab at my exercise," he said under his breath, "but I shall get into fewer scrapes at that work than at this. Every man came into the world for something. My department seems to be to make every woman cry without meaning it. It's rather hard."
But he forgot it before he reached the end of the street, and went on with a shining face, nodding to the neighbours and showering about his friendly greetings like mild spring rain. Chapter 42. The Royal East London Volunteers made a brilliant sight that day, formed into lines, squares, circles, triangles, and what not, to the beating of drums and the streaming of flags, and performed a vast number of complex evolutions, in all of which Sergeant Varden bore a conspicuous share. Having displayed their military prowess to the utmost in these warlike shows, they marched in glittering order to the Chelsea Bun House, and regaled in the adjacent taverns until dark. Then at sound of drum they fell in again, and returned amidst the shouting of His Majesty's lieges to the place from whence they came. The homeward march being somewhat tardy, owing to the unsoldier-like behaviour of certain corporals, who, being gentlemen of sedentary pursuits in private life and excitable out of doors, broke several windows with their bayonets, and rendered it imperative on the commanding officer to deliver them over to a strong guard, with whom they fought at intervals as they came along. It was 9 o'clock when the locksmith reached home. A hackney coach was waiting near his door, and as he passed it, Mr. Haredale looked from the window and called him by his name.
"The sight of you is good for sore eyes, sir," said the locksmith, stepping up to him. "I wish you had walked in, though, rather than waited here."
"There is nobody at home, I find," Mr. Haredale answered. "Besides, I desired to be as private as I could."
"Humph," muttered the locksmith, looking round at his house.
"Gone with Simon Tappertit to that precious branch, no doubt?"
Mr. Haredale invited him to come into the coach, and, if he were not tired or anxious to go home, to ride with him a little way, that they might have some talk together. Gabriel cheerfully complied, and the coachman, mounting his box, drove off.
"Varden," said Mr. Haredale, after a minute's pause, "you will be amazed to hear what errand I am on. It will seem a very strange one."
"I have no doubt it's a reasonable one, sir, and has a meaning in it," replied the locksmith, "or it would not be yours at all. Have you just come back to town, sir?"
"But half an hour ago."
"Bringing no news of Barnaby or his mother?" said the locksmith dubiously. "Ah, you needn't shake your head, sir. It was a wild goose chase. I feared that from the first. You exhausted all reasonable means of discovery when they went away. To begin again after so long a time has passed is hopeless, sir, quite hopeless."
"Why, where are they?" he returned impatiently. "Where can they be? Above ground?"
"God knows," rejoined the locksmith. "Many that I knew above it 5 years ago have their beds under the grass now, and the world is a wide place. It's a hopeless attempt, sir, believe me. We must leave the discovery of this mystery, like all others, to time and accident and heaven's pleasure."
"Varden, my good fellow," said Mr. Haredale, "I have a deeper meaning in my present anxiety to find them out than you can fathom. It is not a mere whim. It is not the casual revival of my old wishes and desires, but an earnest, solemn purpose. My thoughts and dreams all tend to it, and fix it in my mind. I have no rest by day or night. I have no peace or quiet. I am haunted."
His voice was so altered from its usual tones, and his manner bespoke so much emotion, that Gabriel in his wonder could only sit and look towards him in the darkness, and fancy the expression of his face.
"Do not ask me," continued Mr. Haredale, "to explain myself. If I were to do so, you would think me the victim of some hideous fancy. It is enough that this is so, and that I cannot, no, I cannot, lie quietly in my bed without doing what will seem to you incomprehensible." "Since when, sir," said the locksmith after a pause, "has this uneasy feeling been upon you?"
Mr. Haredale hesitated for some moments, and then replied,
"Since the night of the storm. In short, since the last 19th of March.
As though he feared that Varden might express surprise or reason with him, he hastily went on.
"You will think, I know, I labour under some delusion. Perhaps I do, but it is not a morbid one. It is a wholesome action of the mind, reasoning on actual occurrences. You know the furniture remains in Mrs. Rudge's house, and that it has been shut up, by my orders, since she went away, save once a week or so when an old neighbour visits to scare away the rats. I am on my way there now." "For what purpose?" asked the locksmith. "To pass the night there," he replied, "and not to-night alone, but many nights. This is a secret which I trust to you in case of any unexpected emergency. You will not come, unless in case of strong necessity to me. From dusk to broad day I shall be there. Emma, your daughter, and the rest, suppose me out of London, as I have been until within this hour. Do not undeceive them. This is the errand I am bound upon. I know I may confide it to you, and I rely upon your questioning me no more at this time."
With that, as if to change the theme, he led the astounded locksmith back to the night of the Maypole highwayman, to the robbery of Edward Chester, to the reappearance of the man at Mrs. Rudge's house, and to all the strange circumstances which afterwards occurred. He even asked him carelessly about the man's height, his face, his figure, whether he was like any one he had ever seen, like Hugh, for instance, or any man he had known at any time, and put many questions of that sort, which the locksmith, considering them as mere devices to engage his attention and prevent his expressing the astonishment he felt, answered pretty much at random. At length they arrived at the corner of the street in which the house stood, where Mr. Haredale, alighting, dismissed the coach.
"If you desire to see me safely lodged," he said, turning to the locksmith with a gloomy smile, "you can."
Gabriel, to whom all former marvels had been nothing in comparison with this, followed him along the narrow pavement in silence. When they reached the door, Mr. Haredale softly opened it with a key he had about him, and closing it when Varden entered, they were left in thorough darkness. They groped their way into the ground-floor room. Here Mr. Haredale struck a light, and kindled a pocket taper he had brought with him for the purpose. It was then, when the flame was full upon him, that the locksmith saw for the first time how haggard, pale, and changed he looked, how worn and thin he was, how perfectly his whole appearance coincided with all that he had said so strangely as they rode along. It was not an unnatural impulse in Gabriel, after what he had heard, to note curiously the expression of his eyes. It was perfectly collected and rational, so much so, indeed, that he felt ashamed of his momentary suspicion, and drooped his own when Mr. Haredale looked towards him, as if he feared they would betray his thoughts.
"Will you walk through the house?" said Mr. Haredale, with a glance towards the window, the crazy shutters of which were closed and fastened. "Speak low."
There was a kind of awe about the place, which would have rendered it difficult to speak in any other manner. Gabriel whispered, "Yes," and followed him upstairs. Everything was just as they had seen it last. There was a sense of closeness from the exclusion of fresh air, and a gloom and heaviness around, as though long imprisonment had made the very silence sad. The homely hangings of the beds and windows had begun to droop. The dust lay thick upon their dwindling folds, and damps had made their way through ceiling, wall, and floor. The boards creaked beneath their tread, as if resenting the unaccustomed intrusion. Nimble spiders, paralysed by the taper's glare, checked the motion of their 100 legs upon the wall, or dropped like lifeless things upon the ground. The death-watch ticked, and the scampering feet of rats and mice rattled behind the wainscot. As they looked about them on the decaying furniture, it was strange to find how vividly it presented those to whom it had belonged, and with whom it was once familiar. Grip seemed to perch again upon his high-backed chair, Barnaby to crouch in his old favourite corner by the fire, the mother to resume her usual seat and watch him as of old. Even when they could separate these objects from the phantoms of the mind which they invoked, the latter only glided out of sight, but lingered near them still, for then they seemed to lurk in closets and behind the doors, ready to start out and suddenly accost them in well-remembered tones. They went downstairs, and again into the room they had just now left. Mr. Haredale unbuckled his sword and laid it on the table with a pair of pocket pistols, then told the locksmith he would light him to the door.
"But this is a dull place, sir," said Gabriel, lingering. "May no one share your watch?"
He shook his head, and so plainly evinced his wish to be alone that Gabriel could say no more. In another moment the locksmith was standing in the street, whence he could see that the light once more travelled upstairs, and soon returning to the room below shone brightly through the chinks of the shutters. If ever man were sorely puzzled and perplexed, the locksmith was that night. Even when snugly seated by his own fireside, with Mrs. Varden opposite in a nightcap and night-jacket, and Dolly beside him in a most distracting dishabille, curling her hair, and smiling as if she had never cried in all her life and never could, even then, with Toby at his elbow and his pipe in his mouth, and Miggs, but that perhaps was not much, falling asleep in the background, he could not quite discard his wonder and uneasiness. So in his dreams, still there was Mr. Haredale, haggard and careworn, listening in the solitary house to every sound that stirred, with the taper shining through the chinks until the day should turn it pale and end his lonely watching. Chapter 43. Next morning brought no satisfaction to the locksmith's thoughts, nor next day, nor the next, nor many others. Often after nightfall he entered the street and turned his eyes towards the well-known house, and as surely as he did so, there was the solitary light still gleaming through the crevices of the window shutter, while all within was motionless, noiseless, cheerless as a grave. Unwilling to hazard Mr. Haredale's favour by disobeying his strict injunction, he never ventured to knock at the door or to make his presence known in any way. But whenever strong interest and curiosity attracted him to the spot, which was not seldom, the light was always there. If he could have known what passed within, the knowledge would have yielded him no clue to this mysterious vigil. At twilight Mr. Haredale shut himself up, and at daybreak he came forth. He never missed a night, always came and went alone, and never varied his proceedings in the least degree. The manner of his watch was this. At dusk he entered the house in the same way as when the locksmith bore him company, kindled a light, went through the rooms, and narrowly examined them. That done, he returned to the chamber on the ground floor, and laying his sword and pistols on the table, sat by it until morning. He usually had a book with him, and often tried to read, but never fixed his eyes or thoughts upon it for 5 minutes together. The slightest noise without doors caught his ear. A step upon the pavement seemed to make his heart leap. He was not without some refreshment during the long lonely hours, generally carrying in his pocket a sandwich of bread and meat and a small flask of wine. The latter, diluted with large quantities of water, he drank in a heated, feverish way, as though his throat were dried, but he scarcely ever broke his fast by so much as a crumb of bread. If this voluntary sacrifice of sleep and comfort had its origin, as the locksmith on consideration was disposed to think, in any superstitious expectation of the fulfilment of a dream or vision connected with the event on which he had brooded for so many years, and if he waited for some ghostly visitor who walked abroad when men lay sleeping in their beds, he showed no trace of fear or wavering. His stern features expressed inflexible resolution. His brows were puckered and his lips compressed with deep and settled purpose, and when he started at a noise and listened, it was not with the start of fear but hope, and catching up his sword as though the hour had come at last, he would clutch it in his tight-clenched hand and listen with sparkling eyes and eager looks until it died away. These disappointments were numerous, for they ensued on almost every sound, but his constancy was not shaken. Still, every night he was at his post, the same stern, sleepless sentinel, and still night passed, and morning dawned, and he must watch again. This went on for weeks. He had taken a lodging at Vauxhall, in which to pass the day and rest himself, and from this place, when the tide served, he usually came to London Bridge from Westminster by water, in order that he might avoid the busy streets. One evening, shortly before twilight, he came his accustomed road upon the river's bank, intending to pass through Westminster Hall into Palace Yard, and there take boat to London Bridge as usual. There was a pretty large concourse of people assembled round the Houses of Parliament, looking at the members as they entered and departed, and giving vent to rather noisy demonstrations of approval or dislike, according to their known opinions. As he made his way among the throng, he heard once or twice the No Popery cry, which was then becoming pretty familiar to the ears of most men, but holding it in very slight regard, and observing that the idlers were of the lowest grade, he neither thought nor cared about it, but made his way along with perfect indifference. There were many little knots and groups of persons in Westminster Hall, some few looking upward at its noble ceiling and at the rays of evening light, tinted by the setting sun which streamed in aslant through its small windows, and growing dimmer by degrees, were quenched in the gathering gloom below. Some noisy passengers, mechanics going home from work and otherwise, who hurried quickly through, waking the echoes with their voices, and soon darkening the small door in the distance as they passed into the streets beyond. Some in busy conference together on political or private matters, pacing slowly up and down with eyes that sought the ground, and seeming by their attitudes to listen earnestly from head to foot. Here a dozen squabbling urchins made a very Babel in the air. There a solitary man, half clerk, half mendicant, paced up and down with hungry dejection in his look and gait. At his elbow passed an errand lad, swinging his basket round and round, and with his shrill whistle riving the very timbers of the roof, while a more observant schoolboy, half-way through, pocketed his ball and eyed the distant beadle as he came looming on. It was that time of evening when, if you shut your eyes and open them again, the darkness of an hour appears to have gathered in a second. The smooth-worn pavement, dusty with footsteps, still called upon the lofty walls to reiterate the shuffle and the tread of feet unceasingly, save when the closing of some heavy door resounded through the building like a clap of thunder, and drowned all other noises in its rolling sound. Mr. Haredale, glancing only at such of these groups as he passed nearest to, and then in a manner betokening that his thoughts were elsewhere, had nearly traversed the hall when two persons before him caught his attention. One of these, a gentleman in elegant attire, carried in his hand a cane, which he twirled in a jaunty manner as he loitered on. The other, an obsequious, crouching, fawning figure, listened to what he said, at times throwing in a humble word himself, and, with his shoulders shrugged up to his ears, rubbed his hands submissively, or answered at intervals by an inclination of the head, half-way between a nod of acquiescence and a bow of most profound respect. In the abstract there was nothing very remarkable in this pair, for civility waiting on a handsome suit of clothes and a cane, not to speak of gold and silver sticks or wands of office, is common enough. But there was that about the well-dressed man, yes, and about the other likewise, which struck Mr. Haredale with no pleasant feeling. He hesitated, stopped, and would have stepped aside and turned out of his path, but at the moment the other two faced about quickly and stumbled upon him before he could avoid them. The gentleman with the cane lifted his hat and had begun to tender an apology, which Mr. Haredale had begun as hastily to acknowledge and walk away, when he stopped short and cried, "Haredale, Gad bless me, this is strange indeed." "It is," he returned impatiently. "Yes,
My dear friend," cried the other, detaining him, "why such great speed? 1 minute, Haredale, for the sake of old acquaintance."
"I am in haste," he said. "Neither of us has sought this meeting. Let it be a brief one. Good night."
"Fie, fie," replied Sir John, for it was he. "How very churlish! We were speaking of you. Your name was on my lips. Perhaps you heard me mention it? No? I'm sorry for that. I'm really sorry. You know our friend here, Haredale. This is really a most remarkable meeting." The friend, plainly very ill at ease, had made bold to press Sir John's arm, and to give him other significant hints that he was desirous of avoiding this introduction. As it did not suit Sir John's purpose, however, that it should be evaded, he appeared quite unconscious of these silent remonstrances, and inclined his hand towards him as he spoke to call attention to him more particularly. The friend, therefore, had nothing for it but to muster up the pleasantest smile he could, and to make a conciliatory bow, as Mr. Haredale turned his eyes upon him. Seeing that he was recognized, he put out his hand in an awkward and embarrassed manner, which was not mended by its contemptuous rejection. "Mr. Gashford," said Haredale coldly, "it is as I have heard, then. You have left the darkness for the light, sir, and hate those whose opinions you formerly held with all the bitterness of a renegade. You are an honour, sir, to any cause. I wish the one you espouse at present much joy of the acquisition it has made." The secretary rubbed his hands and bowed, as though he would disarm his adversary by humbling himself before him. Sir John Chester again exclaimed with an air of great gaiety, "Now, really, this is a most remarkable meeting," and took a pinch of snuff with his usual self-possession. "Mr. Haredale," said Gashford, stealthily raising his eyes and letting them drop again when they met the other's steady gaze, "is too conscientious, too honourable, too manly, I am sure, to attach unworthy motives to an honest change of opinions, even though it implies a doubt of those he holds himself. Mr. Haredale is too just, too generous, too clear-sighted in his moral vision to—" "Yes, sir," he rejoined with a sarcastic smile, finding the secretary stopped. "You were saying—" Gashford meekly shrugged his shoulders, and looking on the ground again, was silent. "No, but let us really," interposed Sir John at this juncture, "let us really, for a moment, contemplate the very remarkable character of this meeting. Haredale, my dear friend, pardon me if I think you are not sufficiently impressed with its singularity. Here we stand, by no previous appointment or arrangement, 3 old schoolfellows in Westminster Hall, 3 old boarders in a remarkably dull and shady seminary at St. Omer's, where you, being Catholics and of necessity educated out of England, were brought up, and where I, being a promising young Protestant at that time, was sent to learn the French tongue from a native of Paris." "Add to the singularity, Sir John," said Mr. Haredale, "that some of you Protestants of promise are at this moment leagued in yonder building to prevent our having the surpassing and unheard-of privilege of teaching our children to read and write, here, in this land,
where thousands of us enter your service every year, and to preserve the freedom of which we die in bloody battles abroad in heaps, and that others of you, to the numbers of some thousands as I learn, are led on to look on all men of my creed as wolves and beasts of prey, by this man Gashford. Add to it besides the bare fact that this man lives in society, walks the streets in broad day. I was about to say holds up his head, but that he does not, and it will be strange, and very strange, I grant you.
"Oh, you are hard upon our friend," replied Sir John with an engaging smile. "You are really very hard upon our friend."
"Let him go on, Sir John," said Gashford, fumbling with his gloves. "Let him go on. I can make allowances. Sir John, I am honoured with your good opinion, and I can dispense with Mr. Haredale's. Mr. Haredale is a sufferer from the penal laws, and I can't expect his favour."
"You have so much of my favour, sir," retorted Mr. Haredale, with a bitter glance at the third party in their conversation, "that I am glad to see you in such good company. You are the essence of your great association in yourselves."
"Now, there you mistake," said Sir John, in his most benignant way. "There, which is a most remarkable circumstance for a man of your punctuality and exactness, Haredale, you fall into error. I don't belong to the body. I have an immense respect for its members, but I don't belong to it, although I am, it is certainly true, the conscientious opponent of your being relieved. I feel it my duty to be so. It is a most unfortunate necessity, and cost me a bitter struggle. Will you try this box? If you don't object to a trifling infusion of a very chaste scent, you'll find its flavour exquisite."
"I ask your pardon, Sir John," said Mr. Haredale, declining the proffer with a motion of his hand, "for having ranked you among the humble instruments who are obvious and in all men's sight. I should have done more justice to your genius. Men of your capacity plot in secrecy and safety, and leave exposed posts to the duller wits."
"Don't apologize for the world," replied Sir John sweetly. "Old friends like you and I may be allowed some freedoms, or the deuce is in it."
Gashford, who had been very restless all this time, but had not once looked up, now turned to Sir John and ventured to mutter something to the effect that he must go, or my lord would perhaps be waiting.
"Don't distress yourself, good sir," said Mr. Haredale. "I'll take my leave and put you at your ease."
Which he was about to do without ceremony, when he was stayed by a buzz and murmur at the upper end of the hall, and, looking in that direction, saw Lord George Gordon coming in, with a crowd of people round him. There was a lurking look of triumph, though very differently expressed, in the faces of his two companions, which made it a natural impulse on Mr. Haredale's part not to give way before this leader, but to stand there while he passed. He drew himself up, and, clasping his hands behind him, looked on with a proud and scornful aspect, while Lord George slowly advanced, for the press was great about him, towards the spot where they were standing. He had left the House of Commons but that moment, and had come straight down into the hall, bringing with him, as his custom was, intelligence of what had been said that night in reference to the Papists, and what petitions had been presented in their favour, and who had supported them, and when the bill was to be brought in, and when it would be advisable to present their own great Protestant petition. All this he told the persons about him in a loud voice, and with great abundance of ungainly gesture. Those who were nearest him made comments to each other, and vented threats and murmurings. Those who were outside the crowd cried, "Silence," and "Stand back," or closed in upon the rest, endeavouring to make a forcible exchange of places, and so they came driving on in a very disorderly and irregular way, as it is the manner of a crowd to do. When they were very near to where the Secretary, Sir John, and Mr. Haredale stood, Lord George turned round, and, making a few remarks of a sufficiently violent and incoherent kind, concluded with the usual sentiment and called for 3 cheers to back it. While these were in the act of being given with great energy, he extricated himself from the press and stepped up to Gashford's side. Both he and Sir John being well known to the populace, they fell back a little and left the 4 standing together. "Mr. Haredale, Lord George," said Sir John Chester, seeing that the nobleman regarded him with an inquisitive look. "A Catholic gentleman, unfortunately, most unhappily a Catholic, but an esteemed acquaintance of mine, and once of Mr. Gashford's. My dear Haredale, this is Lord George Gordon." "I should have known that, had I been ignorant of his lordship's person," said Mr. Haredale. "I hope there is but one gentleman in England who, addressing an ignorant and excited throng, would speak of a large body of his fellow subjects in such injurious language as I heard this moment. For shame, my lord, for shame." "I cannot talk to you, sir," replied Lord George in a loud voice, and waving his hand in a disturbed and agitated manner. "We have nothing in common." "We have much in common, many things, all that the Almighty gave us," said Mr. Haredale, "and common charity, not to say common sense and common decency, should teach you to refrain from these proceedings. If every one of those men had arms in their hands at this moment, as they have them in their heads, I would not leave this place without telling you that you disgrace your station." "I don't hear you, sir," he replied in the same manner as before. "I can't hear you. It is indifferent to me what you say. Don't retort, Gashford." For the secretary had made a show of wishing to do so. "I can hold no communion with the worshippers of idols." As he said this, he glanced at Sir John, who lifted his hands and eyebrows as if deploring the intemperate conduct of Mr. Haredale, and smiled in admiration of the crowd and of their leader. "He retort!" cried Haredale. "Look you here, my lord. Do you know this man?" Lord George replied by laying his hand upon the shoulder of his cringing secretary, and viewing him with a smile of confidence. "This man," said Mr. Haredale, eyeing him from top to toe, "who in his boyhood was a thief, and has been from that time to this a servile, false, and truckling knave, this man who has crawled and crept through life, wounding the hands he licked, and biting those he fawned upon, this sycophant, who never knew what honour, truth, or courage meant, who robbed his benefactor's daughter of her virtue, and married her to break her heart, and did it with stripes and cruelty. This creature who has whined at kitchen windows for the broken food, and begged for halfpence at our chapel doors, this apostle of the faith whose tender conscience cannot bear the altars where his vicious life was publicly denounced. Do you know this man?" "Oh, really, you are very, very hard upon our friend," exclaimed Sir John.
"Let Mr. Haredale go on,"
said Gashford, upon whose unwholesome face the perspiration had broken out during this speech in blotches of wet.
"I don't mind him, Sir John. It's quite as indifferent to me what he says as it is to my lord. If he reviles my lord, as you have heard, Sir John, how can I hope to escape?"
"Is it not enough, my lord," Mr. Haredale continued, "that I, as good a gentleman as you, must hold my property, such as it is, by a trick at which the state connives because of these hard laws, and that we may not teach our youth in schools the common principles of right and wrong, but must we be denounced and ridden by such men as this? Here is a man to head your no-popery cry. For shame! For shame!" The infatuated nobleman had glanced more than once at Sir John Chester, as if to inquire whether there was any truth in these statements concerning Gashford, and Sir John had as often plainly answered by a shrug or look, "Oh dear me, no." He now said, in the same loud key and in the same strange manner as before,
I have nothing to say, sir, in reply, and no desire to hear anything more. I beg you won't obtrude your conversation or these personal attacks upon me. I shall not be deterred from doing my duty to my country and my countrymen by any such attempts, whether they proceed from the emissaries of the Pope or not, I assure you. Come, Gashford. They had walked on a few paces while speaking, and were now at the hall door, through which they passed together. Mr. Haredale, without any leave-taking, turned away to the river stairs, which were close at hand, and hailed the only boatman who remained there. But the throng of people, the foremost of whom had heard every word that Lord George Gordon said, and among all of whom the rumour had been rapidly dispersed that the stranger was a papist who was bearding him for his advocacy of the popular cause, came pouring out pell-mell, and, forcing the nobleman, his secretary, and Sir John Chester on before them, so that they appeared to be at their head, crowded to the top of the stairs where Mr. Haredale waited until the boat was ready, and there stood still, leaving him on a little clear space by himself. They were not silent, however, though inactive. At first some indistinct mutterings arose among them, which were followed by a hiss or two, and these swelled by degrees into a perfect storm. Then one voice said, "Down with the papists!" and there was a pretty general cheer, but nothing more. After a lull of a few moments, one man cried out, "Stone him!" Another, "Duck him!" Another, in a stentorian voice, "No popery!" This favourite cry the rest re-echoed, and the mob, which might have been 200 strong, joined in a general shout. Mr. Haredale had stood calmly on the brink of the steps until they made this demonstration, when he looked round contemptuously and walked at a slow pace down the stairs. He was pretty near the boat, when Gashford, as if without intention, turned about, and directly afterwards a great stone was thrown by some hand in the crowd, which struck him on the head and made him stagger like a drunken man. The blood sprung freely from the wound and trickled down his coat. He turned directly, and rushing up the steps with a boldness and passion which made them all fall back, demanded, "Who did that? Show me the man who hit me." Not a soul moved, except some in the rear who slunk off, and, escaping to the other side of the way, looked on like indifferent spectators. "Who did that?" he repeated. "Show me the man who did it. Dog, was it you? It was your deed, if not your hand. I know you." He threw himself on Gashford as he said the words, and hurled him to the ground. There was a sudden motion in the crowd, and some laid hands upon him, but his sword was out, and they fell off again. "My lord, Sir John," he cried, "draw, one of you. You are responsible for this outrage, and I look to you. Draw, if you are gentlemen." With that he struck Sir John upon the breast with the flat of his weapon, and with a burning face and flashing eyes stood upon his guard, alone, before them all. For an instant, for the briefest space of time the mind can readily conceive, there was a change in Sir John's smooth face, such as no man ever saw there. The next moment he stepped forward and laid one hand on Mr. Haredale's arm, while with the other he endeavoured to appease the crowd. "My dear friend, my good Haredale, you are blinded with passion. It's very natural, extremely natural, but you don't know friends from foes." "I know them all, sir. I can distinguish well," he retorted, almost mad with rage. "Sir John, Lord George, do you hear me? Are you cowards?" "Never mind, sir," said a man, forcing his way between and pushing him towards the stairs with friendly violence. "Never mind asking that. For God's sake, get away. What can you do against this number? And there are as many more in the next street. They'll be round directly." Indeed, they began to pour in as he said the words. "You be giddy from that cut in the first heat of a scuffle. Now do retire, sir, or take my word for it, you'll be worse used than you would be if every man in the crowd was a woman, and that woman Bloody Mary. Come, sir, make haste, as quick as you can." Mr. Haredale, who began to turn faint and sick, felt how sensible this advice was, and descended the steps with his unknown friend's assistance. John Gruby,
for John it was, helped him into the boat, and giving her a shove off, which sent her 30 feet into the tide, bade the waterman pull away like a Briton, and walked up again as composedly as if he had just landed. There was at first a slight disposition on the part of the mob to resent this interference, but John, looking particularly strong and cool, and wearing besides Lord George's livery, they thought better of it, and contented themselves with sending a shower of small missiles after the boat, which plashed harmlessly in the water, for she had by this time cleared the bridge, and was darting swiftly down the centre of the stream. From this amusement they proceeded to giving Protestant knocks at the doors of private houses, breaking a few lamps, and assaulting some stray constables. But, it being whispered that a detachment of Life Guards had been sent for, they took to their heels with great expedition, and left the street quite clear. Chapter 44. When the concourse separated, and, dividing into chance clusters, drew off in various directions, there still remained upon the scene of the late disturbance one man. This man was Gashford, who, bruised by his late fall, and hurt in a much greater degree by the indignity he had undergone, and the exposure of which he had been the victim, limped up and down, breathing curses and threats of vengeance. It was not the secretary's nature to waste his wrath in words. While he vented the froth of his malevolence in those effusions, he kept a steady eye on 2 men, who, having disappeared with the rest when the alarm was spread, had since returned, and were now visible in the moonlight at no great distance, as they walked to and fro and talked together. He made no move towards them, but waited patiently on the dark side of the street, until they were tired of strolling backwards and forwards, and walked away in company. Then he followed, but at some distance, keeping them in view, without appearing to have that object, or being seen by them. They went up Parliament Street, past St. Martin's Church, and away by St. Giles's to Tottenham Court Road, at the back of which, upon the western side, was then a place called the Green Lanes. This was a retired spot, not of the choicest kind, leading into the fields. Great heaps of ashes, stagnant pools, overgrown with rank grass and duckweed, broken turnstiles, and the upright posts of palings long since carried off for firewood, which menaced all heedless walkers with their jagged and rusty nails, were the leading features of the landscape, while here and there a donkey or a ragged horse, tethered to a stake and cropping off a wretched meal from the coarse, stunted turf, were quite in keeping with the scene, and would have suggested, if the houses had not done so sufficiently of themselves, how very poor the people were who lived in the crazy huts adjacent, and how foolhardy it might prove for one who carried money, or wore decent clothes, to walk that way alone, unless by daylight. Poverty has its whims and shows of taste, as wealth has. Some of these cabins were turreted, some had false windows painted on their rotten walls. One had a mimic clock, upon a crazy tower of 4 feet high, which screened the chimney. Each in its little patch of ground had a rude seat or arbour. The population dealt in bones, in rags, in broken glass, in old wheels, in birds and dogs. These, in their several ways of stowage, filled the gardens, and shedding a perfume not of the most delicious nature in the air, filled it besides with yelps and screams and howling. Into this retreat the secretary followed the 2 men whom he had held in sight, and here he saw them safely lodged in one of the meanest houses, which was but a room, and that of small dimensions. He waited without until the sound of their voices, joined in a discordant song, assured him they were making merry, and then approaching the door by means of a tottering plank which crossed the ditch in front, knocked at it with his hand.
"Muster Gashford,"
said the man who opened it, taking his pipe from his mouth in evident surprise.
"Why, who'd have thought of this here honour? Walk in, Muster Gashford, walk in, sir."
Gashford required no second invitation, and entered with a gracious air. There was a fire in the rusty grate, for though the spring was pretty far advanced, the nights were cold, and on a stool beside it Hugh sat smoking. Dennis placed a chair, his only one, for the secretary, in front of the hearth, and took his seat again upon the stool he had left when he rose to give the visitor admission.
"What's in the wind now, Mr. Gashford?" he said as he resumed his pipe and looked at him askew. "Any orders from headquarters? Are we going to begin? What is it, Mr. Gashford?"
"Oh, nothing, nothing," rejoined the secretary with a friendly nod to Hugh. "We have broken the ice, though. We had a little spurt to-day, Dennis?"
"A very little one," growled the hangman. "Not half enough for me."
"Nor me neither," cried Hugh. "Give us something to do with life in it, master." "Why, you wouldn't," said the secretary, with his worst expression of face and in his mildest tones, "have anything to do with death in it?"
"I don't know that," replied Hugh. "I'm open to orders. I don't care, not I."
"Nor I,"
vociferated Dennis.
"Brave fellows," said the secretary,
in as pastor-like a voice as if he were commending them for some uncommon act of valour and generosity.
"By the by,"
and here he stopped and warmed his hands, then suddenly looked up.
"Who threw that stone to-day?"
Mr. Dennis coughed and shook his head, as who should say, a mystery indeed. Hugh sat and smoked in silence.
"It was well done," said the secretary,
warming his hands again.
"I should like to know that man."
"Would you?"
said Dennis, after looking into his face to assure himself that he was serious.
"Would you like to know that man, Master Gashford?"
"I should indeed,"
replied the secretary.
"Why then, Lord love you,"
said the hangman in his hoarsest chuckle, as he pointed with his pipe to Hugh.
"There he sits. That's the man. My stars and halters, Master Gashford,"
he added in a whisper as he drew his stool close to him and jogged him with his elbow.
"What a interesting blade he is. He wants as much holding in as a thoroughbred bulldog. If it hadn't been for me to-day, he'd have had that here Roman down and made a riot of it in another minute."
"And why not?"
cried Hugh in a surly voice, as he overheard this last remark.
"Where's the good of putting things off? Strike while the iron's hot, that's what I say."
"Ah!" retorted Dennis, shaking his head with a kind of pity for his friend's ingenuous youth.
"But suppose the iron ain't hot, brother. You must get people's blood up before you strike, and have 'em in the humour. There wasn't quite enough to provoke 'em to-day, I tell you. If you'd had your way, you'd have spoilt the fun to come, and ruined us."
"Dennis is quite right," said Gashford smoothly. "He is perfectly correct. Dennis has great knowledge of the world."
"I ought to have, Master Gashford, seeing what a many people I've helped out of it, eh?"
grinned the hangman, whispering the words behind his hand. The secretary laughed at this jest as much as Dennis could desire, and when he had done, said, turning to Hugh,
"Dennis's policy was mine, as you may have observed. You saw, for instance, how I fell when I was set upon. I made no resistance. I did nothing to provoke an outbreak. Oh, dear no."
"No, by the Lord Harry," cried Dennis with a noisy laugh. "You went down very quiet, Master Gashford, and very flat besides. I thinks to myself at the time, it's all up with Master Gashford. I never see a man lay flatter nor more still with the life in him than you did today. He's a rough 'un to play with, is that here papist, and that's the fact."
The secretary's face, as Dennis roared with laughter and turned his wrinkled eyes on Hugh, who did the like, might have furnished a study for the devil's picture. He sat quite silent until they were serious again, and then said, looking round,
"We are very pleasant here, so very pleasant, Dennis, that but for my lord's particular desire that I should sup with him, and the time being very near at hand, I should be inclined to stay until it would be hardly safe to go homeward. I come upon a little business, yes I do, as you supposed. It's very flattering to you, being this. If we ever should be obliged, and we can't tell, you know, this is a very uncertain world."
"I believe you, Muster Gashford,"
interposed the hangman with a grave nod.
"The uncertainties, as I've seen in reference to this here state of existence, the unexpected contingencies as have come about, oh my eye!"
Feeling the subject much too vast for expression, he puffed at his pipe again and looked the rest.
"I say,"
resumed the secretary in a slow, impressive way,
"we can't tell what may come to pass, and if we should be obliged, against our wills, to have recourse to violence, my lord, who has suffered terribly to-day as far as words can go, consigns to you two, bearing in mind my recommendation of you both, as good staunch men, beyond all doubt and suspicion, the pleasant task of punishing this Haredale. You may do as you please with him, or his, provided that you show no mercy and no quarter, and leave no two beams of his house standing where the builder placed them. You may sack it, burn it, do with it as you like, but it must come down, it must be razed to the ground, and he and all belonging to him left as shelterless as new-born infants whom their mothers have exposed. Do you understand me?"
said Gashford, pausing and pressing his hands together gently.
"Understand you, master," cried Hugh. "You speak plain now. Why, this is hearty."
"I knew you would like it,"
said Gashford, shaking him by the hand.
"I thought you would. Good night. Don't rise, Dennis. I would rather find my way alone. I may have to make other visits here, and it's pleasant to come and go without disturbing you. I can find my way perfectly well. Good night."
He was gone, and had shut the door behind him. They looked at each other and nodded approvingly. Dennis stirred up the fire.
"This looks a little more like business," he said.
"Aye, indeed,"
cried Hugh. "This suits me." "I've heard it said of Muster Gashford," said the hangman, "that he'd a surprising memory and wonderful firmness, that he never forgot and never forgave. Let's drink his health."
Hugh readily complied, pouring no liquor on the floor when he drank this toast, and they pledged the secretary as a man after their own hearts in a bumper. Chapter 45. While the worst passions of the worst men were thus working in the dark, and the mantle of religion, assumed to cover the ugliest deformities, threatened to become the shroud of all that was good and peaceful in society, a circumstance occurred which once more altered the position of two persons from whom this history has long been separated, and to whom it must now return. In a small English country town, the inhabitants of which supported themselves by the labour of their hands in plaiting and preparing straw for those who made bonnets and other articles of dress and ornament from that material, concealed under an assumed name, and living in a quiet poverty which knew no change, no pleasures, and few cares but that of struggling on from day to day in one great toil for bread, dwelt Barnaby and his mother. Their poor cottage had known no stranger's foot since they sought the shelter of its roof 5 years before, nor had they in all that time held any commerce or communication with the old world from which they had fled. To labour in peace and devote her labour and her life to her poor son was all the widow sought. If happiness can be said at any time to be the lot of one on whom a secret sorrow preys, she was happy now. Tranquillity, resignation, and her strong love of him who needed it so much formed the small circle of her quiet joys, and while that remained unbroken, she was contented. For Barnaby himself, the time which had flown by had passed him like the wind. The daily suns of years had shed no brighter gleam of reason on his mind. No dawn had broken on his long, dark night. He would sit sometimes, often for days together, on a low seat by the fire or by the cottage door, busy at work, for he had learnt the art his mother plied, and listening, God help him, to the tales she would repeat, as a lure to keep him in her sight. He had no recollection of these little narratives. The tale of yesterday was new to him upon the morrow. But he liked them at the moment, and when the humour held him, would remain patiently within doors, hearing her stories like a little child, and working cheerfully from sunrise until it was too dark to see. At other times, and then their scanty earnings were barely sufficient to furnish them with food, though of the coarsest sort, he would wander abroad from dawn of day until the twilight deepened into night. Few in that place, even of the children, could be idle, and he had no companions of his own kind. Indeed, there were not many who could have kept up with him in his rambles, had there been a legion. But there were a score of vagabond dogs belonging to the neighbours who served his purpose quite as well. With 2 or 3 of these, or sometimes with a full half-dozen barking at his heels, he would sally forth on some long expedition that consumed the day, and though on their return at nightfall the dogs would come home limping and sore-footed and almost spent with their fatigue, Barnaby was up and off again at sunrise with some new attendants of the same class, with whom he would return in like manner. On all these travels, Grip, in his little basket at his master's back, was a constant member of the party, and when they set off in fine weather and in high spirits, no dog barked louder than the raven. Their pleasures on these excursions were simple enough. A crust of bread and scrap of meat, with water from the brook or spring, sufficed for their repast. Barnaby's enjoyments were to walk and run and leap till he was tired, then to lie down in the long grass, or by the growing corn, or in the shade of some tall tree, looking upward at the light clouds as they floated over the blue surface of the sky, and listening to the lark as she poured out her brilliant song. There were wild flowers to pluck, the bright red poppy, the gentle harebell, the cowslip, and the rose. There were birds to watch, fish, ants, worms, hares or rabbits, as they darted across the distant pathway in the wood and so were gone. Millions of living things to have an interest in, and lie in wait for, and clap hands and shout in memory of, when they had disappeared. In default of these, or when they wearied, there was the merry sunlight to hunt out, as it crept in aslant through leaves and boughs of trees, and hid far down, deep, deep in hollow places, like a silver pool, where nodding branches seemed to bathe and sport, sweet scents of summer air breathing over fields of beans or clover, the perfume of wet leaves or moss, the life of waving trees and shadows always changing. When these or any of them tired, or in excess of pleasing tempted him to shut his eyes, there was slumber in the midst of all these soft delights, with the gentle wind murmuring like music in his ears, and everything around melting into one delicious dream. Their hut, for it was little more, stood on the outskirts of the town, at a short distance from the high road, but in a secluded place, where few chance passengers strayed at any season of the year. It had a plot of garden ground attached, which Barnaby, in fits and starts of working, trimmed and kept in order. Within doors and without, his mother laboured for their common good, and hail, rain, snow, or sunshine found no difference in her. Though so far removed from the scenes of her past life, and with so little thought or hope of ever visiting them again, she seemed to have a strange desire to know what happened in the busy world. Any old newspaper or scrap of intelligence from London she caught at with avidity. The excitement it produced was not of a pleasurable kind, for her manner at such times expressed the keenest anxiety and dread, but it never faded in the least degree. Then, and in stormy winter nights, when the wind blew loud and strong, the old expression came into her face, and she would be seized with a fit of trembling, like one who had an ague. But Barnaby noted little of this, and putting a great constraint upon herself, she usually recovered her accustomed manner before the change had caught his observation. Grip was by no means an idle or unprofitable member of the humble household. Partly by dint of Barnaby's tuition, and partly by pursuing a species of self-instruction common to his tribe, and exerting his powers of observation to the utmost, he had acquired a degree of sagacity which rendered him famous for miles round. His conversational powers and surprising performances were the universal theme, and as many persons came to see the wonderful raven, and none left his exertions unrewarded, when he condescended to exhibit, which was not always, for genius is capricious, his earnings formed an important item in the common stock. Indeed, the bird himself appeared to know his value well, for though he was perfectly free and unrestrained in the presence of Barnaby and his mother, he maintained in public an amazing gravity, and never stooped to any other gratuitous performances than biting the ankles of vagabond boys, an exercise in which he much delighted, killing a fowl or two occasionally, and swallowing the dinners of various neighbouring dogs, of whom the boldest held him in great awe and dread. Time had glided on in this way, and nothing had happened to disturb or change their mode of life, when, one summer's night in June, they were in their little garden, resting from the labours of the day. The widow's work was yet upon her knee, and strewn upon the ground about her, and Barnaby stood leaning on his spade, gazing at the brightness in the west, and singing softly to himself.
"A brave evening, mother. If we had chinking in our pockets but a few specks of that gold which is piled up yonder in the sky, we should be rich for life." "We are better as we are," returned the widow with a quiet smile. "Let us be contented, and we do not want and need not care to have it, though it lay shining at our feet." "Aye," said Barnaby, resting with crossed arms on his spade, and looking wistfully at the sunset. "That's well enough, mother, but gold's a good thing to have. I wish that I knew where to find it. Grip and I could do much with gold, be sure of that." "What would you do?" she asked. "What? A world of things. We'd dress finely, you and I mean, not Grip. Keep horses, dogs, wear bright colours and feathers, do no more work, live delicately and at our ease. Oh, we'd find uses for it, mother, and uses that would do us good. I would I knew where gold was buried. How hard I'd work to dig it up." "You do not know," said his mother, rising from her seat and laying her hand upon his shoulder, "what men have done to win it, and how they have found, too late, that it glitters brightest at a distance and turns quite dim and dull when handled." "Aye, aye, so you say, so you think," he answered, still looking eagerly in the same direction. "For all that, mother, I should like to try." "Do you not see," she said, "how red it is? Nothing bears so many stains of blood as gold. Avoid it. None have such cause to hate its name as we have. Do not so much as think of it, dear love. It has brought such misery and suffering on your head and mine as few have known, and God grant few may have to undergo. I would rather we were dead and laid down in our graves than you should ever come to love it." For a moment Barnaby withdrew his eyes and looked at her with wonder. Then, glancing from the redness in the sky to the mark upon his wrist, as if he would compare the two, he seemed about to question her with earnestness, when a new object caught his wandering attention and made him quite forgetful of his purpose. This was a man with dusty feet and garments, who stood, bareheaded, behind the hedge that divided their patch of garden from the pathway, and leant meekly forward as if he sought to mingle with their conversation, and waited for his time to speak. His face was turned towards the brightness too, but the light that fell upon it showed that he was blind, and saw it not. "A blessing on those voices," said the wayfarer. "I feel the beauty of the night more keenly when I hear them. They are like eyes to me. Will they speak again and cheer the heart of a poor traveller?" "Have you no guide?" asked the widow, after a moment's pause. "None but that," he answered, pointing with his staff towards the sun, "and sometimes a milder one at night, but she is idle now." "Have you travelled far?" "A weary way and long," rejoined the traveller as he shook his head. "A weary, weary way. I struck my stick just now upon the bucket of your well. Be pleased to let me have a draught of water, lady." "Why do you call me lady?" she returned. "I am as poor as you." "Your speech is soft and gentle, and I judge by that," replied the man. "The coarsest stuffs and finest silks are, apart from a sense of touch, alike to me. I cannot judge you by your dress." "Come round this way," said Barnaby, who had passed out at the garden gate, and now stood close beside him. "Put your hand in mine. You're blind, and always in the dark, eh? Are you frightened in the dark? Do you see great crowds of faces now? Do they grin and chatter?" "Alas," returned the other, "I see nothing. Waking or sleeping, nothing." Barnaby looked curiously at his eyes, and touching them with his fingers, as an inquisitive child might, led him towards the house. "You have come a long distance," said the widow, meeting him at the door. "How have you found your way so far?" "Use and necessity are good teachers, as I have heard, the best of any," said the blind man, sitting down upon the chair to which Barnaby had led him, and putting his hat and stick upon the red-tiled floor. "May neither you nor your son ever learn under them. They are rough masters." "You have wandered from the road, too," said the widow, in a tone of pity. Maybe, returned the blind man with a sigh, and yet with something of a smile upon his face. "That's likely. Handposts and milestones are dumb indeed to me. Thank you the more for this rest and this refreshing drink." As he spoke, he raised the mug of water to his mouth. It was clear and cold and sparkling, but not to his taste nevertheless, or his thirst was not very great, for he only wetted his lips and put it down again. He wore, hanging with a long strap round his neck, a kind of scrip or wallet in which to carry food. The widow set some bread and cheese before him, but he thanked her, and said that through the kindness of the charitable he had broken his fast once since morning, and was not hungry. When he had made her this reply, he opened his wallet and took out a few pence, which was all it appeared to contain. "Might I make bold to ask," he said, turning towards where Barnaby stood looking on, "that one who has the gift of sight would lay this out for me in bread to keep me on my way? Heaven's blessing on the young feet that will bestir themselves in aid of one so helpless as a sightless man.
Barnaby looked at his mother, who nodded assent. In another moment he was gone upon his charitable errand. The blind man sat listening with an attentive face, until long after the sound of his retreating footsteps was inaudible to the widow, and then said suddenly, and in a very altered tone,
"There are various degrees and kinds of blindness, widow. There is the connubial blindness, ma'am, which perhaps you may have observed in the course of your own experience, and which is a kind of wilful and self-bandaging blindness. There is the blindness of party, ma'am, and public men, which is the blindness of a mad bull in the midst of a regiment of soldiers clothed in red. There is the blind confidence of youth, which is the blindness of young kittens, whose eyes have not yet opened on the world. And there is that physical blindness, ma'am, of which I am, contrary to my own desire, a most illustrious example. Added to these, ma'am, is that blindness of the intellect, of which we have a specimen in your interesting son, and which, having sometimes glimmerings and dawnings of the light, is scarcely to be trusted as a total darkness. Therefore, ma'am, I have taken the liberty to get him out of the way for a short time, while you and I confer together, and this precaution arising out of the delicacy of my sentiment toward yourself. You will excuse me, ma'am, I know."
Having delivered himself of this speech with many flourishes of manner, he drew from beneath his coat a flat stone bottle, and holding the cork between his teeth, qualified his mug of water with a plentiful infusion of the liquor it contained. He politely drained the bumper to her health and the lady's, and setting it down empty, smacked his lips with infinite relish.
"I'm a citizen of the world, ma'am," said the blind man, corking his bottle, "and if I seem to conduct myself with freedom, it is therefore. You wonder who I am, ma'am, and what has brought me here. Such experience of human nature as I have leads me to that conclusion, without the aid of eyes by which to read the movements of your soul as depicted in your feminine features. I will satisfy your curiosity immediately, ma'am, immediately."
With that he slapped his bottle on its broad back, and having put it under his garment as before, crossed his legs and folded his hands, and settled himself in his chair, previous to proceeding any further. The change in his manner was so unexpected, the craft and wickedness of his deportment were so much aggravated by his condition, for we are accustomed to see in those who have lost a human sense something in its place almost divine, and this alteration bred so many fears in her whom he addressed, that she could not pronounce one word. After waiting, as it seemed, for some remark or answer, and waiting in vain, the visitor resumed.
"Madam, my name is Stagg. A friend of mine who has desired the honour of meeting with you any time these 5 years past has commissioned me to call upon you. I should be glad to whisper that gentleman's name in your ear." "Zounds, ma'am, are you deaf? Do you hear me say that I should be glad to whisper my friend's name in your ear?" "You need not repeat it," said the widow with a stifled groan. "I see too well from whom you come." "But as a man of honour, ma'am," said the blind man, striking himself on the breast, "whose credentials must not be disputed, I take leave to say that I will mention that gentleman's name. Aye, he added, seeming to catch with his quick ear the very motion of her hand, "but not aloud. With your leave, ma'am, I desire the favour of a whisper."
She moved towards him and stooped down. He muttered a word in her ear, and, wringing her hands, she paced up and down the room like one distracted. The blind man, with perfect composure, produced his bottle again, mixed another glassful, put it up as before, and, drinking from time to time, followed her with his face in silence.
"You are slow in conversation, widow,"
he said after a time, pausing in his draught.
"We shall have to talk before your son."
"What would you have me do?" she answered. "What do you want?"
"We are poor, widow, we are poor,"
he retorted, stretching out his right hand and rubbing his thumb upon its palm.
"Poor?" she cried. "And what am I?"
"Comparisons are odious," said the blind man. "I don't know. I don't care. I say that we are poor,
My friend's circumstances are indifferent, and so are mine. We must have our rights, widow, or we must be bought off. But you know that as well as I, so where is the use of talking?" She still walked wildly to and fro. At length, stopping abruptly before him, she said, "Is he near here?" "He is, close at hand."
"Then I am lost."
"Not lost, widow," said the blind man calmly. "Only found. Shall I call him?"
"Not for the world," she answered with a shudder.
"Very good,"
he replied, crossing his legs again, for he had made as though he would rise and walk to the door.
"As you please, widow. His presence is not necessary that I know of, but both he and I must live. To live, we must eat and drink. To eat and drink, we must have money. I say no more."
"Do you know how pinched and destitute I am?" she retorted. "I do not think you do, or can. If you had eyes and could look around you on this poor place, you would have pity on me. Oh, let your heart be softened by your own affliction, friend, and have some sympathy with mine."
The blind man snapped his fingers as he answered,
"Beside the question, ma'am, beside the question. I have the softest heart in the world, but I can't live upon it. Many a gentleman lives well upon a soft head, who would find a heart of the same quality a very great drawback. Listen to me. This is a matter of business, with which sympathies and sentiments have nothing to do. As a mutual friend, I wish to arrange it in a satisfactory manner if possible, and thus the case stands. If you are very poor now, it's your own choice. You have friends who, in case of need, are always ready to help you. My friend is in a more destitute and desolate situation than most men, and you and he being linked together in a common cause, he naturally looks to you to assist him. He has boarded and lodged with me a long time, for as I said just now, I am very soft-hearted, and I quite approve of his entertaining this opinion. You have always had a roof over your head. He has always been an outcast. You have your son to comfort and assist you. He has nobody at all. The advantages must not be all one side. You are in the same boat, and we must divide the ballast a little more equally."
She was about to speak, but he checked her and went on.
"The only way of doing this is by making up a little purse now and then for my friend, and that's what I advise. He bears you no malice that I know of, ma'am, so little that although you have treated him harshly more than once and driven him, I may say, out of doors, he has that regard for you that I believe, even if you disappointed him now, he would consent to take charge of your son and to make a man of him."
He laid a great stress on these latter words, and paused as if to find out what effect they had produced. She only answered by her tears.
"He's a likely lad," said the blind man thoughtfully, "for many purposes, and not ill-disposed to try his fortune in a little change and bustle, if I may judge from what I heard of his talk with you to-night. Come, in a word, my friend has pressing necessity for £20. You, who can give up an annuity, can get that sum for him. It's a pity you should be troubled. You seem very comfortable here, and it's worth that much to remain so. £20, widow, is a moderate demand. You know where to apply for it. A post will bring it to you. £20.
She was about to answer him again, but again he stopped her.
"Don't say anything hastily. You might be sorry for it. Think of it a little while. £20 of other people's money. How easy. Turn it over in your mind. I'm in no hurry. Night's coming on. If I don't sleep here, I shall not go far. £20. Consider of it, ma'am, for 20 minutes. Give each pound a minute. That's a fair allowance. I'll enjoy the air the while, which is very mild and pleasant in these parts."
With these words he groped his way to the door, carrying his chair with him. Then seating himself under a spreading honeysuckle, and stretching his legs across the threshold so that no person could pass in or out without his knowledge, he took from his pocket a pipe, flint, steel, and tinder box, and began to smoke. It was a lovely evening, of that gentle kind, and at the time of year when the twilight is most beautiful. Pausing now and then to let his smoke curl slowly off, and to sniff the grateful fragrance of the flowers, he sat there at his ease, as though the cottage were his proper dwelling, and he had held undisputed possession of it all his life, waiting for the widow's answer and for Barnaby's return. Chapter 46. When Barnaby returned with the bread, the sight of the pious old pilgrim smoking his pipe and making himself so thoroughly at home appeared to surprise even him. The more so as that worthy person, instead of putting up the loaf in his wallet as a scarce and precious article, tossed it carelessly on the table, and producing his bottle, bade him sit down and drink.
"For I carry some comfort, you see," he said. "Taste that. Is it good?"
The water stood in Barnaby's eyes as he coughed from the strength of the draught, and answered in the affirmative.
"Drink some more," said the blind man. "Don't be afraid of it. You don't taste anything like that often, eh?"
"Often?" cried Barnaby. "Never."
"Too poor," returned the blind man with a sigh. "Aye, that's bad. Your mother, poor soul, would be happier if she was richer, Barnaby."
"Why, so I tell her. The very thing I told her just before you came tonight, when all that gold was in the sky," said Barnaby, drawing his chair nearer to him, and looking eagerly in his face. "Tell me, is there any way of being rich that I could find out?"
"Any way? 100 ways."
"Aye, aye," he returned. "Do you say so? What are they? Nay, mother, it's for your sake I ask, not mine, for yours indeed. What are they?"
The blind man turned his face, on which there was a smile of triumph, to where the widow stood in great distress, and answered,
"Why, they are not to be found out by stay-at-homes, my good friend."
"By stay-at-homes?"
cried Barnaby, plucking at his sleeve.
"But I am not one. Now there you mistake. I'm often out before the sun, and travel home when he's gone to rest. I am away in the woods before the day has reached the shady places, and am often there when the bright moon is peeping through the boughs and looking down upon the other moon that lives in the water. As I walk along, I try to find among the grass and moss some of that small money for which you work so hard and used to shed so many tears. As I lie asleep in the shade, I dream of it, dream of digging it up in heaps and spying it out, hidden under bushes, and seeing it sparkle as the dewdrops do among the leaves. But I never find it. Tell me where it is. I'd go there if the journey were a whole year long, because I know she would be happier when I came home and brought some with me. Speak again. I'll listen to you if you talk all night."
The blind man passed his hand lightly over the poor fellow's face, and finding that his elbows were planted on the table, that his chin rested on his 2 hands, that he leaned eagerly forward, and that his whole manner expressed the utmost interest and anxiety, paused for a minute as though he desired the widow to observe this fully, and then made answer.
"It's in the world, bold Barnaby, the merry world. Not in solitary places like those you pass your time in, but in crowds, and where there's noise and rattle."
"Oh, good, good!"
cried Barnaby, rubbing his hands.
"Yes, I love that. Grip loves it too. It suits us both. That's brave."
"The kind of places," said the blind man, "that a young fellow likes, and in which a good son may do more for his mother and himself to boot in a month than he could here in all his life. That is, if he had a friend, you know, and someone to advise with."
"You hear this, mother?"
cried Barnaby, turning to her with delight.
"Never tell me we shouldn't heed it if it lay shining at our feet. Why do we heed it so much now? Why do you toil from morning until night?"
Surely, said the blind man, surely. Have you no answer, widow? Is your mind, he slowly added, not made up yet?
Let me speak with you, she answered, apart.
Lay your hand upon my sleeve, said Stagg, arising from the table, and lead me where you will. Courage, bold Barnaby. We'll talk more of this. I've a fancy for you. Wait there till I come back. Now, widow.
She led him out at the door and into the little garden, where they stopped.
You are a fit agent,
she said, in a half-breathless manner,
and well represent the man who sent you here.
I tell him that you said so, Stagg retorted. He has a regard for you, and will respect me the more, if possible, for your praise. We must have our rights, widow.
Rights? Do you know, she said, that a word from me—
Why do you stop?
returned the blind man calmly, after a long pause.
Do I know that a word from you would place my friend in the last position of the dance of life? Yes, I do. What of that? It will never be spoken, widow.
You are sure of that?
Quite. So sure that I don't come here to discuss the question. I say we must have our rights or we must be bought off. Keep to that point, or let me return to my young friend, for I have an interest in the lad and desire to put him in the way of making his fortune. Pah! You needn't speak, he added hastily. I know what you would say. You have hinted at it once already. Have I no feeling for you because I am blind? No, I have not. Why do you expect me, being in darkness, to be better than men who have their sight? Why should you? Is the hand of heaven more manifest in my having no eyes than in your having two? It's the cant of you folks to be horrified if a blind man robs or lies or steals. Oh, yes, it's far worse in him, who can barely live on the few halfpence that are thrown to him in the streets, than in you, who can see and work, and are not dependent on the mercies of the world. A curse on you! You, who have 5 senses, may be wicked at your pleasure. We who have 4, and want the most important, ought to live and be moral on our affliction. The true charity and justice of rich to poor, all the world over.
He paused a moment when he had said these words, and caught the sound of money jingling in her hand.
Well, he cried, quickly resuming his former manner, that should lead to something. The point, widow.
First, answer me one question, she replied. You say he is close at hand. Has he left London?
Being close at hand, widow, it would seem he has, returned the blind man.
I mean, for good. You know that.
Yes, for good. The truth is, widow, that his making a longer stay there might have had disagreeable consequences. He has come away for that reason.
Listen, said the widow, telling some money out upon a bench beside them. Count.
6,
said the blind man, listening attentively.
Any more?
They are the savings, she answered, of 5 years. 6 guineas.
He put out his hand for one of the coins, felt it carefully, put it between his teeth, rung it on the bench, and nodded to her to proceed.
These have been scraped together and laid by, lest sickness or death should separate my son and me. They have been purchased at the price of much hunger, hard labour, and want of rest. If you can take them, do, on condition that you leave this place upon the instant, and enter no more into that room where he sits now, expecting your return.
6 guineas, said the blind man, shaking his head, though of the fullest weight that were ever coined, fall very far short of 20 pounds, widow.
For such a sum, as you know, I must write to a distant part of the country. To do that, and receive an answer, I must have time.
2 days, said Stagg.
More.
4 days.
a week. Return on this day week at the same hour, but not to the house. Wait at the corner of the lane."
"Of course," said the blind man, with a crafty look. "I shall find you there."
"Where else can I take refuge? Is it not enough that you have made a beggar of me, and that I have sacrificed my whole store, so hardly earned, to preserve this home?"
"Pshaw!" said the blind man, after some consideration. "Set me with my face towards the point you speak of, and in the middle of the road. Is this the spot?"
"It is."
"On this day week at sunset, and think of him within doors. For the present, good night."
She made him no answer, nor did he stop for any. He went slowly away, turning his head from time to time and stopping to listen, as if he were curious to know whether he was watched by anyone. The shadows of night were closing fast around, and he was soon lost in the gloom. It was not, however, until she had traversed the lane from end to end, and made sure that he was gone, that she re-entered the cottage, and hurriedly barred the door and window.
"Mother," said Barnaby, "what is the matter? Where is the blind man?"
"He is gone."
"Gone?"
he cried, starting up.
"I must have more talk with him. Which way did he take?"
"I don't know," she answered, folding her arms about him. "You must not go out tonight. There are ghosts and dreams abroad."
"Aye,"
said Barnaby in a frightened whisper.
"It is not safe to stir. We must leave this place tomorrow." "This place? This cottage and the little garden, Mother?"
"Yes. Tomorrow morning at sunrise we must travel to London, lose ourselves in that wide place. There would be some trace of us in any other town, then travel on again and find some new abode." Little persuasion was required to reconcile Barnaby to anything that promised change. In another minute he was wild with delight, in another full of grief at the prospect of parting with his friends the dogs, in another wild again. Then he was fearful of what she had said to prevent his wandering abroad that night, and full of terrors and strange questions. His light-heartedness in the end surmounted all his other feelings, and lying down in his clothes to the end that he might be ready on the morrow, he soon fell fast asleep before the poor turf fire. His mother did not close her eyes, but sat beside him, watching. Every breath of wind sounded in her ears like that dreaded footstep at the door, or like that hand upon the latch, and made the calm summer night a night of horror. At length the welcome day appeared. When she had made the little preparations which were needful for their journey, and had prayed upon her knees with many tears, she roused Barnaby, who jumped up gaily at her summons. His clothes were few enough, and to carry Grip was a labour of love. As the sun shed his earliest beams upon the earth, they closed the door of their deserted home, and turned away. The sky was blue and bright, the air was fresh and filled with 1,000 perfumes. Barnaby looked upward and laughed with all his heart. But it was a day he usually devoted to a long ramble, and one of the dogs, the ugliest of them all, came bounding up and jumping round him in the fullness of his joy. He had to bid him go back in a surly tone, and his heart smote him while he did so. The dog retreated, turned with a half-incredulous, half-imploring look, came a little back, and stopped. It was the last appeal of an old companion and a faithful friend, cast off. Barnaby could bear no more, and as he shook his head and waved his playmate home, he burst into tears.
"Oh, mother, mother, how mournful he will be when he scratches the door and finds it always shut."
There was such a sense of home in the thought, that though her own eyes overflowed, she would not have obliterated the recollection of it, either from her own mind or from his, for the wealth of the whole wide world. Chapter 47. In the exhaustless catalogue of heaven's mercies to mankind, The power we have of finding some germs of comfort in the hardest trials must ever occupy the foremost place, not only because it supports and upholds us when we most require to be sustained, but because in this source of consolation there is something, we have reason to believe, of the divine spirit, something of that goodness which detects amidst our own evil doings a redeeming quality, something which, even in our fallen nature, we possess in common with the angels, which had its being in the old time when they trod the earth, and lingers on it yet, in pity. How often on their journey did the widow remember with a grateful heart that out of his deprivation Barnaby's cheerfulness and affection sprung. How often did she call to mind that but for that he might have been sullen, morose, unkind, far removed from her, vicious, perhaps, and cruel. How often had she cause for comfort in his strength and hope and in his simple nature. Those feeble powers of mind which rendered him so soon forgetful of the past, save in brief gleams and flashes, even they were a comfort now. The world to him was full of happiness. In every tree and plant and flower, in every bird and beast and tiny insect whom a breath of summer wind laid low upon the ground, he had delight. His delight was hers, and where many a wise son would have made her sorrowful, this poor light-hearted idiot filled her breast with thankfulness and love. Their stock of money was low, but from the hoard she had told into the blind man's hand, the widow had withheld 1 guinea. This, with the few pence she possessed besides, was to 2 persons of their frugal habits a goodly sum in bank. Moreover, they had Grip in company, and when they must otherwise have changed the guinea, it was but to make him exhibit outside an alehouse door, or in a village street, or in the grounds or gardens of a mansion of the better sort, and scores who would have given nothing in charity were ready to bargain for more amusement from the talking bird. One day, for they moved slowly, and although they had many rides in carts and wagons, were on the road a week, Barnaby, with Grip upon his shoulder and his mother following, begged permission at a trim lodge to go up to the great house at the other end of the avenue and show his raven. The man within was inclined to give them admittance, and was indeed about to do so, when a stout gentleman with a long whip in his hand and a flushed face which seemed to indicate that he had had his morning's draught, rode up to the gate and called in a loud voice and with more oaths than the occasion seemed to warrant, to have it opened directly.
"Who hast thou got here?" said the gentleman angrily, as the man threw the gate wide open and pulled off his hat. "Who are these, eh? Art a beggar, woman?"
The widow answered with a curtsy that they were poor travellers.
"Vagrants," said the gentleman, "vagrants and vagabonds. Thee wish to be made acquainted with the cage, dost thee? The cage, the stocks, and the whipping post? Where dost come from?"
She told him in a timid manner, for he was very loud, hoarse, and red-faced, and besought him not to be angry, for they meant no harm, and would go upon their way that moment.
"Don't be too sure of that," replied the gentleman. "We don't allow vagrants to roam about this place. I know what thou wantest. Stray linen drying on hedges and stray poultry, eh? What hast got in that basket, lazy hound?" "Grip, Grip, Grip, Grip the clever, Grip the wicked, Grip the knowing, Grip, Grip, Grip,"
cried the raven, whom Barnaby had shut up on the approach of this stern personage.
"I'm a devil, I'm a devil, I'm a devil, never say die, ow, 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 Polly, put the kettle on, we'll all have tea, "Take the vermin out, scoundrel," said the gentleman, "and let me see him."
Barnaby, thus condescendingly addressed, produced his bird, but not without much fear and trembling, and set him down upon the ground, which he had no sooner done than Grip drew 50 corks at least, and then began to dance, at the same time eyeing the gentleman with surprising insolence of manner, and screwing his head so much on one side that he appeared desirous of screwing it off upon the spot. The cork-drawing seemed to make a greater impression on the gentleman's mind than the raven's power of speech, and was indeed particularly adapted to his habits and capacity. He desired to have that done again, but despite his being very peremptory, and notwithstanding that Barnaby coaxed to the utmost, Grip turned a deaf ear to the request, and preserved a dead silence.
"Bring her along,"
said the gentleman, pointing to the house. But Grip, who had watched the action, anticipated his master by hopping on before them, constantly flapping his wings and screaming "Cook!" Meanwhile, as a hint perhaps that there was company coming and a small collation would be acceptable, Barnaby and his mother walked on either side of the gentleman on horseback, who surveyed each of them from time to time in a proud and coarse manner, and occasionally thundered out some question, the tone of which alarmed Barnaby so much that he could find no answer, and, as a matter of course, could make him no reply. On one of these occasions, when the gentleman appeared disposed to exercise his horsewhip, the widow ventured to inform him in a low voice and with tears in her eyes that her son was of weak mind.
"An idiot, eh?"
said the gentleman, looking at Barnaby as he spoke.
"And how long hast thou been an idiot?"
"She knows,"
was Barnaby's timid answer, pointing to his mother.
"I always, I believe."
"From his birth," said the widow.
"I don't believe it,"
cried the gentleman.
"Not a bit of it. It's an excuse not to work. There's nothing like flogging to cure that disorder. I'd make a difference in him in 10 minutes, I'll be bound."
"Heaven has made none in more than twice 10 years, sir," said the widow mildly.
"Then why don't you shut him up? We pay enough for county institutions, damn him. But thou'd rather drag him about to excite charity, of course. Aye, I know thee."
Now, this gentleman had various endearing appellations among his intimate friends. By some he was called a country gentleman of the true school, by some a fine old country gentleman, by some a sporting gentleman, by some a thoroughbred Englishman, by some a genuine John Bull. But they all agreed in one respect, and that was that it was a pity they were not more like him, and that because they were not, the country was going to rack and ruin every day. He was in the Commission of the Peace, and could write his name almost legibly. But his greatest qualifications were that he was more severe with poachers, was a better shot, a harder rider, had better horses, kept better dogs, could eat more solid food, drink more strong wine, go to bed every night more drunk, and get up every morning more sober than any man in the county. In knowledge of horseflesh he was almost equal to a farrier. In stable learning he surpassed his own head groom, and in gluttony not a pig on his estate was a match for him. He had no seat in Parliament himself, but he was extremely patriotic, and usually drove his voters up to the poll with his own hands. He was warmly attached to church and state, and never appointed to the living in his gift any but a 3-bottle man and a first-rate fox-hunter. He mistrusted the honesty of all poor people who could read and write, and had a secret jealousy of his own wife, a young lady whom he had married for what his friends called the good old English reason that her father's property adjoined his own, for possessing those accomplishments in a greater degree than himself. In short, Barnaby being an idiot, and Grip a creature of mere brute instinct, it would be very hard to say what this gentleman was. He rode up to the door of a handsome house, approached by a great flight of steps, where a man was waiting to take his horse, and led the way into a large hall, which, spacious as it was tainted with the fumes of last night's stale debauch. Greatcoats, riding-whips, bridles, top-boots, spurs, and such gear were strewn about on all sides, and formed, with some huge stag's antlers and a few portraits of dogs and horses, its principal embellishments. Throwing himself into a great chair, in which, by the by, he often snored away the night, when he had been, according to his admirers, a finer country gentleman than usual, he bade the man to tell his mistress to come down. And presently there appeared, a little flurried, as it seemed, by the unwonted summons, a lady much younger than himself, who had the appearance of being in delicate health and not too happy.
"Here, thou'st no delight in following the hounds, as an Englishwoman should have," said the gentleman. "See to this here. That'll please thee, perhaps."
The lady smiled, sat down at a little distance from him, and glanced at Barnaby with a look of pity.
"He's an idiot, the woman says," observed the gentleman, shaking his head. "I don't believe it."
"Are you his mother?" asked the lady. She answered yes.
"What's the use of asking her?" said the gentleman, thrusting his hands into his breeches pockets. "She'll tell thee so, of course. It's likely he's hired at so much a day. There, get on, make him do something."
Grip, having by this time recovered his urbanity, condescended, at Barnaby's solicitation, to repeat his various phrases of speech, and to go through the whole of his performances with the utmost success. The corks and the never say die afforded the gentleman so much delight that he demanded the repetition of this part of the entertainment, until Grip got into his basket and positively refused to say another word, good or bad. The lady, too, was much amused with him, and the closing point of his obstinacy so delighted her husband that he burst into a roar of laughter and demanded his price. Barnaby looked as though he didn't understand his meaning. Probably he did not.
"His price," said the gentleman, rattling the money in his pockets. "What dost want for him? How much?"
"He's not to be sold,"
replied Barnaby, shutting up the basket in a great hurry and throwing the strap over his shoulder.
"Mother, come away."
"Thou seest how much of an idiot he is, book-learner," said the gentleman, looking scornfully at his wife. "He can make a bargain. What dost want for him, old woman?"
"He is my son's constant companion," said the widow. "He's not to be sold, sir, indeed."
"Not to be sold?" cried the gentleman, growing 10 times redder, hoarser, and louder than before. "Not to be sold?"
"Indeed, no," she answered. "We have never thought of parting with him, sir, I do assure you."
He was evidently about to make a very passionate retort, when a few murmured words from his wife happening to catch his ear, he turned sharply round and said, "Eh? What?"
"We can hardly expect them to sell the bird against their own desire," she faltered. "If they prefer to keep him—"
"Prefer to keep him?" he echoed. "These people who go tramping about the country, a-pilfering and vagabondizing on all hands, prefer to keep a bird when a landed proprietor and a justice asks his price. That old woman's been to school. I know she has. Don't tell me no," he roared to the widow. "I say yes."
Barnaby's mother pleaded guilty to the accusation, and hoped there was no harm in it.
"No harm," said the gentleman. "No harm, ye old rebel. Not a bit of harm. If my clerk was here, I'd set ye in the stocks, I would, or lay ye in jail for prowling up and down on the lookout for petty larcenies, ye limb of a gipsy. Here, Simon, put these pilferers out, shove 'em into the road, out with 'em. Ye don't want to sell the bird, ye that come here to beg, don't ye? If they aren't out in double quick, set the dogs upon 'em."
They waited for no further dismissal, but fled precipitately, leaving the gentleman to storm away by himself, for the poor lady had already retreated, and making a great many vain attempts to silence Grip, who, excited by the noise, drew corks enough for a city feast, as they hurried down the avenue, and appeared to congratulate himself beyond measure on having been the cause of the disturbance. When they had nearly reached the lodge, another servant, emerging from the shrubbery, feigned to be very active in ordering them off, but this man put a crown into the widow's hand, and whispering that his lady sent it, thrust them gently from the gate. This incident only suggested to the widow's mind, when they halted at an ale-house some miles further on, and heard the justice's character as given by his friends, that perhaps something more than capacity of stomach and tastes for the kennel and the stable were required to form either a perfect country gentleman, a thoroughbred Englishman, or a genuine John Bull, and that possibly the terms were sometimes misappropriated, not to say disgraced. She little thought then that a circumstance so slight would ever influence their future fortunes, but time and experience enlightened her in this respect.
"Mother,"
said Barnaby, as they were sitting next day in a waggon which was to take them within 10 miles of the capital.
"We're going to London first, you said. Shall we see that blind man there?"
She was about to answer, "Heaven forbid," but checked herself and told him no, she thought not. Why did he ask?
"He's a wise man,"
said Barnaby, with a thoughtful countenance.
"I wish that we may meet with him again. What was it that he said of crowds? That gold was to be found where people crowded, and not among the trees and in such quiet places. He spoke as if he loved it. London is a crowded place. I think we shall meet him there."
"But why do you desire to see him, love?" she asked.
"Because,"
said Barnaby, looking wistfully at her,
"he talked to me about gold, which is a rare thing, and say what you will, a thing you would like to have, I know. And because he came and went away so strangely, just as white-headed old men come sometimes to my bed's foot in the night and say what I can't remember when the bright day returns, he told me he'd come back. I wonder why he broke his word."
"But you never thought of being rich or gay before, dear Barnaby. You have always been contented." He laughed and bade her say that again, then cried,
"Aye, aye, oh, yes,"
and laughed once more. Then something passed that caught his fancy, and the topic wandered from his mind and was succeeded by another just as fleeting. But it was plain from what he had said, and from his returning to the point more than once that day, and on the next, that the blind man's visit, and indeed his words, had taken strong possession of his mind. Whether the idea of wealth had occurred to him for the first time on looking at the golden clouds that evening, and images were often presented to his thoughts by outward objects quite as remote and distant, or whether their poor and humble way of life had suggested it, by contrast, long ago, or whether the accident, as he would deem it, of the blind man's pursuing the current of his own remarks, had done so at the moment, or he had been impressed by the mere circumstance of the man being blind, and therefore, unlike any one with whom he had talked before, it was impossible to tell. She tried every means to discover, but in vain, and the probability is that Barnaby himself was equally in the dark. It filled her with uneasiness to find him harping on this string, but all that she could do was to lead him quickly to some other subject and to dismiss it from his brain. To caution him against their visitor, to show any fear or suspicion in reference to him, would only be, she feared, to increase that interest with which Barnaby regarded him, and to strengthen his desire to meet him once again. She hoped, by plunging into the crowd, to rid herself of her terrible pursuer, and then, by journeying to a distance and observing increased caution, if that were possible, to live again unknown, in secrecy and peace. They reached in course of time their halting-place within 10 miles of London, and lay there for the night, after bargaining to be carried on for a trifle next day, in a light van which was returning empty and was to start at 5 o'clock in the morning. The driver was punctual, the road good, save for the dust, the weather being very hot and dry, and at 7 in the forenoon of Friday, the 2nd of June, 1780, they alighted at the foot of Westminster Bridge, bade their conductor farewell, and stood alone together on the scorching pavement. For the freshness which night sheds upon such busy thoroughfares had already departed, and the sun was shining with uncommon lustre. Chapter 48. Uncertain where to go next, and bewildered by the crowd of people who were already astir, they sat down in one of the recesses on the bridge to rest. They soon became aware that the stream of life was all pouring one way, and that a vast throng of persons were crossing the river, from the Middlesex to the Surrey shore, in unusual haste and evident excitement. They were, for the most part, in knots of 2 or 3, or sometimes half a dozen. They spoke little together. Many of them were quite silent, and hurried on as if they had one absorbing object in view, which was common to them all. They were surprised to see that nearly every man in this great concourse, which still came pouring past without slackening in the least, wore in his hat a blue cockade, and that the chance passengers who were not so decorated appeared timidly anxious to escape observation or attack, and gave them the wall as if they would conciliate them. This, however, was natural enough, considering their inferiority in point of numbers, for the proportion of those who wore blue cockades to those who were dressed as usual was at least 40 or 50 to 1. There was no quarrelling, however. The blue cockades went swarming on, passing each other when they could, and making all the speed that was possible in such a multitude, and exchanged nothing more than looks, and very often not even those, with such of the passers-by as were not of their number. At first the current of people had been confined to the 2 pathways, and but a few more eager stragglers kept the road. But after half an hour or so, the passage was completely blocked up by the great press, which, being now closely wedged together, and impeded by the carts and coaches it encountered, moved but slowly, and was sometimes at a stand for 5 or 10 minutes together. After the lapse of nearly 2 hours, the numbers began to diminish visibly, and gradually dwindling away, by little and little, left the bridge quite clear, save that now and then some hot and dusty man, with the cockade in his hat and his coat thrown over his shoulder, went panting by, fearful of being too late, or stopped to ask which way his friends had taken, and being directed hastened on again like one refreshed. In this comparative solitude, which seemed quite strange and novel after the late crowd, the widow had for the first time an opportunity of inquiring of an old man who came and sat beside them what was the meaning of that great assemblage.
"Why, where have you come from?" he returned, "that you haven't heard of Lord George Gordon's great association? This is the day that he presents a petition against the Catholics, God bless him."
"What have all these men to do with that?" she said.
"What have they to do with it?" the old man replied. "Why, how you talk! Don't you know his lordship has declared he won't present it to the house at all, unless it is attended to the door by 40,000 good and true men at least? There's a crowd for you."
"A crowd indeed," said Barnaby. "Do you hear that, mother?"
"And they're mustering yonder, as I am told," resumed the old man, "nigh upon 100,000 strong. Ah, let Lord George alone. He knows his power. There'll be a good many faces inside them 3 windows over there."
And he pointed to where the House of Commons overlooked the river.
"That'll turn pale when good Lord George gets up this afternoon. And with reason too. Aye, aye, let his lordship alone. Let him alone. He knows."
And so, with much mumbling and chuckling and shaking of his forefinger, he rose with the assistance of his stick and tottered off.
"Mother," said Barnaby, "that's a brave crowd he talks of. Come."
"Not to join it?" cried his mother.
"Yes, yes,"
he answered, plucking at her sleeve.
"Why not? Come."
"You don't know," she urged, "what mischief they may do, where they may lead you, what their meaning is."
"Dear Barnaby, for my sake—" "For your sake," he cried, patting her hand. "Well, it is for your sake, mother. You remember what the blind man said about the gold? Here's a brave crowd. Come, or wait till I come back. Yes, wait here."
She tried with all the earnestness her fears engendered to turn him from his purpose, but in vain. He was stooping down to buckle on his shoe, when a hackney coach passed them rather quickly, and a voice inside called to the driver to stop. "Young man," said a voice within.
"Who's that?"
cried Barnaby, looking up.
"Do you wear this ornament?"
returned the stranger, holding out a blue cockade.
"In heaven's name, no. Pray do not give it him,"
exclaimed the widow.
"Speak for yourself, woman,"
said the man within the coach coldly.
"Leave the young man to his choice. He's old enough to make it,
and to snap your apron strings. He knows without your telling whether he wears the sign of a loyal Englishman or not."
Barnaby, trembling with impatience, cried,
"Yes, yes, yes, I do,"
as he had cried a dozen times already. The man threw him a cockade, and crying,
"Make haste to St. George's Fields,"
ordered the coachman to drive on fast, and left them. With hands that trembled with his eagerness to fix the bauble in his hat, Barnaby was adjusting it as best he could, and hurriedly replying to the tears and entreaties of his mother, when two gentlemen passed on the opposite side of the way. Observing them, and seeing how Barnaby was occupied, they stopped, whispered together for an instant, turned back, and came over to them. "Why are you sitting here?" said one of them, who was dressed in a plain suit of black, wore long lank hair, and carried a great cane. "Why have you not gone with the rest?"
I am going, sir,"
replied Barnaby, finishing his task and putting his hat on with an air of pride.
"I shall be there directly."
"Say 'my lord,' young man, when his lordship does you the honour of speaking to you," said the second gentleman mildly. "If you don't know Lord George Gordon when you see him, it's high time you should."
"Nay, Gashford," said Lord George, as Barnaby pulled off his hat again and made him a low bow. "It's no great matter on a day like this, which every Englishman will remember with delight and pride. Put on your hat, friend, and follow us, for you lag behind and are late. It's past 10 now. Didn't you know that the hour for assembling was 10 o'clock? Barnaby shook his head and looked vacantly from one to the other.
"You might have known it, friend," said Gashford. "It was perfectly understood. How came you to be so ill-informed?"
"He cannot tell you, sir," the widow interposed. "It's of no use to ask him. We are but this morning come from a long distance in the country, and know nothing of these matters."
"The cause has taken a deep root, and has spread its branches far and wide," said Lord George to his secretary. "This is a pleasant hearing. I thank heaven for it."
"Amen,"
cried Gashford, with a solemn face.
"You do not understand me, my lord," said the widow. "Pardon me, but you cruelly mistake my meaning. We know nothing of these matters. We have no desire or right to join in what you are about to do. This is my son, my poor afflicted son, dearer to me than my own life. In mercy's name, my lord, go your way alone, and do not tempt him into danger."
"My good woman," said Gashford, "how can you— Dear me, what do you mean by tempting and by danger? Do you think his lordship is a roaring lion going about and seeking whom he may devour? God bless me!"
No, my lord, forgive me,"
implored the widow, laying both her hands upon his breast and scarcely knowing what she did or said in the earnestness of her supplication.
"But there are reasons why you should hear my earnest mother's prayer, and leave my son with me. Oh, do! He is not in his right senses. He is not, indeed."
"It is a bad sign of the wickedness of these times," said Lord George, evading her touch and colouring deeply, "that those who cling to the truth and support the right cause are set down as mad. Have you the heart to say this of your own son? Unnatural mother!"
"I am astonished at you," said Gashford with a kind of meek severity. "This is a very sad picture of female depravity."
"He has surely no appearance,"
said Lord George, glancing at Barnaby and whispering in his secretary's ear,
"of being deranged. And even if he had, we must not construe any trifling peculiarity into madness. Which of us," and here he turned red again, "would be safe if that were made the law?"
"Not one," replied the secretary. "In that case, the greater the zeal, the truth, and talent, the more direct the call from above, the clearer would be the madness. With regard to this young man, my lord," he added, with a lip that slightly curled as he looked at Barnaby, who stood twirling his hat and stealthily beckoning them to come away, "he is as sensible and self-possessed as any one I ever saw."
"And you desire to make one of this great body?" said Lord George, addressing him. "And intended to make one, did you?"
Yes, yes," said Barnaby with sparkling eyes. "To be sure I did. I told her so myself." "I see," replied Lord George, with a reproachful glance at the unhappy mother. "I thought so. Follow me and this gentleman, and you shall have your wish." Barnaby kissed his mother tenderly on the cheek, and bidding her to be of good cheer, for their fortunes were both made now, did as he was desired. She, poor woman, followed too, with how much fear and grief it would be hard to tell. They passed quickly through the Bridge Road, where the shops were all shut up, for the passage of the great crowd and the expectation of their return had alarmed the tradesmen for their goods and windows, and where in the upper stories all the inhabitants were congregated, looking down into the street below, with faces variously expressive of alarm, of interest, expectancy, and indignation. Some of these applauded, and some hissed, but regardless of these interruptions, for the noise of a vast congregation of people at a little distance sounded in his ears like the roaring of the sea, Lord George Gordon quickened his pace, and presently arrived before St. George's Fields. They were really fields at that time, and of considerable extent. Here an immense multitude was collected, bearing flags of various kinds and sizes, but all of the same colour, blue, like the cockades, some sections marching to and fro in military array, and others drawn up in circles, squares, and lines. A large portion, both of the bodies which paraded the ground and of those which remained stationary, were occupied in singing hymns or psalms. With whomsoever this originated, it was well done, for the sound of so many thousand voices in the air must have stirred the heart of any man within him, and could not fail to have a wonderful effect upon enthusiasts, however mistaken. Scouts had been posted in advance of the great body to give notice of their leader's coming. These falling back, the word was quickly passed through the whole host, and for a short interval there ensued a profound and death-like silence, during which the mass was so still and quiet that the fluttering of a banner caught the eye and became a circumstance of note. Then they burst into a tremendous shout, into another, and the air seemed rent and shaken as if by the discharge of cannon. "Gashford," cried Lord George, pressing his secretary's arm tight within his own, and speaking with as much emotion in his voice as in his altered face, "I am called indeed now. I feel and know it. I am the leader of a host. If they summoned me at this moment with one voice to lead them on to death, I'd do it. Yes, and fall first myself."
"It is a proud sight," said the secretary. "It is a noble day for England, and for the great cause throughout the world. Such homage, my lord, as I, an humble but devoted man, can render."
"What are you doing?" cried his master, catching him by both hands, for he had made a show of kneeling at his feet. "Do not unfit me, dear Gashford, for the solemn duty of this glorious day." The tears stood in the eyes of the poor gentleman as he said the words. "Let us go among them. We have to find a place in some division for this new recruit. Give me your hand." Gashford slid his cold, insidious palm into his master's grasp, and so, hand in hand, and followed still by Barnaby, and by his mother too, they mingled with the concourse. They had by this time taken to their singing again, and as their leader passed between their ranks, they raised their voices to their utmost. Many of those who were banded together to support the religion of their country, even unto death, had never heard a hymn or psalm in all their lives. But these fellows, having for the most part strong lungs, and being naturally fond of singing, chanted any ribaldry or nonsense that occurred to them, feeling pretty certain that it would not be detected in the general chorus, and not caring much if it were. Many of these voluntaries were sung under the very nose of Lord George Gordon, who, quite unconscious of their burden, passed on with his usual stiff and solemn deportment, very much edified and delighted by the pious conduct of his followers. So they went on and on, up this line, down that, round the exterior of this circle, and on every side of that hollow square, and still there were lines and squares and circles out of number to review. The day being now intensely hot, and the sun striking down his fiercest rays upon the field, those who carried heavy banners began to grow faint and weary. Most of the number assembled were fain to pull off their neckcloths and throw their coats and waistcoats open, and some, towards the centre, quite overpowered by the excessive heat, which was of course rendered more unendurable by the multitude around them, lay down upon the grass and offered all they had about them for a drink of water. Still no man left the ground, not even of those who were so distressed. Still Lord George, streaming from every pore, went on with Gashford, and still Barnaby and his mother followed close behind them. They had arrived at the top of a long line of some 800 men in single file, and Lord George had turned his head to look back, when a loud cry of recognition, in that peculiar and half-stifled tone which a voice has when it is raised in the open air and in the midst of a great concourse of persons, was heard, and a man stepped with a shout of laughter from the rank, and smote Barnaby on the shoulders with his heavy hand. "Oh, no!" he cried. "Barnaby Rudge! Why, where have you been hiding for these 100 years?" Barnaby had been thinking within himself that the smell of the trodden grass brought back his old days at cricket when he was a young boy and played on Chigwell Green. Confused by this sudden and boisterous address, he stared in a bewildered manner at the man, and could scarcely say, "What? Hugh?" "You," echoed the other. "Aye, you, Maypole, you. You remember my dog. He's alive now, and will know you, I warrant. What, you wear the colour, do you? Well done." "You know this young man, I see," said Lord George. "Know him, my lord, as well as I know my own right hand. My captain knows him. We all know him." "Will you take him into your division?" "He hasn't in it a better, nor a nimbler, nor a more active man than Barnaby Rudge," said Hugh. "Show me the man who says it has. Fall in, Barnaby. He shall march, my lord, between me and Dennis, and he shall carry," he added, taking a flag from the hand of a tired man who tendered it, "the gayest silken streamer in this valiant army." "In the name of God, no!" shrieked the widow, darting forward. "Barnaby, my lord, see, he'll come back. Barnaby, Barnaby!" "Women in the field!" cried Hugh, stepping between them and holding her off. "Hullo! My captain there!" "What's the matter here?" cried Simon Tappertit, bustling up in a great heat. "Do you call this order?" "Nothing like it, captain," answered Hugh, still holding her back with his outstretched hand. "It's against all orders. Ladies are carrying off our gallant soldiers from their duty. The word of command, captain. They're filing off the ground. Quick!" "Close!" cried Simon, with the whole power of his lungs. "Form! March!" She was thrown to the ground. The whole field was in motion. Barnaby was whirled away into the heart of a dense mass of men, and she saw him no more. Chapter 49. The mob had been divided from its first assemblage into 4 divisions: the London, the Westminster, the Southwark, and the Scotch. Each of these divisions being subdivided into various bodies, and these bodies being drawn up in various forms and figures, the general arrangement was, except to the few chiefs and leaders, as unintelligible as the plan of a great battle to the meanest soldier in the field. It was not without its method, however, for, in a very short space of time after being put in motion, The crowd had resolved itself into 3 great parties, and were prepared, as had been arranged, to cross the river by different bridges, and make for the House of Commons in separate detachments. At the head of that division which had Westminster Bridge for its approach to the scene of action, Lord George Gordon took his post, with Gashford at his right hand, and sundry ruffians of most unpromising appearance forming a kind of staff about him. The conduct of a second party, whose route lay by Blackfriars, was entrusted to a committee of management, including perhaps a dozen men, while the third, which was to go by London Bridge, and through the main streets, in order that their numbers and their serious intentions might be the better known and appreciated by the citizens, were led by Simon Tappertit, assisted by a few subalterns selected from the Brotherhood of United Bulldogs, Dennis the hangman, Hugh, and some others. The word of command being given, each of these great bodies took the road assigned to it, and departed on its way in perfect order and profound silence. That which went through the city greatly exceeded the others in number, and was of such prodigious extent that when the rear began to move, the front was nearly 4 miles in advance, notwithstanding that the men marched 3 abreast and followed very close upon each other. At the head of this party, in the place where Hugh, in the madness of his humour, had stationed him, and walking between that dangerous companion and the hangman, went Barnaby, as many a man among the thousands who looked on that day afterwards remembered well. Forgetful of all other things in the ecstasy of the moment, his face flushed and his eyes sparkling with delight, heedless of the weight of the great banner he carried, and mindful only of its flashing in the sun and rustling in the summer breeze, on he went, proud, happy, elated past all telling, the only light-hearted, undesigning creature in the whole assembly.
"What do you think of this?"
asked Hugh, as they passed through the crowded streets, and looked up at the windows which were thronged with spectators.
"They've all turned out to see our flags and streamers, eh, Barnaby? Why, Barnaby's the greatest man of all the pack. His flags are the largest of the lot, the brightest too. There's nothing in the show like Barnaby. All eyes are turned on him." "Don't make that din, brother," growled the hangman, glancing with no very approving eyes at Barnaby as he spoke. "I hope he don't think there's nothing to be done but carrying that there piece of blue rag like a boy at a breaking up. You're ready for action, I hope, eh? You, I mean," he added, nudging Barnaby roughly with his elbow. "What are you staring at? Why don't you speak?"
Barnaby had been gazing at his flag, and looked vacantly from his questioner to Hugh.
"He don't understand your way," said the latter. "Here, I'll explain to him. Barnaby, old boy, attend to me."
"I'll attend," said Barnaby, looking anxiously round, "but I wish I could see her somewhere."
"See you?" demanded Dennis in a gruff tone. "You aren't in love, I hope, brother. That aren't the sort of thing for us, you know. We mustn't have no love here."
"She would be proud indeed to see me now, eh, Hugh?" said Barnaby. "Wouldn't it make her glad to see me at the head of this large show? She'd cry for joy, I know she would. Where can she be? She never sees me at my best, and what do I care to be gay and fine if she's not by?"
"Why, what palaver's this?" asked Mr. Dennis, with supreme disdain. "We ain't got no sentimental members among us, I hope." "Don't be uneasy, brother," cried Hugh. "He's only talking of his mother." "Of his what?" said Mr. Dennis, with a strong oath. "His mother. And have I combined myself with this here section, and turned out on this here memorable day to hear men talk about their mothers?" growled Mr. Dennis with extreme disgust. "The notion of a man's sweetheart's bad enough, but a man's mother—" And here his disgust was so extreme that he spat upon the ground and could say no more. "Barnaby's right," cried Hugh with a grin, "and I say it. Look'ee, bold lad, If she's not here to see, it's because I provided for her and sent 6 gentlemen, every one of them with a blue flag, but not half as fine as yours, to take her in state to a grand house all hung round with gold and silver banners and everything else you please, where she'll wait till you come and want for nothing.
"Aye," said Barnaby, his face beaming with delight. "Have you indeed? That's a good hearing. That's fine. Oh, kind Hugh!"
"But nothing in what will come, bless you," retorted Hugh with a wink at Dennis, who regarded his new companion in arms with great astonishment.
"No, indeed?"
cried Barnaby. "Nothing at all," said Hugh. "Money, cocked hats and feathers, red coats and gold lace, all the fine things there are, ever were or will be, will belong to us, if we are true to that noble gentleman, the best man in the world, carry our flags for a few days and keep 'em safe. That's all we've got to do."
"Is that all?"
cried Barnaby with glistening eyes, as he clutched his pole the tighter.
"I warrant you I keep this one safe, then. You have put it in good hands. You know me, Hugh. Nobody shall wrest this flag away."
"Well said," cried Hugh. "Ha, nobly said. That's the old stout Barnaby that I've climbed and leapt with many and many a day. I knew I was not mistaken in Barnaby. Don't you see, man," he added in a whisper as he slipped to the other side of Dennis,
"that the lad's a natural, and can be got to do anything, if you take him the right way. Letting alone the funny is, he's worth 12 men in earnest, as you find, if you try to fall with him. Leave him to me. You shall soon see whether he's of use or not."
Mr. Dennis received these explanatory remarks with many nods and winks, and softened his behaviour towards Barnaby from that moment. Hugh, laying his finger on his nose, stepped back into his former place, and they proceeded in silence. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the 3 great parties met at Westminster, and, uniting into one huge mass, raised a tremendous shout. This was not only done in token of their presence, but as a signal to those on whom the task devolved, that it was time to take possession of the lobbies of both houses, and of the various avenues of approach, and of the gallery stairs. To the last-named place, Hugh and Dennis, still with their pupil between them, rushed straightway. Barnaby having given his flag into the hands of one of their own party, who kept them at the outer door, their followers pressed on behind. They were borne as on a great wave to the very doors of the gallery, whence it was impossible to retreat, even if they had been so inclined, by reason of the throng which choked up the passages. It is a familiar expression in describing a great crowd, that a person might have walked upon the people's heads. In this case, it was actually done. For a boy who had by some means got among the concourse, and was in imminent danger of suffocation, climbed to the shoulders of a man beside him, and walked upon the people's hats and heads into the open street, traversing in his passage the whole length of 2 staircases and a long gallery. Nor was the swarm without less dense, for a basket which had been tossed into the crowd was jerked from head to head and shoulder to shoulder, and went spinning and whirling on above them until it was lost to view, without ever once falling in among them or coming near the ground. Through this vast throng, sprinkled doubtless here and there with honest zealots, but composed for the most part of the very scum and refuse of London, whose growth was fostered by bad criminal laws, bad prison regulations, and the worst conceivable police, such of the members of both Houses of Parliament as had not taken the precaution to be already at their posts were compelled to fight and force their way. Their carriages were stopped and broken, the wheels wrenched off, the glasses shivered to atoms, the panels beaten in, drivers, footmen, and masters pulled from their seats and rolled in the mud. Lords, commoners, and reverend bishops, with little distinction of person or party, were kicked and pinched and hustled, passed from hand to hand through various stages of ill-usage, and sent to their fellow senators at last with their clothes hanging in ribbons about them, their bagwigs torn off, themselves speechless and breathless, and their persons covered with the powder which had been cuffed and beaten out of their hair. One lord was so long in the hands of the populace that the peers as a body resolved to sally forth and rescue him, and were in the act of doing so when he happily appeared among them covered with dirt and bruises, and hardly to be recognized by those who knew him best. The noise and uproar were on the increase every moment. The air was filled with execrations, hoots, and howlings. The mob raged and roared like a mad monster as it was, unceasingly, and each new outrage served to swell its fury. Within doors matters were even yet more threatening. Lord George, preceded by a man who carried the immense petition on a porter's knot through the lobby to the door of the House of Commons, where it was received by 2 officers of the House, who rolled it up to the table ready for presentation, had taken his seat at an early hour before the Speaker went to prayers. His followers pouring in at the same time, the lobby and all the avenues were immediately filled, as we have seen. Thus the members were not only attacked in their passage through the streets, but were set upon within the very walls of Parliament, while the tumult both within and without was so great that those who attempted to speak could scarcely hear their own voices, far less consult upon the course it would be wise to take in such extremity, or animate each other to dignified and firm resistance. So sure as any member, just arrived, with dress disordered and dishevelled hair, came struggling through the crowd in the lobby, it yelled and screamed in triumph, and when the door of the house, partially and cautiously opened by those within for his admission, gave them a momentary glimpse of the interior, they grew more wild and savage, like beasts at the sight of prey, and made a rush against the portal, which strained its locks and bolts in their staples, and shook the very beams. The strangers' gallery, which was immediately above the door of the house, had been ordered to be closed on the first rumour of disturbance, and was empty, save that now and then Lord George took his seat there, for the convenience of coming to the head of the stairs which led to it, and repeating to the people what had passed within. It was on these stairs that Barnaby, Hugh, and Dennis were posted. There were 2 flights, short, steep, and narrow, running parallel to each other, and leading to 2 little doors communicating with a low passage which opened on the gallery. Between them was a kind of well, or unglazed skylight, for the admission of light and air into the lobby, which might be some 18 or 20 feet below. Upon one of these little staircases, not that at the head of which Lord George appeared from time to time, but the other, Gashford stood with his elbow on the banister, and his cheek resting on his hand, with his usual crafty aspect. Whenever he varied this attitude in the slightest degree, so much as by the gentlest motion of his arm, the uproar was certain to increase, not merely there, but in the lobby below, from which place no doubt some man who acted as fugleman to the rest was constantly looking up and watching him. "Order!" cried Hugh in a voice which made itself heard even above the roar and tumult, as Lord George appeared at the top of the staircase. "News! News from my lord!" The noise continued, notwithstanding his appearance, until Gashford looked round. There was silence immediately, even among the people in the passages without, and on the other staircases, who could neither see nor hear, but to whom, notwithstanding, the signal was conveyed with marvellous rapidity. "Gentlemen," said Lord George, who was very pale and agitated, "we must be firm. They talk of delays, but we must have no delays. They talk of taking your petition into consideration next Tuesday, but we must have it considered now. Present appearances look bad for our success, but we must succeed, and will." "We must succeed and will," echoed the crowd. And so among their shouts and cheers and other cries, he bowed to them and retired, and presently came back again. There was another gesture from Gashford, and a dead silence directly. "I am afraid," he said this time, "that we have little reason, gentlemen, to hope for any redress from the proceedings of Parliament. But we must redress our own grievances. We must meet again. We must put our trust in Providence, and it will bless our endeavours." This speech, being a little more temperate than the last, was not so favourably received. When the noise and exasperation were at their height, he came back once more and told him that the alarm had gone forth for many miles round, that when the king heard of their assembling together in that great body, he had no doubt his Majesty would send down private orders to have their wishes complied with, and, with the manner of his speech as childish, irresolute, and uncertain as his matter, was proceeding in this strain, when two gentlemen suddenly appeared at the door where he stood, and pressing past him, and coming a step or two lower down upon the stairs, confronted the people. The boldness of this action quite took them by surprise. They were not the less disconcerted when one of the gentlemen, turning to Lord George, spoke thus, in a loud voice, that they might hear him well, but quite coolly and collectedly. "You may tell these people, if you please, my lord, that I am General Conway, of whom they have heard, and that I oppose this petition and all their proceedings, and yours. I am a soldier, you may tell them, and I will protect the freedom of this place with my sword. You see, my lord, that the members of this house are all in arms today. You know that the entrance to it is a narrow one. You cannot be ignorant that there are men within these walls who are determined to defend that pass to the last, and before whom many lives must fall if your adherents persevere. Have a care what you do." "And, my Lord George," said the other gentleman, addressing him in like manner, "I desire them to hear this from me, Colonel Gordon, your near relation. If a man among this crowd, whose uproar strikes us deaf, crosses the threshold of the House of Commons, I swear to run my sword that moment, not into his, but into your body." With that, they stepped back again, keeping their faces towards the crowd, took each an arm of the misguided nobleman, drew him into the passage, and shut the door, which they directly locked and fastened on the inside. This was so quickly done, and the demeanour of both gentlemen, who were not young men either, was so gallant and resolute, that the crowd faltered and stared at each other with irresolute and timid looks. Many tried to turn towards the door. Some of the faintest-hearted cried they had best go back, and called to those behind to give way, and the panic and confusion were increasing rapidly, when Gashford whispered Hugh. "What now?" Hugh roared aloud, turning towards them. "Why go back? Where can you do better than here, boys? One good rush against these doors and one below at the same time will do the business. Rush on, then. As to the door below, let those stand back who are afraid. Let those who are not afraid try who shall be the first to pass it. Here goes. Look out down there." Without the delay of an instant, he threw himself headlong over the banisters into the lobby below. He had hardly touched the ground when Barnaby was at his side. The chaplain's assistant and some members who were imploring the people to retire immediately withdrew, and then, with a great shout, both crowds threw themselves against the doors pell-mell and besieged the house in earnest. At that moment, when a second onset must have brought them into collision with those who stood on the defences within, in which case great loss of life and bloodshed would inevitably have ensued, the hindmost portion of the crowd gave way, and the rumour spread from mouth to mouth that a messenger had been dispatched by water for the military, who were forming in the street. Fearful of sustaining a charge in the narrow passages in which they were so closely wedged together, the throng poured out as impetuously as they had flocked in. As the whole stream turned at once, Barnaby and Hugh went with it, and so, fighting and struggling and trampling on fallen men and being trampled on in turn themselves, they and the whole mass floated by degrees into the open street, where a large detachment of the guards, both horse and foot, came hurrying up, clearing the ground before them so rapidly that the people seemed to melt away as they advanced. The word of command to halt being given, the soldiers formed across the street. The rioters, breathless and exhausted with their late exertions, formed likewise, though in a very irregular and disorderly manner. The commanding officer rode hastily into the open space between the two bodies, accompanied by a magistrate and an officer of the House of Commons, for whose accommodation a couple of troopers had hastily dismounted. The riot act was read, but not a man stirred. In the first rank of the insurgents, Barnaby and Hugh stood side by side. Somebody had thrust into Barnaby's hands when he came out into the street his precious flag, which, being now rolled up and tied round the pole, looked like a giant quarterstaff as he grasped it firmly and stood upon his guard. If ever man believed with his whole heart and soul that he was engaged in a just cause, and that he was bound to stand by his leader to the last, poor Barnaby believed it of himself and Lord George Gordon. After an ineffectual attempt to make himself heard, the magistrate gave the word, and the horse guards came riding in among the crowd. But even then he galloped here and there, exhorting the people to disperse, and although heavy stones were thrown at the men, and some were desperately cut and bruised, they had no orders but to make prisoners of such of the rioters as were the most active, and to drive the people back with the flat of their sabres. As the horses came in among them, the throng gave way at many points, and the guards, following up their advantage, were rapidly clearing the ground, when 2 or 3 of the foremost, who were in a manner cut off from the rest by the people closing round them, made straight towards Barnaby and Hugh, who had no doubt been pointed out as the 2 men who dropped into the lobby. Laying about them now with some effect, and inflicting on the more turbulent of their opponents a few slight flesh wounds, under the influence of which a man dropped here and there into the arms of his fellows amid much groaning and confusion. At the sight of gashed and bloody faces, seen for a moment in the crowd, then hidden by the press around them, Barnaby turned pale and sick. But he stood his ground, and grasping his pole more firmly yet, kept his eye fixed upon the nearest soldier, nodding his head meanwhile as Hugh, with a scowling visage, whispered in his ear. The soldier came spurring on, making his horse rear as the people pressed about him, cutting at the hands of those who would have grasped his rein and forced his charger back, and waving to his comrades to follow. And still Barnaby, without retreating an inch, waited for his coming. Some called to him to fly, and some were in the very act of closing round him to prevent his being taken, when the pole swept into the air above the people's heads, and the man's saddle was empty in an instant. Then he and Hugh turned and fled, the crowd opening to let them pass, and closing up again so quickly that there was no clue to the course they had taken. Panting for breath, hot, dusty, and exhausted with fatigue, they reached the riverside in safety, and getting into a boat with all dispatch, were soon out of any immediate danger. As they glided down the river, they plainly heard the people cheering, and supposing they might have forced the soldiers to retreat, lay upon their oars for a few minutes, uncertain whether to return or not. But the crowd passing along Westminster Bridge soon assured them that the populace were dispersing, and Hugh rightly guessed from this that they had cheered the magistrate for offering to dismiss the military on condition of their immediate departure to their several homes, and that he and Barnaby were better where they were. He advised, therefore, that they should proceed to Blackfriars, and, going ashore at the bridge, make the best of their way to the Boot, where there was not only good entertainment and safe lodging, but where they would certainly be joined by many of their late companions. Barnaby assenting, they decided on this course of action, and pulled for Blackfriars accordingly. They landed at a critical time, and fortunately for themselves at the right moment, for, coming into Fleet Street, they found it in an unusual stir, and inquiring the cause, were told that a body of horse guards had just galloped past, and that they were escorting some rioters whom they had made prisoners to Newgate for safety. Not at all ill-pleased to have so narrowly escaped the cavalcade, they lost no more time in asking questions, but hurried to the Boot with as much speed as Hugh considered it prudent to make, without appearing singular or attracting an inconvenient share of public notice. Chapter 50. They were among the first to reach the tavern, but they had not been there many minutes when several groups of men who had formed part of the crowd came straggling in. Among them were Simon Tappertit and Mr. Dennis, both of whom, but especially the latter, greeted Barnaby with the utmost warmth, and paid him many compliments on the prowess he had shown.
"Which,"
said Dennis with an oath, as he rested his bludgeon in a corner with his hat upon it, and took his seat at the same table with them,
"it does me good to think of." There was an opportunity, but it led to nothing. For my part, I don't know what would. There's no spirit among the people in these here times. Bring something to eat and drink here. I'm disgusted with humanity.
On what account? Asked Mr. Tappertit, who had been quenching his fiery face in a half-gallon can. Don't you consider this a good beginning, mister?
Give me security that it ain't ending, rejoined the hangman. When that soldier went down, we might have made London ours. But no, we stand and gape and look on. The justice, I wish he had had a bullet in each eye, as he would have had if we'd gone to work my way, says, My lads, if you'll give me your word to disperse, I'll order off the military. Our people sets up a hurrah, throws up the game with the winning cards in their hands, and skulks away like a pack of tame curs as they are. Ah, said the hangman in a tone of deep disgust. It makes me blush for my fellow creatures. I wish I'd been born ox, I do.
You'd have been quite as agreeable a character if you had been, I think, returned Simon Tappertit, going out in a lofty manner.
Don't be too sure of that,
rejoined the hangman, calling after him.
If I was a horned animal at the present moment, with the smallest grain of sense, I'd toss every man in this company, excepting them two,
meaning Hugh and Barnaby,
for his manner of conducting himself this day.
With which mournful review of their proceedings, Mr. Dennis sought consolation in cold boiled beef and beer, but without at all relaxing the grim and dissatisfied expression of his face, the gloom of which was rather deepened than dissipated by their grateful influence. The company who were thus libelled might have retaliated by strong words, if not by blows, but they were dispirited and worn out. The greater part of them had fasted since morning, all had suffered extremely from the excessive heat, and between the day's shouting, exertion, and excitement, many had quite lost their voices, and so much of their strength that they could hardly stand. Then they were uncertain what to do next, fearful of the consequences of what they had done already, and sensible that after all they had carried no point, but had indeed left matters worse than they had found them. Of those who had come to the boot, many dropped off within an hour, such of them as were really honest and sincere, never after the morning's experience to return, or to hold any communication with their late companions. Others remained but to refresh themselves, and then went home desponding. Others, who had theretofore been regular in their attendance, avoided the place altogether. The half-dozen prisoners whom the guards had taken were magnified by report into 100 at least, and their friends, being faint and sober, so slackened in their energy and so drooped beneath these dispiriting influences that by 8 o'clock in the evening Dennis, Hugh, and Barnaby were left alone. Even they were fast asleep upon the benches when Gashford's entrance roused them.
"Oh, you are here, then?" said the secretary. "Dear me!"
"Why, where should we be, Master Gashford?"
Dennis rejoined as he rose into a sitting posture.
"Oh, nowhere, nowhere," he returned with excessive mildness. "The streets are filled with blue cockades. I rather thought you might have been among them. I am glad you are not."
"You have orders for us, master, then?" said Hugh.
"Oh, dear, no, not I. No orders, my good fellow. What orders should I have? You are not in my service."
"Mr. Gashford," remonstrated Dennis, "we belong to the cause, don't we?"
"The cause?"
repeated the secretary, looking at him in a sort of abstraction.
"There is no cause. The cause is lost."
"Lost?"
"Oh, yes. You have heard, I suppose. The petition is rejected by 192 to 6. It's quite final. We might have spared ourselves some trouble. That and my lord's vexation are the only circumstances I regret.
I am quite satisfied in all other respects.
As he said this, he took a penknife from his pocket, and putting his hat upon his knee, began to busy himself in ripping off the blue cockade which he had worn all day, at the same time humming a psalm tune which had been very popular in the morning, and dwelling on it with a gentle regret. His two adherents looked at each other and at him as if they were at a loss how to pursue the subject. At length Hugh, after some elbowing and winking between himself and Mr. Dennis, ventured to stay his hand and to ask him why he meddled with that riband in his hat.
"Because,"
said the secretary, looking up with something between a snarl and a smile,
"because to sit still and wear it, or to fall asleep and wear it, is a mockery. That's all, friend."
"What would you have us do, master?" cried Hugh.
"Nothing,"
returned Gashford, shrugging his shoulders.
"Nothing. When my lord was reproached and threatened for standing by you, I, as a prudent man, would have had you do nothing. When the soldiers were trampling you under their horses' feet, I would have had you do nothing. When one of them was struck down by a daring hand, and I saw confusion and dismay in all their faces, I would have had you do nothing. Just what you did, in short. This is the young man who had so little prudence and so much boldness. I am sorry for him."
"Sorry, master?" cried Hugh. "Sorry, Master Gashford?"
echoed Dennis.
"In case there should be a proclamation out tomorrow, offering £500 or some such trifle for his apprehension, and in case it should include another man who dropped into the lobby from the stairs above," said Gashford coldly. "Still do nothing."
"Fire and fury, master!" cried Hugh, starting up. "What have we done that you should talk to us like this?"
"Nothing," returned Gashford with a sneer. "If you are cast into prison, if the young man," here he looked hard at Barnaby's attentive face, "is dragged from us and from his friends, perhaps from people whom he loves and whom his death would kill, is thrown into jail, brought out and hanged before their eyes, still do nothing. You'll find it your best policy, I have no doubt."
"Come on!" cried Hugh, striding towards the door. "Dennis, Barnaby, come on!"
"Where? To do what?"
said Gashford, slipping past him and standing with his back against it.
"Anywhere, anything!"
cried Hugh.
"Stand aside, master, or the window will serve our turn as well. Let us out."
"You are of such an impetuous nature," said Gashford, changing his manner for one of the utmost good fellowship and the pleasantest raillery. "You are such an excitable creature. But you'll drink with me before you go."
"Oh, yes, certainly,"
growled Dennis, drawing his sleeve across his thirsty lips.
"No malice, brother. Drink with Master Gashford."
Hugh wiped his heated brow and relaxed into a smile. The artful secretary laughed outright.
"Some liquor here. Be quick, or he'll not stop even for that. He is a man of such desperate ardour,"
said the smooth secretary, whom Mr. Dennis corroborated with sundry nods and muttered oaths.
"Once roused, he is a fellow of such fierce determination."
Hugh poised his sturdy arm aloft, and clapping Barnaby on the back, bade him fear nothing. They shook hands together, poor Barnaby evidently possessed with the idea that he was among the most virtuous and disinterested heroes in the world, and Gashford laughed again.
"I hear,"
he said smoothly, as he stood among them with a great measure of liquor in his hand, and filled their glasses as quickly and as often as they chose.
"I hear, but I cannot say whether it be true or false, that the men who are loitering in the streets tonight are half disposed to pull down a Romish chapel or two, and that they only want leaders. I even heard mention of those in Duke Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, and in Warwick Street, Golden Square, but common report, you know. You're not going?" "To do nothing, master, eh?" cried Hugh. "No jails and halter for Barnaby and me. They must be frightened out of that. Leaders are wanted, are they? Now, boys!" "A most impetuous fellow," cried the secretary. "A courageous, boisterous, most vehement fellow. A man who—" There was no need to finish the sentence, for they had rushed out of the house and were far beyond hearing. He stopped in the middle of a laugh, listened, drew on his gloves, and, clasping his hands behind him, paced the deserted room for a long time, then bent his steps towards the busy town and walked into the streets. They were filled with people, for the rumour of that day's proceedings had made a great noise. Those persons who did not care to leave home were at their doors or windows, and one topic of discourse prevailed on every side. Some reported that the riots were effectually put down, others that they had broken out again. Some said that Lord George Gordon had been sent under a strong guard to the Tower, others that an attempt had been made upon the King's life, that the soldiers had been again called out, and that the noise of musketry in a distant part of the town had been plainly heard within an hour. As it grew darker, these stories became more direful and mysterious, and often, when some frightened passenger ran past with tidings that the rioters were not far off, and were coming up, the doors were shut and barred, lower windows made secure, and as much consternation engendered as if the city were invaded by a foreign army. Gashford walked stealthily about, listening to all he heard, and diffusing or confirming, whenever he had an opportunity, such false intelligence as suited his own purpose, and, busily occupied in this way, turned into Holborn for the 20th time, when a great many women and children came flying along the street, often panting and looking back, and a confused murmur of numerous voices struck upon his ear. Assured by these tokens, and by the red light which began to flash upon the houses on either side, that some of his friends were indeed approaching, he begged a moment's shelter at a door which opened as he passed, and running with some other persons to an upper window, looked out upon the crowd. They had torches among them, and the chief faces were distinctly visible. That they had been engaged in the destruction of some building was sufficiently apparent, and that it was a Catholic place of worship was evident from the spoils they bore as trophies, which were easily recognizable for the vestments of priests and rich fragments of altar furniture. Covered with soot and dirt and dust and lime, their garments torn to rags, their hair hanging wildly about them, their hands and faces jagged and bleeding with the wounds of rusty nails, Barnaby, Hugh, and Dennis hurried on before them all like hideous madmen. After them the dense throng came fighting on, some singing, some shouting in triumph, some quarrelling among themselves, some menacing the spectators as they passed, some with great wooden fragments on which they spent their rage as if they had been alive, rending them limb from limb, and hurling the scattered morsels high into the air, some in a drunken state, unconscious of the hurts they had received from falling bricks and stones and beams, one borne upon a shutter, in the very midst, covered with a dingy cloth, a senseless, ghastly heap. Thus a vision of coarse faces, with here and there a blot of flaring, smoky light, a dream of demon heads and savage eyes and sticks and iron bars uplifted in the air and whirled about, a bewildering horror in which so much was seen and yet so little, which seemed so long and yet so short, in which there were so many phantoms not to be forgotten all through life, and yet so many things that could not be observed in one distracting glimpse. It flitted onward, and was gone. As it passed away upon its work of wrath and ruin, a piercing scream was heard. A knot of persons ran towards the spot. Gashford, who just then emerged into the street among them. He was on the outskirts of the little concourse, and could not see or hear what passed within, but one who had a better place informed him that a widow woman had descried her son among the rioters. "Is that all?" said the secretary, turning his face homewards. "Well, I think this looks a little more like business."
Chapter 51. Promising as these outrages were to Gashford's view, and much like business as they looked, they extended that night no farther. The soldiers were again called out, again they took 6 prisoners, and again the crowd dispersed after a short and bloodless scuffle. Hot and drunken though they were, they had not yet broken all bounds and set all law and government at defiance. Something of their habitual deference to the authority erected by society for its own preservation yet remained among them, and had its majesty been vindicated in time, the secretary would have had to digest a bitter disappointment. By midnight the streets were clear and quiet, and, save that there stood in 2 parts of the town a heap of nodding walls and pile of rubbish, where there had been at sunset a rich and handsome building, everything wore its usual aspect. Even the Catholic gentry and tradesmen, of whom there were many resident in different parts of the city and its suburbs, had no fear for their lives or property, and but little indignation for the wrong they had already sustained in the plunder and destruction of their temples of worship. An honest confidence in the government under whose protection they had lived for many years, and a well-founded reliance on the good feeling and right thinking of the great mass of the community, with whom, notwithstanding their religious differences, they were every day in habits of confidential, affectionate, and friendly intercourse, reassured them even under the excesses that had been committed, and convinced them that they who were Protestants in anything but the name were no more to be considered as abettors of these disgraceful occurrences than they themselves were chargeable with the uses of the block, the rack, the gibbet, and the stake in cruel Mary's reign. The clock was on the stroke of 1 when Gabriel Varden, with his lady and Miss Miggs, sat waiting in the little parlour. This fact, the toppling wicks of the dull, wasted candles, the silence that prevailed, and above all the nightcaps of both maid and matron, were sufficient evidence that they had been prepared for bed some time ago, and had some reason for sitting up so far beyond their usual hour. If any other corroborative testimony had been required, it would have been abundantly furnished in the actions of Miss Miggs, who, having arrived at that restless state and sensitive condition of the nervous system which are the result of long watching, did, by a constant rubbing and tweaking of her nose, a perpetual change of position arising from the sudden growth of imaginary knots and knobs in her chair, a frequent friction of her eyebrows, the incessant recurrence of a small cough, a small groan, a gasp, a sigh, a sniff, a spasmodic start, and by other demonstrations of that nature, so file down and rasp, as it were, the patience of the locksmith, that after looking at her in silence for some time, he at last broke out into this apostrophe.
"Miggs, my good girl, go to bed. Do go to bed. You're really worse than the dripping of 100 water butts outside the window, or the scratching of as many mice behind the wainscot. I can't bear it. Do go to bed, Miggs. To oblige me, do."
"You haven't got nothing to untie, sir," returned Miss Miggs, "and therefore your requests does not surprise me. But Mrs. has, and while you sit up, Mim," she added, turning to the locksmith's wife, "I couldn't, no, not if 20 times the quantity of cold water was aperiently running down my back at this moment, go to bed with a quiet spirit."
Having spoken these words, Miss Miggs made divers efforts to rub her shoulders in an impossible place, and shivered from head to foot, thereby giving the beholders to understand that the imaginary cascade was still in full flow, but that a sense of duty upheld her under that and all other sufferings, and nerved her to endurance. Mrs. Varden being too sleepy to speak, and Miss Miggs having, as the phrase is, said her say, the locksmith had nothing for it but to sigh and be as quiet as he could. But to be quiet with such a basilisk before him was impossible. If he looked another way, it was worse to feel that she was rubbing her cheek, or twitching her ear, or winking her eye, or making all kinds of extraordinary shapes with her nose, than to see her do it. If she was for a moment free from any of these complaints, it was only because of her foot being asleep, or of her arm having got the fidgets, or of her leg being doubled up with the cramp, or of some other horrible disorder which racked her whole frame. If she did enjoy a moment's ease, then, with her eyes shut and her mouth wide open, she would be seen to sit very stiff and upright in her chair, then to nod a little way forward, and stop with a jerk, then to nod a little farther forward, and stop with another jerk, then to recover herself, then to come forward again, lower, 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 by very slow degrees, until, just as it seemed impossible that she could preserve her balance for another instant, and the locksmith was about to call out in an agony to save her from dashing down upon her forehead and fracturing her skull, then all of a sudden, and without the smallest notice, she would come upright and rigid again with her eyes open, and in her countenance an expression of defiance, sleepy but yet most obstinate, which plainly said, "I never once closed 'em since I looked at you last, and I'll take my oath of it." At length, after the clock had struck 2, there was a sound at the street door, as if somebody had fallen against the knocker by accident. Miss Miggs, immediately jumping up and clapping her hands, cried with a drowsy mingling of the sacred and profane, "Alleluia, Mim! There's Simmons's knock."
"Who's there?" said Gabriel.
"Me!" cried the well-known voice of Mr. Tappertit. Gabriel opened the door and gave him admission. He did not cut a very insinuating figure, for a man of his stature suffers in a crowd, and having been active in yesterday morning's work, his dress was literally crushed from head to foot, his hat being beaten out of all shape, and his shoes trodden down at heel like slippers. His coat fluttered in strips about him. The buckles were torn away both from his knees and feet. Half his neckerchief was gone, and the bosom of his shirt was rent to tatters. Yet, notwithstanding all these personal disadvantages, despite his being very weak from heat and fatigue, and so begrimed with mud and dust that he might have been in a case, for anything of the real texture either of his skin or apparel that the eye could discern, he stalked haughtily into the parlour, and throwing himself into a chair, and endeavouring to thrust his hands into the pockets of his small clothes, which were turned inside out and displayed upon his legs like tassels, surveyed the household with a gloomy dignity.
"Simon," said the locksmith gravely, "how comes it that you return home at this time of night and in this condition? Give me an assurance that you have not been among the rioters, and I am satisfied."
"Sir," replied Mr. Tappertit with a contemptuous look, "I wonder at your assurance in making such demands."
"You have been drinking," said the locksmith.
"As a general principle, and in the most offensive sense of the word, sir," returned his journeyman with great self-possession, "I consider you a liar. In that last observation you have unintentionally, sir, struck upon the truth."
"Martha,"
said the locksmith, turning to his wife and shaking his head sorrowfully, while a smile at the absurd figure beside him still played upon his open face,
"I trust it may turn out that this poor lad is not the victim of the knaves and fools we have so often had words about, and who have done so much harm to-day. If he has been at Warwick Street or Duke Street to-night—"
"He has been at neither, sir,"
cried Tappertit in a loud voice, which he suddenly dropped into a whisper as he repeated, with eyes fixed upon the locksmith,
"He has been at neither."
"I am glad of it with all my heart," said the locksmith in a serious tone. "For, if he had been, and it could be proved against him, Martha, your great association would have been to him the cart that draws men to the gallows and leaves them hanging in the air. It would, as sure as we're alive."
Mrs. Varden was too much scared by Simon's altered manner and appearance, and by the accounts of the rioters which had reached her ears that night, to offer any retort or to have recourse to her usual matrimonial policy. Miss Miggs wrung her hands and wept.
"He was not at Duke Street or at Warwick Street, G.
Varden," said Simon sternly. "But he was at Westminster. Perhaps, sir, he kicked a county member. Perhaps, sir, he tapped a lord. You may stare, sir, I repeat it. Blood flowed from noses, and perhaps he tapped a lord. Who knows? This," he added, putting his hand into his waistcoat pocket and taking out a large tooth, at the sight of which both Miggs and Mrs. Varden screamed, "this was a bishop's. Beware, G. Varden."
"Now, I would rather," said the locksmith hastily, "have paid £500 than had this come to pass. You idiot, do you know what peril you stand in?"
"I know it, sir," replied his journeyman, "and it is my glory. I was there. Everybody saw me there. I was conspicuous and prominent. I will abide the consequences."
Locksmith, really disturbed and agitated, paced to and fro in silence, glancing at his former apprentice every now and then, and at length stopping before him, said,
"Get to bed, and sleep for a couple of hours, that you may wake penitent, and with some of your senses about you. Be sorry for what you have done, and we will try to save you. If I call him by 5 o'clock," said Varden, turning hurriedly to his wife, "and he washes himself clean, and changes his dress, he may get to the Tower stairs, and away by the Gravesend tide boat before any search is made for him. From there he can easily get on to Canterbury, where your cousin will give him work till this storm has blown over. I'm not sure that I do right in screening him from the punishment he deserves, but he has lived in this house, man and boy, for a dozen years, and I should be sorry if for this one day's work he made a miserable end. Lock the front door, Miggs, and show no light towards the street when you go upstairs. Quick, Simon, get to bed."
"And do you suppose, sir,"
retorted Mr. Tappertit, with a thickness and slowness of speech which contrasted forcibly with the rapidity and earnestness of his kind-hearted master,
"and do you suppose, sir, that I am base and mean enough to accept your servile proposition, miscreant?"
"Whatever you please, Sim, but get to bed. Every minute is of consequence. The light here, Miggs."
"Yes, yes, oh do, go to bed directly," cried the two women together. Mr. Tappertit stood upon his feet, and pushing his chair away to show that he needed no assistance, answered, swaying himself to and fro, and managing his head as if it had no connection whatever with his body,
"You spoke of Miggs, sir. Miggs may be smothered." "Oh, Simon!" ejaculated that young lady in a faint voice. "Oh, Mim! Oh, sir! Oh, goodness gracious, what turn he has give me!" "This family may all be smothered, sir," returned Mr. Tappertit, after glancing at her with a smile of ineffable disdain, "excepting Mrs. V. I have come here, sir, for her sake this night. Mrs. Varden, take this piece of paper. It's a protection, ma'am. You may need it."
With these words he held out at arm's length a dirty, crumpled scrap of writing. The locksmith took it from him, opened it, and read as follows:
"All good friends to our cause, I hope will be particular, and do no injury to the property of any true Protestant. I am well assured that the proprietor of this house is a staunch and worthy friend to the cause. George Gordon." "What's this?" said the locksmith, with an altered face.
"Something that'll do you good service, young feller," replied his journeyman. "As you'll find, keep that safe and where you can lay your hand upon it in an instant, and chalk 'No Popery' on your door tomorrow night, and for a week to come. That's all."
"This is a genuine document," said the locksmith. "I know, for I have seen the hand before. What threat does it imply? What devil is abroad?"
"A fiery devil," retorted Sim. "A flaming, furious devil. Don't you put yourself in its way, or you're done for, my buck. Be warned in time. Gee, Varden, farewell."
But here the two women threw themselves in his way, especially Miss Miggs, who fell upon him with such fervour that she pinned him against the wall, and conjured him in moving words not to go forth till he was sober, to listen to reason, to think of it, to take some rest, and then determine.
"I tell you," said Mr. Tappertit, "that my mind is made up. My bleeding country calls me, and I go. Miggs, if you don't get out of the way, I'll pinch you."
Miss Miggs, still clinging to the rebel, screamed once vociferously, but whether in the distraction of her mind or because of his having executed his threat is uncertain.
"Release me,"
said Simon, struggling to free himself from her chaste but spider-like embrace.
"Let me go. I have made arrangements for you in an altered state of society, and mean to provide for you comfortably in life. There, will that satisfy you?" "Oh, Simon!" cried Miss Miggs. "Oh, my blessed Simon! Oh, Mem! What are my feelings at this conflicting moment?"
Of a rather turbulent description, it would seem, for her nightcap had been knocked off in the scuffle, and she was on her knees upon the floor, making a strange revelation of blue and yellow curl-papers, straggling locks of hair, tags of stay-laces, and strings of it's impossible to say what, panting for breath, clasping her hands, turning her eyes upwards, shedding abundance of tears, and exhibiting various other symptoms of the acutest mental suffering.
"I leave,"
said Simon, turning to his master with an utter disregard of Miggs' maidenly affliction.
"A box of things upstairs. Do what you like with them. I don't want 'em. I'm never coming back here any more. Provide yourself, sir, with a journeyman. I'm my country's journeyman. Henceforward, that's my line of business."
"Be what you like in 2 hours' time, but now go up to bed," returned the locksmith, planting himself in the doorway. "Do you hear me? Go to bed."
"I hear you, and defy you, Varden," rejoined Simon Tappertit. "This night, sir, I have been in the country, planning an expedition which shall fill your bell-hanging soul with wonder and dismay. The plot demands my utmost energy. Let me pass."
"I'll knock you down if you come near the door," replied the locksmith. "You had better go to bed."
Simon made no answer, but gathering himself up as straight as he could, plunged head foremost at his old master, and the two went driving out into the workshop together, plying their hands and feet so briskly that they looked like half a dozen, while Miggs and Mrs. Varden screamed for 12. It would have been easy for Varden to knock his old prentice down and bind him hand and foot, but as he was loath to hurt him in his then defenceless state, he contented himself with parrying his blows when he could, taking them in perfect good part when he could not, and keeping between him and the door, until a favourable opportunity should present itself for forcing him to retreat upstairs, and shutting him up in his own room. But, in the goodness of his heart, he calculated too much upon his adversary's weakness, and forgot that drunken men who have lost the power of walking steadily can often run. Watching his time, Simon Tappertit made a cunning show of falling back, staggered unexpectedly forward, brushed past him, opened the door, he knew the trick of that lock well, and darted down the street like a mad dog. The locksmith paused for a moment in the excess of his astonishment, and then gave chase. It was an excellent season for a run, for at that silent hour the streets were deserted, The air was cool, and the flying figure before him distinctly visible at a great distance as it sped away with a long gaunt shadow following at its heels. But the short-winded locksmith had no chance against a man of Sim's youth and spare figure, though the day had been when he could have run him down in no time. The space between them rapidly increased, and as the rays of the rising sun streamed upon Simon in the act of turning a distant corner, Gabriel Varden was fain to give up and sit down on a doorstep to fetch his breath. Simon, meanwhile, without once stopping, fled at the same degree of swiftness to the Boot, where, as he well knew, some of his company were lying, and at which respectable hostelry, for he had already acquired the distinction of being in great peril of the law, a friendly watch had been expecting him all night, and was even now on the look-out for his coming.
"Go thy ways, Sim, go thy ways," said the locksmith, as soon as he could speak. "I have done my best for thee, poor lad. I would have saved thee, but the rope is round thy neck, I fear."
So saying, and shaking his head in a very sorrowful and disconsolate manner, he turned back, and soon re-entered his own house, where Mrs. Varden and the faithful Miggs had been anxiously expecting his return. Now Mrs. Varden, and by consequence Miss Miggs likewise, was impressed with a secret misgiving that she had done wrong, that she had, to the utmost of her small means, aided and abetted the growth of disturbances, the end of which it was impossible to foresee, that she had led remotely to the scene which had just passed, and that the locksmith's time for triumph and reproach had now arrived indeed. And so strongly did Mrs. Varden feel this, and so crestfallen was she in consequence, that while her husband was pursuing their lost journeyman, she secreted under her chair the little red-brick dwelling-house with the yellow roof, lest it should furnish new occasion for reference to the painful theme, and now hid the same still more with the skirts of her dress. But it happened that the locksmith had been thinking of this very article on his way home, and that, coming into the room and not seeing it, he at once demanded where it was. Mrs. Varden had no resource but to produce it, which she did with many tears and broken protestations that if she could have known—
"Yes, yes," said Varden, "of course I know that. I don't mean to reproach you, my dear. But recollect from this time that all good things perverted to evil purposes are worse than those which are naturally bad. A thoroughly wicked woman is wicked indeed. When religion goes wrong, she is very wrong for the same reason. Let us say no more about it, my dear."
So he dropped the red-brick dwelling-house on the floor, and setting his heel upon it, crushed it into pieces. The halfpence and sixpences and other voluntary contributions rolled about in all directions, but nobody offered to touch them or to take them up.
"That," said the locksmith, "is easily disposed of, and I would to heaven that everything growing out of the same society could be settled as easily."
"It happens very fortunately, Varden," said his wife, with her handkerchief to her eyes, "that in case any more disturbances should happen, which I hope not, I sincerely hope not."
"I hope so too, my dear."
"That in case any should occur, we have the piece of paper which that poor misguided young man brought."
"Aye, to be sure," said the locksmith, turning quickly round. "Where is that piece of paper?"
Mrs. Varden stood aghast, as he took it from her outstretched hand, tore it into fragments, and threw them under the grate.
"Not use it?"
she said.
"Use it?" cried the locksmith. "No. Let them come and pull the roof about our ears. Let them burn us out of house and home. I'd neither have the protection of their leader, nor chalk their howl upon my door, though for not doing it they shot me on my own threshold. Use it. Let them come and do their worst. The first man who crosses my doorstep on such an errand as theirs had better be 100 miles away. Let him look to it. The others may have their will. I wouldn't beg or buy them off if instead of every pound of iron in the place there was 100 weight of gold. Get you to bed, Martha. I shall take down the shutters and go to work."
"So early," said his wife.
"Aye," replied the locksmith cheerily, "so early. Come when they may, they shall not find us skulking and hiding as if we feared to take our portion of the light of day, and left it all to them. So, pleasant dreams to you, my dear, and cheerful sleep." With that he gave his wife a hearty kiss, and bade her delay no longer, or it would be time to rise before she lay down to rest. Mrs. Varden quite amiably and meekly walked upstairs, followed by Miggs, who, although a good deal subdued, could not refrain from sundry stimulative coughs and sniffs by the way, or from holding up her hands in astonishment at the daring conduct of master. Chapter 52. A mob is usually a creature of very mysterious existence, particularly in a large city. Where it comes from or whither it goes, few men can tell. Assembling and dispersing with equal suddenness, it is as difficult to follow to its various sources as the sea itself. Nor does the parallel stop here, for the ocean is not more fickle and uncertain, more terrible when roused, more unreasonable, or more cruel. The people who were boisterous at Westminster upon the Friday morning, and were eagerly bent upon the work of devastation in Duke Street and Warwick Street at night, were, in the mass, the same, allowing for the chance accessions of which any crowd is morally sure in a town where there must always be a large number of idle and profligate persons. One and the same mob was at both places. Yet they spread themselves in various directions when they dispersed in the afternoon, made no appointment for reassembling, had no definite purpose or design, and indeed, for anything they knew, were scattered beyond the hope of future union. At the Boot, which, as has been shown, was in a manner the headquarters of the rioters, there were not upon this Friday night a dozen people. Some slept in the stables and outhouses, some in the common room, some 2 or 3 in beds. The rest were in their usual homes or haunts. Perhaps not a score in all lay in the adjacent fields and lanes, and under haystacks, or near the warmth of brick kilns, who had not their accustomed place of rest beneath the open sky. As to the public ways within the town, they had their ordinary nightly occupants, and no others, the usual amount of vice and wretchedness, but no more. The experience of one evening, however, had taught the reckless leaders of disturbance that they had but to show themselves in the streets, to be immediately surrounded by materials which they could only have kept together when their aid was not required, at great risk, expense, and trouble. Once possessed of this secret, they were as confident as if 20,000 men, devoted to their will, had been encamped about them, and assumed a confidence which could not have been surpassed, though that had really been the case. All day Saturday they remained quiet. On Sunday they rather studied how to keep their men within call, and in full hope, than to follow out by any fierce measure their first day's proceedings.
"I hope,"
said Dennis, as with a loud yawn he raised his body from a heap of straw on which he had been sleeping, and supporting his head upon his hand, appealed to Hugh on Sunday morning,
"that Muster Gashford allow some rest. Perhaps he'd have us at work again already, eh?"
"It's not his way to let matters drop, you may be sure of that," growled Hugh in answer. "I'm in no humour to stir yet, though. I'm as stiff as a dead body, and as full of ugly scratches as if I'd been fighting all day yesterday with wildcats."
"You've so much enthusiasm, that's it,"
said Dennis, looking with great admiration at the uncombed head, matted beard, and torn hands and face of the wild figure before him.
"You're such a devil of a fellow. You hurt yourselves 100 times more than you need, because you will be foremost in everything, and will do more than the rest."
"For the matter of that," returned Hugh, shaking back his ragged hair and glancing towards the door of the stable in which they lay, "there's one yonder as good as me. What did I tell you about him?
Did I say he was worth a dozen when you doubted him?"
Mr. Dennis rolled lazily over upon his breast, and resting his chin upon his hand in imitation of the attitude in which Hugh lay, said, as he too looked towards the door,
"Aye, you knew him, brother, you knew him. But who'd suppose to look at that chap now that he could be the man he is? Isn't it 1,000 cruel pities, brother, that instead of taking his natural rest and qualifying himself for further exertions in this here honourable cause, he should be playing at soldiers like a boy? And his cleanliness too," said Mr. Dennis, who certainly had no reason to entertain a fellow feeling with anybody who was particular on that score. "What weaknesses he's guilty of, with respect to his cleanliness. At 5 o'clock this morning, there he was at the pump, though anyone would think he had gone through enough the day before yesterday to be pretty fast asleep at that time. But no, when I woke for a minute or two, there he was at the pump, and if you'd seen him sticking them peacock's feathers into his hat when he'd done washing, I'm sorry he's such a imperfect character, but the best on us is incomplete in some point of view or another."
The subject of this dialogue, and of these concluding remarks, which were uttered in a tone of philosophical meditation, was, as the reader will have divined, no other than Barnaby, who, with his flag in hand, stood sentry in the little patch of sunlight at the distant door, or walked to and fro outside, singing softly to himself and keeping time to the music of some clear church bells. Whether he stood still, leaning with both hands on the flagstaff, or, bearing it upon his shoulder, paced slowly up and down, the careful arrangement of his poor dress and his erect and lofty bearing showed how high a sense he had of the great importance of his trust, and how happy and how proud it made him. To Hugh and his companion, who lay in a dark corner of the gloomy shed, he and the sunlight and the peaceful Sabbath sound to which he made response seemed like a bright picture framed by the door and set off by the stable's blackness. The whole formed such a contrast to themselves, as they lay wallowing like some obscene animals in their squalor and wickedness on the 2 heaps of straw, that for a few moments they looked on without speaking, and felt almost ashamed.
"Ah," said Hugh at length, carrying it off with a laugh, "he's a rare fellow, is Barnaby, and could do more, with less rest, or meat or drink, than any of us. As to his soldiering, I put him on duty there." "Then there was a object in it, and a proper good un too, I'll be sworn," retorted Dennis with a broad grin and an oath of the same quality. "What was it, brother?" "Why, you see," said Hugh, crawling a little nearer to him, "that our noble captain yonder came in yesterday morning rather the worse for liquor, and was, like you and me, ditto last night." Dennis looked to where Simon Tappertit lay coiled upon a truss of hay, snoring profoundly, and nodded. "And our noble captain," continued Hugh with another laugh, "our noble captain and I have planned for tomorrow a roaring expedition with good profit in it." "Again the Papists?" asked Dennis, rubbing his hands. "Aye, against the Papists. Against one of them at least, that some of us, and I for one, owe a good heavy grudge to." "Not Muster Gashford's friend that he spoke to us about in my house, eh?" said Dennis, brimful of pleasant expectation. "The same man," said Hugh. "That's your sort," cried Mr. Dennis, gaily shaking hands with him. "That's the kind of game. Let's have revenges and injuries and all that, and we shall get on twice as fast. Now you talk indeed." "The captain," added Hugh, "has thought of carrying off a woman in the bustle, and and so have I." Mr. Dennis received this part of the scheme with a wry face, observing that as a general principle he objected to women altogether, as being unsafe and slippery persons on whom there was no calculating with any certainty, and who were never in the same mind for 24 hours at a stretch.
He might have expatiated on this suggestive theme at much greater length, but that it occurred to him to ask what connection existed between the proposed expedition and Barnaby's being posted at the stable door as sentry, to which Hugh cautiously replied in these words:
"Why, the people we meet to visit were friends of his once upon a time, and I know that much of him to feel pretty sure that if he thought we were going to do him any harm, he'd be no friend to our side, but would lend a ready hand to the other. So I've persuaded him, for I know him of old, that Lord George has picked him out to guard this place tomorrow while we're away, and that it's a great honour. And so he's on duty now, and as proud of it as if he was a general. What do you say to me for a careful man as well as a devil of a one?"
Mr. Dennis exhausted himself in compliments, and then added,
"But about the expedition itself?" "About that," said Hugh, "you shall hear all particulars from me and the great captain conjointly and both together. For see, he's waking up. Rouse yourself, Lionheart. Put a good face upon it, and drink again. Another hair of the dog that bit you, Captain. Call for drink. There's enough of gold and silver cups and candlesticks buried underneath my bed," he added, rolling back the straw and pointing to where the ground was newly turned, "to pay for it, if it was a score of casks full. Drink, Captain."
Mr. Tappertit received these jovial promptings with a very bad grace, being much the worse both in mind and body for his 2 nights of debauch, and but indifferently able to stand upon his legs. With Hugh's assistance, however, he contrived to stagger to the pump, and having refreshed himself with an abundant draught of cold water, and a copious shower of the same refreshing liquid on his head and face, he ordered some rum and milk to be served, and upon that innocent beverage and some biscuits and cheese made a pretty hearty meal. That done, he disposed himself in an easy attitude on the ground beside his 2 companions, who were carousing after their own tastes, and proceeded to enlighten Mr. Dennis in reference to tomorrow's project. That their conversation was an interesting one was rendered manifest by its length and by the close attention of all 3. That it was not of an oppressively grave character, but was enlivened by various pleasantries arising out of the subject, was clear from their loud and frequent roars of laughter, which startled Barnaby on his post and made him wonder at their levity. But he was not summoned to join them until they had eaten and drunk and slept and talked together for some hours, not, indeed, until the twilight, when they informed him that they were about to make a slight demonstration in the streets, just to keep the people's hands in, as it was Sunday night, and the public might otherwise be disappointed, and that he was free to accompany them if he would. Without the slightest preparation, saving that they carried clubs and wore the blue cockade, they sallied out into the streets, and, with no more settled design than that of doing as much mischief as they could, paraded them at random. Their numbers rapidly increasing, they soon divided into parties, and agreeing to meet by and by, in the fields near Welbeck Street, scoured the town in various directions. The largest body, and that which augmented with the greatest rapidity, was the one to which Hugh and Barnaby belonged. This took its way towards Moorfields, where there was a rich chapel, and in which neighbourhood several Catholic families were known to reside. Beginning with the private houses so occupied, they broke open the doors and windows, and while they destroyed the furniture and left but the bare walls, made a sharp search for tools and engines of destruction, such as hammers, pokers, axes, saws, and such-like instruments. Many of the rioters made belts of cord, of handkerchiefs, or any material they found at hand, and wore these weapons as openly as pioneers upon a field day. There was not the least disguise or concealment. Indeed, on this night, very little excitement or hurry. From the chapels they tore down and took away the very altars, benches, pulpits, pews, and flooring. From the dwelling-houses, the very wainscoting and stairs. This Sunday evening's recreation they pursued like mere workmen who had a certain task to do, and did it. 50 resolute men might have turned them at any moment. A single company of soldiers could have scattered them like dust. But no man interposed, no authority restrained them, and, except by the terrified persons who fled from their approach, they were as little heeded as if they were pursuing their lawful occupations with the utmost sobriety and good conduct. In the same manner they marched to the place of rendezvous agreed upon, made great fires in the fields, and reserving the most valuable of their spoils, burnt the rest. Priestly garments, images of saints, rich stuffs and ornaments, altar furniture, and household goods were cast into the flames, and shed a glare on the whole country round. But they danced and howled and roared about these fires till they were tired, and were never for an instant checked. As the main body filed off from this scene of action, and passed down Welbeck Street, they came upon Gashford, who had been a witness of their proceedings, and was walking stealthily along the pavement. Keeping up with him, and yet not seeming to speak, Hugh muttered in his ear, "Is this better, master?"
"No," said Gashford, "it is not." "What would you have?" said Hugh. "Fevers are never at their height at once. They must get on by degrees." "I would have you," said Gashford, pinching his arm with such malevolence that his nails seemed to meet in the skin, "I would have you put some meaning into your work. Fools! Can you make no better bonfires than of rags and scraps? Can you burn nothing whole?" "A little patience, master," said Hugh. "Wait but a few hours, and you shall see. Look for a redness in the sky tomorrow night."
With that, he fell back into his place beside Barnaby, and when the secretary looked after him, both were lost in the crowd. Chapter 53. The next day was ushered in by merry peals of bells, and by the firing of the Tower guns. Flags were hoisted on many of the church steeples. The usual demonstrations were made in honour of the anniversary of the King's birthday, and every man went about his pleasure or business as if the city were in perfect order, and there were no half-smouldering embers in its secret places, which, on the approach of night, would kindle up again and scatter ruin and dismay abroad. The leaders of the riot, rendered still more daring by the success of last night and by the booty they had acquired, kept steadily together, and only thought of implicating the mass of their followers so deeply that no hope of pardon or reward might tempt them to betray their more notorious confederates into the hands of justice. Indeed, the sense of having gone too far to be forgiven held the timid together no less than the bold. Many who would readily have pointed out the foremost rioters and given evidence against them felt that escape by that means was hopeless, when their every act had been observed by scores of people who had taken no part in the disturbances, who had suffered in their persons, peace, or property by the outrages of the mob, who would be most willing witnesses, and whom the government would, no doubt, prefer to any king's evidence that might be offered. Many of this class had deserted their usual occupations on the Saturday morning. Some had been seen by their employers active in the tumult. Others knew they must be suspected, and that they would be discharged if they returned. Others had been desperate from the beginning, and comforted themselves with the homely proverb that, being hanged at all, they might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. They all hoped and believed, in a greater or lesser degree, that the government they seemed to have paralysed would, in its terror, come to terms with them in the end, and suffer them to make their own conditions. The least sanguine among them reasoned with himself that, at the worst, they were too many to be all punished, and that he had as good a chance of escape as any other man. The great mass never reasoned or thought at all, but were stimulated by their own headlong passions, by poverty, by ignorance, by the love of mischief, and the hope of plunder. One other circumstance is worthy of remark, and that is, that from the moment of their first outbreak at Westminster, every symptom of order or preconcerted arrangement among them vanished. When they divided into parties and ran to different quarters of the town, it was on the spontaneous suggestion of the moment. Each party swelled as it went along, like rivers as they rolled towards the sea. New leaders sprang up as they were wanted, disappeared when the necessity was over, and reappeared at the next crisis. Each tumult took shape and form from the circumstances of the moment. Sober workmen, going home from their day's labour, were seen to cast down their baskets of tools and become rioters in an instant. Mere boys on errands did the like. In a word, a moral plague ran through the city. The noise and hurry and excitement had for hundreds and hundreds an attraction they had no firmness to resist. The contagion spread like a dread fever, an infectious madness, as yet not near its height, seized on new victims every hour, and society began to tremble at their ravings. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Gashford looked into the lair described in the last chapter, and seeing only Barnaby and Dennis there, enquired for Hugh. He was out, Barnaby told him, had gone out more than an hour ago, and had not yet returned.
"Dennis,"
said the smiling secretary in his smoothest voice, as he sat down cross-legged on a barrel.
"Dennis."
The hangman struggled into a sitting posture directly, and with his eyes wide open, looked towards him.
"How do you do, Dennis?"
said Gashford, nodding.
"I hope you have suffered no inconvenience from your late exertions, Dennis?"
"I always will say of you, Master Gashford," returned the hangman, staring at him, that 'ere quiet way of yours might almost wake a dead man. It is," he added with a muttered oath, still staring at him in a thoughtful manner, "so awful sly."
"So distinct, eh, Dennis?"
"Distinct,"
he answered, scratching his head and keeping his eyes upon the secretary's face.
"I seem to hear it, Master Gashford, in my very bones."
"I am very glad your sense of hearing is so sharp, and that I succeed in making myself so intelligible,"
said Gashford, in his unvarying even tone.
"Where is your friend?"
Mr. Dennis looked round, as in expectation of beholding him asleep upon his bed of straw, then, remembering he had seen him go out, replied,
"I can't say where he is, Master Gashford. I expect him back afore now. I hope it isn't time that we was busy, Master Gashford."
"Nay," said the secretary. "Who should know that as well as you? How can I tell you, Dennis? You are perfect master of your own actions, you know, and accountable to nobody, except sometimes to the law, eh?"
Dennis, who was very much baffled by the cool matter-of-course manner of this reply, recovered his self-possession on his professional pursuits being referred to, and pointing towards Barnaby, shook his head and frowned.
"Hush!"
cried Barnaby.
"Ah, do hush about that, Master Gashford," said the hangman in a low voice. "Popular prejudices. You always forget. Well, Barnaby, my lad, what's the matter?"
"I hear him coming," he answered. "Hark! Do you mark that? That's his foot. Bless you, I know his step and his dog's too. Tramp, tramp, pit-pat. On they come together, and and here they are,"
he cried joyfully, welcoming Hugh with both hands, and then patting him fondly on the back, as if instead of being the rough companion he was, he had been one of the most prepossessing of men.
"Here he is, and safe too. I'm glad to see him back again, old Hugh."
"I'm a Turk if he don't give me a warmer welcome always than any man of sense,"
said Hugh, shaking hands with him with a kind of ferocious friendship, strange enough to see.
"How are you, boy?"
"Hearty,"
cried Barnaby, waving his hat.
"And merry too, Hugh, and ready to do anything for the good cause and the right, and to help the kind, mild, pale-faced gentleman, the lord they used so ill, eh, Hugh?"
"Aye," returned his friend, dropping his hand and looking at Gashford for an instant with a changed expression before he spoke to him. "Good day, master."
"And good day to you,"
replied the secretary, nursing his leg.
And many good days, whole years of them, I hope. You are heated.
So would you have been, master, said Hugh, wiping his face, if you'd been running here as fast as I have.
You know the news, then? Yes, I suppose you would have heard it.
News? What news?
You don't?
Cried Gashford, raising his eyebrows with an exclamation of surprise.
Near me. Come, then I am the first to make you acquainted with your distinguished position after all. Do you see the King's Arms atop?
He smilingly asked, as he took a large paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and held it out for Hugh's inspection.
Well, said Hugh, what's that to me?
Much, a great deal, replied the secretary. Read it.
I told you the first time I saw you that I couldn't read, said Hugh impatiently. What in the devil's name's inside of it?
It is a proclamation from the King in Council, said Gashford, dated today and offering a reward of £500. £500 is a great deal of money, and a large temptation to some people, to anyone who will discover the person or persons most active in demolishing those chapels on Saturday night.
Is that all? Cried Hugh with an indifferent air. Oh, I knew of that.
Truly, I might have known you did, said Gashford, smiling and folding up the document again. Your friend, I might have guessed. Indeed, I did guess, was sure to tell you.
My friend?
Stammered Hugh with an unsuccessful effort to appear surprised.
What friend?
Tut! Do you suppose I don't know where you have been?
Retorted Gashford, rubbing his hands and beating the back of one on the palm of the other, and looking at him with a cunning eye.
How dull you think me! Shall I say his name?
No, said Hugh with a hasty glance towards Dennis.
You have also heard from him, no doubt,
resumed the secretary, after a moment's pause,
that the rioters who have been taken, poor fellows, are committed for trial, and that some very active witnesses have had the temerity to appear against them. Among others,
and here he clenched his teeth, as if he would suppress by force some violent words that rose upon his tongue, and spoke very slowly.
Among others, a gentleman who saw the work going on in Warwick Street, a Catholic gentleman, one Haredale.
Hugh would have prevented his uttering the word, but it was out already. Hearing the name, Barnaby turned swiftly round.
Duty! Duty! Bold Barnaby!
Cried Hugh, assuming his wildest and most rapid manner, and thrusting into his hand his staff and flag, which leant against the wall.
Mark guard without loss of time, for we are off upon our expedition. Up, Dennis, and get ready. Take care that no one turns the straw upon my bed, brave Barnaby. We know what's underneath it, eh? Now, master, quick! What you have to say speedily, for the little captain and a cluster of him are in the fields, and only waiting for us. Drops the word, strikes the action, quick!
Barnaby was not proof against this bustle and dispatch. The look of mingled astonishment and anger which had appeared in his face when he turned towards them faded from it as the words passed from his memory, like breath from a polished mirror, and grasping the weapon which Hugh forced upon him, he proudly took his station at the door beyond their hearing.
You might have spoiled our plans, master, said Hugh. You, too, of all men.
Who would have supposed that he would be so quick?
Urged Gashford.
He's as quick sometimes, I don't mean with his hands, for that you know, but with his head, as you or any man, said Hugh.
Dennis, it's time we were going. They're waiting for us. I came to tell you. Reach me my stick and belt. Here, lend a hand, master. Fling this over my shoulder and buckle it behind, will you?
Brisk as ever,
said the secretary, adjusting it for him as he desired.
A man need to be brisk today. There's brisk work afoot. There is there? Said Gashford.
He said it with such a provoking assumption of ignorance that Hugh, looking over his shoulder and angrily down upon him, replied,
Is there? You know there is. Who knows better than you, master, that the first great step to be taken is to make examples of these witnesses, and frighten all men from appearing against us, or any of our body, any more?
There's one we know of,
returned Gashford with an expressive smile,
who is at least as well informed upon that subject as you or I.
If we mean the same gentleman as I suppose we do,
Hugh rejoined softly,
I tell you this. He's as good and quick information about everything as—
Here he paused and looked round, as if to make sure that the person in question was not within hearing.
As old Nick himself. Have you done that, master? How slow you are!
It's quite fast now, said Gashford, rising. I say, you didn't find that your friend disapproved of today's little expedition? It is fortunate it jumps so well with the witness policy, for once planned it must have been carried out. And now you are going, eh?
Now we are going, master, Hugh replied. Any parting words?
Oh, dear, no, said Gashford sweetly. None.
You're sure?
cried Hugh, nudging the grinning Dennis.
Quite sure, eh, Master Gashford?
chuckled the hangman. Gashford paused a moment, struggling with his caution and his malice, then putting himself between the two men, and laying a hand upon the arm of each, said in a cramped whisper,
Do not, my good friends, I'm sure you will not, forget our talk one night in your house, Dennis, about this person. No mercy, no quarter, no two beams of his house to be left standing where the builder placed them. Fire, the saying goes, is a good servant but a bad master. Makes it his master. He deserves no better. But I am sure you will be firm. I am sure you will be very resolute. I am sure you will remember that he thirsts for your lives and those of all your brave companions. If you ever acted like staunch fellows, you will do so today. Won't you, Dennis? Won't you, Hugh?
The two looked at him, and at each other, then bursting into a roar of laughter, brandished their staves above their heads, shook hands, and hurried out. When they had been gone a little time, Gashford followed. They were yet in sight, and hastening to that part of the adjacent fields in which their fellows had already mustered, Hugh was looking back and flourishing his hat to Barnaby, who, delighted with his trust, replied in the same way, and then resumed his pacing up and down before the stable door, where his feet had worn a path already. And when Gashford himself was far distant, and looked back for the last time, he was still walking to and fro, with the same measured tread, the most devoted and the blithest champion that ever maintained a post, and felt his heart lifted up with a brave sense of duty and determination to defend it to the last. Smiling at the simplicity of the poor idiot, Gashford betook himself to Welbeck Street by a different path from that which he knew the rioters would take, and sitting down behind a curtain in one of the upper windows of Lord George Gordon's house, waited impatiently for their coming. They were so long that although he knew it had been settled they should come that way, he had a misgiving they must have changed their plans and taken some other route. But at length the roar of voices was heard in the neighbouring fields, and soon afterwards they came thronging past in a great body. However, they were not all, nor nearly all, in one body, but were, as he soon found, divided into 4 parties, each of which stopped before the house to give 3 cheers and then went on, the leaders crying out in what direction they were going and calling on the spectators to join them. The first detachment, carrying by way of banners some relics of the havoc they had made in Moorfields, proclaimed that they were on their way to Chelsea, whence they would return in the same order to make of the spoil they bore a great bonfire near at hand. The second gave out that they were bound for Wapping, to destroy a chapel. The third that their place of destination was East Smithfield, and their object the same. All this was done in broad, bright summer day. Gay carriages and chairs stopped to let them pass, or turned back to avoid them. People on foot stood aside in doorways, or perhaps knocked and begged permission to stand at a window or in the hall until the rioters had passed. But nobody interfered with them, and when they had gone by, everything went on as usual. There still remained the fourth body, and for that the secretary looked with the most intense eagerness. At last it came up. It was numerous, and composed of picked men, for as he gazed down among them, he recognized many upturned faces which he knew well, those of Simon Tappertit, Hugh, and Dennis in the front, of course. They halted and cheered as the others had done, but when they moved again, they did not, like them, proclaim what design they had. Hugh merely raised his hat upon the bludgeon he carried, and glancing at a spectator on the opposite side of the way, was gone. Gashford followed the direction of his glance instinctively, and saw, standing on the pavement, and wearing the blue cockade, Sir John Chester. He held his hat an inch or two above his head to propitiate the mob, and, resting gracefully on his cane, smiling pleasantly and displaying his dress and person to the very best advantage, looked on in the most tranquil state imaginable. For all that, and quick and dexterous as he was, Gashford had seen him recognize Hugh with the air of a patron. He had no longer any eyes for the crowd, but fixed his keen regards upon Sir John. He stood in the same place and posture until the last man in the concourse had turned the corner of the street, then very deliberately took the blue cockade out of his hat, put it carefully in his pocket, ready for the next emergency, refreshed himself with a pinch of snuff, put up his box, and was walking slowly off when a passing carriage stopped, and a lady's hand let down the glass. Sir John's hat was off again immediately. After a minute's conversation at the carriage window, in which it was apparent that he was vastly entertaining on the subject of the mob, he stepped lightly in and was driven away. The secretary smiled, but he had other thoughts to dwell upon, and soon dismissed the topic. Dinner was brought him, but he sent it down untasted, and in restless pacings up and down the room, and constant glances at the clock, and many futile efforts to sit down and read, or go to sleep, or look out of the window, consumed 4 weary hours. When the dial told him thus much time had crept away, he stole upstairs to the top of the house, and coming out upon the roof, sat down with his face towards the east. Heedless of the fresh air that blew upon his heated brow, of the pleasant meadows from which he turned, of the piles of roofs and chimneys upon which he looked, of the smoke and rising mist he vainly sought to pierce, of the shrill cries of children at their evening sports, the distant hum and turmoil of the town, the cheerful country breath that rustled past to meet it, and to droop and die. He watched and watched, till it was dark, save for the specks of light that twinkled in the streets below and far away, and, as the darkness deepened, strained his gaze and grew more eager yet. "Nothing but gloom in that direction still," he muttered restlessly. "Dog, where is the redness in the sky you promised me?" Chapter 54. Rumours of the prevailing disturbances had, by this time, begun to be pretty generally circulated through the towns and villages round London, and the tidings were everywhere received with that appetite for the marvellous and love of the terrible which have probably been among the natural characteristics of mankind since the creation of the world. These accounts, however, appeared to many persons at that day, as they would to us at the present, but that we know them to be matter of history, so monstrous and improbable that a great number of those who were resident at a distance and who were credulous enough on other points were really unable to bring their minds to believe that such things could be, and rejected the intelligence they received on all hands as wholly fabulous and absurd. Mr. Willet, not so much perhaps on account of his having argued and settled the matter with himself as by reason of his constitutional obstinacy, was one of those who positively refused to entertain the current topic for a moment. On this very evening, and perhaps at the very time when Gashford kept his solitary watch, old John was so red in the face with perpetually shaking his head in contradiction of his 3 ancient cronies and pot companions, that he was quite a phenomenon to behold, and lighted up the maypole porch wherein they sat together like a monstrous carbuncle in a fairy tale. "Do you think, sir," said Mr. Willet, looking hard at Solomon Daisy, for it was his custom in cases of personal altercation to fasten upon the smallest man in the party, "do you think, sir, that I'm a born fool?"
"No, no, Johnny," returned Solomon, looking round upon the little circle of which he formed a part. "We all know better than that. You're no fool, Johnny. No, no."
Mr. Cobb and Mr. Parkes shook their heads in unison, muttering, "No, no, Johnny, not you." But as such compliments had usually the effect of making Mr. Willet rather more dogged than before, he surveyed them with a look of deep disdain, and returned for answer,
"Then what do you mean by coming here and telling me that this evening you're a-going to walk up to London together, you 3, you, and have the evidence of your own senses? And," said Mr. Willet, putting his pipe in his mouth with an air of solemn disgust, "and the evidence of my senses enough for you?"
"But we haven't got it, Johnny," pleaded Parkes humbly.
"You haven't got it, sir?" repeated Mr. Willet, eyeing him from top to toe. "You haven't got it, sir? You have got it, sir. Don't I tell you that His Blessed Majesty, King George the Third, would no more stand a rioting and rollicking in his streets than he'd stand being crowed over by his own Parliament?"
"Yes, Johnny, but that's your sense, not your senses,"
said the adventurous Mr. Parkes.
"How do you know?" retorted John with great dignity. "You're a-contradicting pretty free, you are, sir. How do you know which it is? I'm not aware I ever told you, sir."
Mr. Parkes, finding himself in the position of having got into metaphysics without exactly seeing his way out of them, stammered forth an apology and retreated from the argument. There then ensued a silence of some 10 minutes, or a quarter of an hour, at the expiration of which period Mr. Willet was observed to rumble and shake with laughter, and presently remarked, in reference to his late adversary, that he hoped he had tackled him enough. Thereupon Messrs. Cobb and Daisy laughed and nodded, and Parkes was looked upon as thoroughly and effectually put down.
"Do you suppose, if all this was true, that Mr. Haredale would be constantly away from home as he is?" said John, after another silence. "Do you think he wouldn't be afraid to leave his house with them 2 young women in it, and only a couple of men or so?" "Aye, but then, you know," returned Solomon Daisy, "his house is a goodish way out of London, and they do say that the rioters won't go more than 2 miles, or 3 at the farthest, off the stones. Besides, you know, some of the Catholic gentlefolks have actually sent trinkets and such like down here for safety. At least, so the story goes." "The story goes?" said Mr. Willet testily. "Yes, sir. The story goes that you saw a ghost last March, but nobody believes it."
"Well," said Solomon, rising to divert the attention of his 2 friends, who tittered at this retort, "believed or disbelieved, it's true, and true or not, if we mean to go to London, we must be going at once. So, shake hands, Johnny, and good night."
"I shall shake hands," returned the landlord, putting his into his pockets, with no man as goes to London on such nonsensical errands.
The three cronies were therefore reduced to the necessity of shaking his elbows. Having performed that ceremony, and brought from the house their hats and sticks and greatcoats, they bade him good night and departed, promising to bring him on the morrow full and true accounts of the real state of the city, and if it were quiet, to give him the full merit of his victory. John Willet looked after them as they plodded along the road in the rich glow of a summer evening, and knocking the ashes out of his pipe, laughed inwardly at their folly until his sides were sore. When he had quite exhausted himself, which took some time, for he laughed as slowly as he thought and spoke, he sat himself comfortably with his back to the house, put his legs upon the bench, then his apron over his face, and fell sound asleep. How long he slept matters not, but it was for no brief space, for when he awoke the rich light had faded, the sombre hues of night were falling fast upon the landscape, and a few bright stars were already twinkling overhead. The birds were all at roost, the daisies on the green had closed their fairy hoods, the honeysuckle twining round the porch exhaled its perfume in a twofold degree, as though it lost its coyness of that silent time, and loved to shed its fragrance on the night. The ivy scarcely stirred its deep green leaves. How tranquil and how beautiful it was! Was there no sound in the air, besides the gentle rustling of the trees and the grasshopper's merry chirp? Hark! Something very faint and distant, not unlike the murmuring in a sea-shell. Now it grew louder, fainter now, and now it altogether died away. Presently it came again, subsided, came once more, grew louder, fainter, swelled into a roar. It was on the road, and varied with its windings. All at once it burst into a distinct sound, the voices and the tramping feet of many men. It is questionable whether old John Willet even then would have thought of the rioters, but for the cries of his cook and housemaid, who ran screaming upstairs and locked themselves into one of the old garrets, shrieking dismally when they had done so, by way of rendering their place of refuge perfectly secret and secure. These two females did afterwards depone that Mr. Willet, in his consternation, uttered but one word, and called that up the stairs in a stentorian voice 6 distinct times. But as this word was a monosyllable, which, however inoffensive when applied to the quadruped it denotes, is highly reprehensible when used in connection with females of unimpeachable character, many persons were inclined to believe that the young women laboured under some hallucination caused by excessive fear, and that their ears deceived them. Be this as it may, John Willet, in whom the very uttermost extent of dull-headed perplexity supplied the place of courage, stationed himself in the porch and waited for their coming up. Once it dimly occurred to him that there was a kind of door to the house which had a lock and bolts, and at the same time some shadowy ideas of shutters to the lower windows flitted through his brain. But he stood stock still, looking down the road in the direction which the noise was rapidly advancing, and did not so much as take his hands out of his pockets. He had not to wait long. A dark mass, looming through a cloud of dust, soon became visible. The mob quickened their pace, shouting and whooping like savages. They came rushing on pell-mell, and in a few seconds he was bandied from hand to hand in the heart of a crowd of men. "Hello!" cried a voice he knew, as the man who spoke came cleaving through the throng. "Where is he? Give him to me. Don't hurt him. How now, old Jack?" Mr. Willet looked at him, and saw it was Hugh, but he said nothing and thought nothing. "These lads are thirsty and must drink," cried Hugh, thrusting him back towards the house. "Bustle, Jack, bustle. Show us the best, the very best, the overproof that you keep for your own drinking, Jack." John faintly articulated the words, "Who's to pay?" "He says, who's to pay?" cried Hugh with a roar of laughter which was loudly echoed by the crowd. Then turning to John, he added, "Pay?
By nobody.
John stared round at the mass of faces, some grinning, some fierce, some lighted up by torches, some indistinct, some dusky and shadowy, some looking at him, some at his house, some at each other. And while he was, as he thought, in the very act of doing so, found himself without any consciousness of having moved in the bar, sitting down in an armchair and watching the destruction of his property, as if it were some queer play or entertainment of an astonishing and stupefying nature, but having no reference to himself that he could make out at all. Yes, here was the bar that the boldest never entered without special invitation, the sanctuary, the mystery, the hallowed ground. Here it was, crammed with men, clubs, sticks, torches, pistols, filled with a deafening noise, oaths, shouts, screams, hootings, changed all at once into a bear garden, a madhouse, an infernal temple, men darting in and out by door and window, smashing the glass, turning the taps, drinking liquor out of china punch bowls, sitting astride of casks, smoking private and personal pipes, cutting down the sacred grove of lemons, hacking and hewing at the celebrated cheese, breaking open inviolable drawers, putting things in their pockets which didn't belong to them, dividing his own money before his own eyes, wantonly wasting, breaking, pulling down and tearing up. Nothing quiet, nothing private, men everywhere, above, below, overhead, in the bedrooms, in the kitchen, in the yard, in the stables, clambering in at windows when there were doors wide open, dropping out of windows when the stairs were handy, leaping over the banisters into chasms of passages, new faces and figures presenting themselves every instant, some yelling, some singing, some fighting, some breaking glass and crockery, some laying the dust with the liquor they couldn't drink, some ringing the bells till they pulled them down, others beating them with pokers till they beat them into fragments. More men still, more, swarming on like insects, noise, smoke, light, darkness, frolic, anger, laughter, groans, plunder, fear, and ruin. Nearly all the time while John looked on at this bewildering scene, Hugh kept near him, and though he was the loudest, wildest, most destructive villain there, he saved his old master's bones a score of times. Nay, even when Mr. Tappertit, excited by liquor, came up and, in assertion of his prerogative, politely kicked old John Willet on the shins, Hugh bade him return the compliment, and if old John had had sufficient presence of mind to understand this whispered direction and to profit by it, he might no doubt, under Hugh's protection, have done so with impunity. At length the band began to reassemble outside the house, and to call to those within to join them, for they were losing time. These murmurs increasing and attaining a high pitch, Hugh and some of those who yet lingered in the bar, and who plainly were the leaders of the troop, took counsel together, apart, as to what was to be done with John to keep him quiet until their Chigwell work was over. Some proposed to set the house on fire and leave him in it, others that he should be reduced to a state of temporary insensibility by knocking on the head, others that he should be sworn to sit where he was until tomorrow at the same hour, others again that he should be gagged and taken off with them under a sufficient guard. All these propositions being overruled, it was concluded at last to bind him in his chair, and the word was passed for Dennis. "Look'ee here, Jack," said Hugh, striding up to him. "We are going to tie you, hand and foot, but otherwise you won't be hurt. Do you hear?" John Willet looked at another man, as if he didn't know which was the speaker, and muttered something about an ordinary every Sunday at 2:00. "You won't be hurt, I tell you. Jack, do you hear me?" roared Hugh, impressing the assurance upon him by means of a heavy blow on the back. "He's so dead scared he's wool-gathering, I think. Give him a drop of something to drink here. Hand over, one of you." A glass of liquor being passed forward, Hugh poured the contents down old John's throat. Mr. Willet feebly smacked his lips, thrust his hand into his pocket, and inquired what was to pay, adding, as he looked vacantly round, that he believed there was a trifle of broken glass. "He's out of his senses for the time, it's my belief," said Hugh, after shaking him, without any visible effect upon his system, until his keys rattled in his pocket. "Where's that Dennis?" The word was again passed, and presently Mr. Dennis, with a long cord bound about his middle, something after the manner of a friar, came hurrying in, attended by a bodyguard of 6 of his men.
"Come, be alive here!" cried Hugh, stamping his foot upon the ground. "Make haste!"
Dennis, with a wink and a nod, unwound the cord from about his person, and raising his eyes to the ceiling, looked all over it, and round the walls and cornice with a curious eye, then shook his head.
"Move, man, can't you?"
cried Hugh, with another impatient stamp of his foot.
"Are we to wait here till the cry has gone for 10 miles round and our work's interrupted?"
"It's all very fine talking, brother,"
answered Dennis, stepping towards him.
"But unless—"
and here he whispered in his ear,
"Unless we do it over the door, it can't be done at all in this here room."
"What can't?"
Hugh demanded.
"What can't?"
retorted Dennis.
"Why, the old man can't."
"Why, you weren't going to hang him?" cried Hugh.
"No, brother,"
returned the hangman with a stare.
"What else?"
Hugh made no answer, but snatching the rope from his companion's hand, proceeded to bind old John himself. But his very first move was so bungling and unskilful that Mr. Dennis entreated, almost with tears in his eyes, that he might be permitted to perform the duty. Hugh consenting, he achieved it in a twinkling.
"There,"
he said, looking mournfully at John Willet, who displayed no more emotion in his bonds than he had shown out of them.
"That's what I call pretty and workmanlike. He's quite a picture now. But, brother, just a word with you, now that he's ready trussed, as one may say. Wouldn't it be better for all parties if we was to work him off? It would read uncommon well in the newspapers, it would indeed. The public would think a great deal more on us."
Hugh, inferring what his companion meant, rather from his gestures than his technical mode of expressing himself, to which, as he was ignorant of his calling, he wanted the clue, rejected this proposition for the second time, and gave the word "forward," which was echoed by 100 voices from without.
"To the warren!"
shouted Dennis as he ran out, followed by the rest.
"A witness's house, my lads!"
A loud yell followed, and the whole throng hurried off, mad for pillage and destruction. Hugh lingered behind for a few moments to stimulate himself with more drink, and to set all the taps running, a few of which had accidentally been spared. Then, glancing round the despoiled and plundered room, through whose shattered window the rioters had thrust the maypole itself, for even that had been sawn down, lighted a torch, clapped the mute and motionless John Willet on the back, and waving his light above his head, and uttering a fierce shout, hastened after his companions.